Chapter 378. Although Zhang Xiaohua said there was no hurry, how could Zhang Kai bear to let his son, who had just come back from a life-and-death situation, starve? Before she drank a few mouthfuls of tea, Guo Sufei and Li Jinfeng's mother came back from the side. When Auntie Li saw Zhang Xiaohua, she thanked her again. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She just did a good deed and was thanked 3 or 4 times in a row. Thinking about it, she blushed with shame. Li Yinfeng was sent to the small courtyard next door to take care of the children. The 2 elders were busy in the kitchen. At this time, the Zhang family was no longer the poor Zhang family 5 years ago. Because of the arrival of Lu Kai and his wife and Li Jinfeng's family of 4, the Zhang family had already prepared enough ingredients. Before the sky was completely dark, they had already prepared a table full of sumptuous dishes. The bright central room, the huge table, and the hustle and bustle of the house made Zhang Xiaohua feel a little strange, but she also felt very warm. Time can change a lot, but it can't change family and friendship. The only thing that made Zhang Xiaohua jealous was that her mother only hurriedly put the red braised pork in front of her and watched her eat the biggest piece. Then she wiped the tears in her eyes and went to take care of her little grandson who had just been born. Alas, it seems that the focus of this family has shifted from me to that little guy. Zhang Xiaohua thought in loneliness. Although Li Yinfeng and Auntie Li also had to go next door to take care of the children, they were guests after all. Zhang Kai insisted that they eat here first. Not long after, Zhang Xiaolong also came. Although the central room was big, it was still crowded. Lu Kai said with a smile, "Xiaohua, we originally planned to go to my father's backyard to eat. But in order to welcome you, we have to suffer. Later, you have to drink 2 more cups." Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak. Zhang Kai next to her said, "Xiaohua is still a child. Why drink wine? Lu Kai, you can drink more." Zhang Xiaolong said with a smile, "Dad, our Xiaohua is no longer a child. Don't you see that she is taller than me? Counting her age, she is already 18 years old. She is still in the prime of her youth." Zhang Kai was speechless for a while. Mr. Lu advised, "Old brother Zhang, it's your family's fortune for the child to come back safely after growing up. Don't think too much about it. Tonight you must have a good time, a good time. Let's have a good time. Let's drink. Anyway, they will leave our protection. Even if you worry, they may not be grateful." Zhang Kai also wiped the corners of his eyes and revealed a smile. The wine was brewed by the Zhang family using spring water and their own crops. There was a slight vitality in drinking it. However, the spiciness was not something that Zhang Xiaohua could handle. After drinking 1 cup, he didn't want to drink anymore. He only took tea to deal with it. Everyone knew that it was his first time drinking wine, so they didn't try to persuade him. After all, even if Zhang Xiaohua didn't know the quality of the wine, it couldn't be said that everyone present who had drunk wine before didn't know the quality. If Zhang Xiaohua didn't drink, then others could drink more. Lu Kai had drunk it before, so he wasn't surprised. This was the first time the Li family had drunk this kind of wine. Although it didn't have the mellow fragrance of fine wine, it had a unique flavor in the mouth. Even Auntie Li drank a few cups. During the meal, everyone was happy and tipsy. Although Zhang Xiaohua hadn't eaten for a long time, he ate a lot with Zhang Xiaolong. Zhang Xiaolong also kept picking food and meat for him, scolding him for eating so little and being so thin. Zhang Xiaohua didn't explain and ate everything that his elder brother picked for him. Only then did Zhang Xiaolong feel happy. When Auntie Li was almost done eating, she went to replace Guo Sufei and Li Yinfeng. Zhang Xiaohua also quickly got up. The smell of wine was really unpleasant. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaolong also followed. It was said that in many places, pregnant women wouldn't see outsiders for a few days after giving birth. However, Zhang Xiaohua was her husband's brother, whom she hadn't seen for many years. Guozhuang House didn't have too many rules. Moreover, if it wasn't for this little brat, her son might not have been born smoothly. Lu Qian, who was still lying in bed, naturally didn't care about anything. Under the dim light, Lu Qian was stunned when she saw Zhang Xiaohua at first glance. Although Zhang Xiaolong had told her about the changes of Zhang Xiaohua earlier, Lu Qian couldn't help but be surprised when she saw him. Was this still the child who cried in her arms that year? After Zhang Xiaohua bowed deeply, he carefully observed his sister-in-law whom he hadn't seen for many years. Lu Qian didn't change much from 5 years ago. She was slightly plump, and her eyebrows were full of the demeanor of a mature woman. Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. She didn't look weak at all. Seeing Zhang Xiaolong go to the side to take care of the child, Lu Qian smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, I haven't seen you for a few years. You have grown up. Your elder brother has already told me about what happened today. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, your skills have improved a lot. I still have to thank you." Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, the word thank you is very distant. The child is my little nephew. If I don't do something, who will? Besides, when I went home earlier, I saw that he was just pregnant. Now that I've just returned home, I saw that he was born. This shows that this child and I are destined to be together." Yes, Lu Qian was quite emotional. When she saw that Li Yinfeng and Auntie Li were not paying attention, she whispered, "The small stone you gave me suddenly broke into pieces yesterday and turned into powder. This child was tossing and turning in my stomach and came out today." "Oh," Zhang Xiaohua said thoughtfully, "I see." At this time they heard the baby crying on the Kong next to them. Didn't the little guy wake up? Zhang Xiaolong was about to pick him up, but he was pushed aside by Guosufei and said, "The child has just been born. His body is still very weak. He can't withstand the rough hands of you men. You stay aside." When Zhang Xiaolong heard this, he just stayed aside and smiled foolishly. "Perhaps he wants to drink milk." "Mother, carry the child over," Lu Qian said softly. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she wanted to leave. However, when she walked past the baby, the white and fat baby's eyes saw Zhang Xiaohua. He stopped crying and stretched out his chubby little hands with difficulty, indicating that he wanted to be carried. Guosufei was stunned and said, "Didn't you say that the child can't see anything before 6 months? How can he recognize Xiaohua?" Xiaolong was beside him just now, but he didn't even open his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the cute little baby, but she turned her body sideways and prepared to leave. Of course, the child's father didn't even let her carry him. Why should she join in the fun? Of course, Guosufei had no intention of letting Zhang Xiaohua carry him. She also stopped in her tracks and walked towards Lu Qian. However, the baby refused to accept it. He opened his mouth and cried. Guosufei didn't understand. She only thought that the child was hungry and carried him to Lu Qian. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the door and was about to leave when she heard Lu Qian call out, "Xiaohua, wait a moment." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Sister-in-law was feeding him milk. Why did she ask him to wait? However, when he heard the rustling of clothes, he didn't dare to turn around. However, the baby's cries didn't stop, and he didn't hear the baby drinking milk. After a while, he heard Lu Qian say, "Xiaohua, it seems that this child is really fated to be with you. Carry him." "What?" Guosufei called out. "Xiaohua hasn't carried a child before. If he falls or gets hurt, it won't be good." "Mother, look at the child. He doesn't drink milk at all. His 2 hands and feet are messing around. That's his obedient appearance from before. It must be because he saw Xiaohua just now." This? Guosufei didn't know what to say. Zhang Xiaolong said at the side, "Maybe he wants to smell his father's scent. Come, let father carry him." This guy wanted to carry him just now, but he was stopped by his mother. Now he took the opportunity to enjoy it. Unfortunately, his son didn't give him any face at all. Just as he carried him in his arms, his butt stuck out. Zhang Xiaolong's chest became hot. It was the child's urine. Zhang Xiaohua's face bloomed. Seeing that his son was still crying, Zhang Xiaolong called out, "Xiaohua, come over quickly. Quickly carry your little nephew." Zhang Xiaohua turned around helplessly and stole a glance. Her sister-in-law had already tidied up her clothes. Only then did she walk over slowly. Sure enough, as Zhang Xiaohua walked over, the baby's crying lessened. His round, sparkling eyes looked at her quietly. Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. She stretched out her hands as if she wanted to hold something. Zhang Xiaolong didn't care so much. He reached out and put the child in her hands. Then he turned around and looked for clothes to change. Zhang Xiaohua's 2 hands and her whole body were extremely stiff. She held the baby and didn't dare to move. Yes, her hands were tens of thousands of pounds of strength. If she accidentally touched some parts of the child's body, it would be terrible. The baby was very relaxed in Zhang Xiaohua's arms. His small mouth was open and he laughed, revealing his toothless gums. It was quite cute. Zhang Xiaohua complained in her heart. She usually looked at the baby with a cute smile. Why did it feel so uncomfortable to carry him? She didn't dare to move. It was 100 times worse than fighting with others. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, "Mother, come and save me. Take him away." But Guosufei just smiled and tidied up the diapers on the Kong bed. Lu Qian said, "Since the child likes you so much, you should carry him more. In the future, he will learn martial arts from you. Now you should cultivate your feelings." Zhang Xiaohua wanted to cry but had no tears. But the baby was very happy. His 2 hands made threatening gestures. One of his chubby little hands reached into Zhang Xiaohua's arms as if he had caught something. His laughter became louder. When he took his hand out of her arms, it was the small vitality stone that Zhang Xiaohua used for cultivation. The baby seemed to have gotten the best toy. One of his little hands kept moving, while the thumb of his other little hand reached into his little mouth and sucked on it with relish. At this time, Guosufei also finished tidying up the things. Seeing that the baby was no longer crying, she smiled and said, "It seems that he is really fated to be with his uncle. In the future, we don't need to find someone to take care of the baby. Just leave it to Xiaohua." After saying that, she took the baby and handed it to Lu Qian. She said, "Qian Qian, take care of him for a while." Then she said to Aunt Li, "I'll have to trouble sister to take care of him for a while." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave again, the baby was unwilling. He took out another hand that was full of saliva from his mouth and reached out to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. She took out another small vitality stone from her arms and stuffed it into the baby's hand. Sure enough, the baby stopped crying and quietly closed his eyes. He seemed to be asleep. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart. He was so young, but he had the potential to be greedy. Chapter 379. After the meal, Guosufei was not in a hurry to go to Lu Qian. She had not seen her son since he came back in the morning. Of course, she wanted to take this opportunity to see more and ask more questions. The others were also sitting in the chairs, drinking tea leisurely and waiting for the story to start. Yes, the Guozhuang house was not well informed. Even Lu Zhen was not that good. Zhang Xiaohua disappeared for 4 to 5 years. What happened must be unusual. Now that he came back safe and sound, everyone's worries were gone. Naturally, they wanted to know the details. Well, let's just treat it as a story. Guosufei was still sitting next to her son. Although Zhang Xiaohua was taller than her in her eyes, there was not much difference between him and the little grandson in her arms. Seeing that everyone in the living room was serious, Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He thought for a while and told them everything that happened after he broke up with his second brother, Zhang Xiaohu. Of course, he still talked about the spring and autumn annals. He ignored the way of the immortals and only talked about the secret books of the Wulin seniors. However, when he talked about the way back, Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and deliberately skipped the matter of Nie Qinyu. He was afraid that his family would be worried if they heard that there were people from Jianghu chasing after him. In the past 5 years, Zhang Xiaohua had indeed experienced many twists and turns. He had been on the brink of death several times. When she heard that her son had been captured and wanted to be killed, that he had fallen into the sea and was almost eaten by the fishes, and that he had been living alone on a deserted island for 4 years, Guosufei's tears had long since fallen. She held her youngest son's hand tightly and refused to let go. She murmured, "Son, poor son. He can only eat sweet potatoes all day. He can't even eat braised pork. Just you wait, son. Mother will make more for you. Don't worry, son. You still have a lot of money from last time. From now on, Mother will make braised pork for you every day and raise you to be as tall and mighty as your brother. Son, from today onwards, you are not allowed to take even half a step out of the Guozhuang house. Mother will watch over you every day." The others had thought that Zhang Xiaohua had only gone missing, and that she might not encounter anything life-threatening now that she had returned. Therefore, they listened to the story with an appreciative heart. However, the story was so difficult and far exceeded their expectations. Their expressions became more and more serious until they heard that Zhang Xiaohua had met a child called Xiaohua Ji in Songning town, and obtained the David's deer from him. Only then did they relax. They even laughed when they heard that Zhang Xiaohua had exchanged a large sack of copper coins for the David's deer. Guasufei blamed her son and said, Xiaohua, that Xiaohua's family is so poor. Why didn't you leave more money for them? When Zhang Kai heard this, he scolded, Woman, your hair is long but your knowledge is short. Didn't you see that Xiaohua didn't even dare to give them money, and wanted to exchange it for copper coins for them to spend slowly? You gave them 5 taels of silver and they dared to spend it? Wouldn't they have been remembered by others? Guasufei glared at him and said, I'm short of knowledge. Humph, my sons are each stronger than the other. Zhang Kai also glared at her and said, Aren't they my sons? When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she hurriedly told them about her trip to Huanqi Mountain Villa. The 2 elders immediately became spirited. However, Zhang Xiaohua only said, We don't know whether second brother is dead or alive. Perhaps he is at the headquarters of the fragrance cult. Alas! The 2 elders sighed at the same time. Perhaps they were still regretting in their hearts. Why did they let their 2 sons walk out of the Guozhuang house that year? As if she knew what her father and mother were thinking, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Everyone has their own path. This is something that others can't interfere with. Since second brother and I have chosen this path, we will walk to the end without any regrets. Doesn't eldest brother also have his own path? Now that he has a child, the child also has his own path. Perhaps his path is different from ours. There are many paths in this world. It only depends on which path you want to take. Perhaps it is your own choice. Perhaps it is God's arrangement. Don't mother and father also have their own paths? Zhang Xiaohua's words were very profound, but they were easy to understand. Mr. Lu Kai and Li Jinfeng all showed a surprised expression. However, Zhang Kai, Guasufei, and Zhang Xiaolong were thoughtful. Zhang Xiaohua's experience in the past 5 years was very long, and the story was also very long. Looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Mother, let's stop here for tonight. It's already late, and I think I'll fall asleep soon. Xiaohua, are you still sleeping well? Is it the same even on a deserted island? Guasufei asked with concern. Yes, Mother. I always go to bed on time. That's good. Being able to sleep and eat is a good body. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Mother, I am not that. You don't have to describe your handsome son like that. Haha. Guasufei covered her mouth and laughed. Her previous gloominess was swept away. Guasufei only needed to tidy up a little before letting Zhang Xiaohua go. Young Master Li Jinfeng, insisted on sleeping on the same bed as Zhang Xiaohua so that they could have a long conversation. How could Zhang Xiaohua be willing? She pushed him out and closed the door with a bang. She thought to herself, isn't he just trying to find out more about Qiu Tong? I don't have her here either. He'll definitely bother me tonight. The night passed silently. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua went to the bamboo forest behind the courtyard and practiced the fist of the North Star. The 18 warm currents tempered her bones 18 times before she stopped. Then she went to visit her grandmother's grave. When the sky was bright, she returned to the courtyard. Winter was the most relaxing season for farmers. Not to mention it was only the 10th day of the first lunar month. Although it was already the 5th day, the atmosphere of the new year was still lingering. Early in the morning, Zhang Kai and Mr. Lu sat together and whispered. Yes, the child had already been born yesterday. He looked very healthy and lively. Although Granny Li's words were unpleasant, she made some sense. They understood their family's situation. Lu Qian gave birth after 5 years of pregnancy. Other than Zhang Kai, Guasufei, Mr. Lu, Zhang Xiaolong, Zhang Xiaohua, and Lu Qian herself, no one else could know. The Li family saw the child's strange condition when he was born. Lu Kai's family also saw it. If they were told, they would not leak it. Granny Li had already seen the child's different from other babies. Farmers' women were the most unrestrained. The news must have spread last night. The Zhang family could not cover it up, so there was no need to be calculative. But their family's life still had to be lived. The child also had to be raised like other children. Now, the most important thing to be on the agenda should be the child's name. This matter should have been considered yesterday. But didn't Zhang Xiaohua come back? No matter what, they had to show some concern for her, right? Although the focus was on the baby in the future, they also had to give Zhang Xiaohua some time to adapt. Early in the morning, the 2 grandfathers got together and started to chat while smoking. After breakfast, the sun was shining brightly outside and there was no wind. Zhang Xiaolong moved the table out of the central room and placed a tea set in the small courtyard. As usual, the woman went to Lu Qian's place to take care of the mother and daughter, while imparting her parenting experience. Old shopkeeper Li and Li Jinfeng, who were sitting at the table, were surprised when they heard that they were going to name the child today. After all, in their impression, the child should only be given a full name after 1 month. Now they could only give a nickname. However, after Li Jinfeng and the others listened to Mr. Lu's explanation, they realized that every place had its own customs. Lu Town was only a short distance away from the Guozhuang house. In terms of naming the child, there was a lot of difference. Not to mention that the 3 elders were discussing there. Zhang Xiaohua pulled Lu Kai and whispered. Even Zhang Xiaolong, the father, had no right to speak on this matter. How could he, the uncle, say anything? Zhang Xiaohua whispered, Brother Kai, how did you and sister-in-law know each other? You are in Balagu, and sister-in-law is in Lu Town. You are not related at all. When Lu Kai heard this, his face turned red. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything. He raised his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaolong for help. When Zhang Xiaolong saw this, he wanted to ignore it. However, this was his brother-in-law. If he did not want to be kicked out of bed by Lu Qian, he could only extend a friendly hand. Zhang Xiaolong cleared his throat and began to narrate the story of their marriage in detail. Speaking of which, the two were really fated. After Zhang Xiaohua rescued Li Yinfeng, Zhang Xiaohu rode back to Lu Town with the 3 of them. After waiting for Zhang Xiaohua for a long time, they immediately went back to Lu Town and never entered the Li family again. At that time, the Li family was in a panic and forgot to ask for Zhang Xiaohu's address. It was only when Li Jinfeng returned home that he found out about this matter. He personally brought his family to Guozhuang House to thank them. At that time, Zhang Xiaohu had already left home and returned to Pingyang City. There was no news of Zhang Xiaohua's disappearance. Guosufei was worried about her son and was sick in bed. Seeing this situation, Li Yinfeng, who came with the intention of marrying Zhang Xiaohua, naturally stayed to take care of Guosufei. When Li Yinfeng was disheartened in the forest that day, she was rescued by Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu. She was very grateful to them. When she was rescued again at Shitsue Mountain and returned with Zhang Xiaohu on the same horse, it could be said that they were very close and love was planted in her heart. Oh, that day she was even more grateful to Zhang Xiaohua. However, wasn't Zhang Xiaohua too young? The story of Li Yinfeng and Zhang Xiaohu was roughly the same as the marriage between Lu Qian and Zhang Xiaohu. If Zhang Xiaohu was at home, Li Yinfeng would probably become Zhang Xiaohua's second sister-in-law. Unfortunately, fate made fools of people. After Zhang Xiaohu left, Li Yinfeng stubbornly stayed in the Zhang family. She was even more stubborn than Lu Qian back then. At that time, Guosufei had already treated Li Yinfeng as her daughter-in-law. Later, when the Misty School was destroyed, Li Jinfeng, who was nearby in Pingyang City, received the news and hurried back to Lu Town. He passed the news to Zhang Kai and Guosufei. Chapter 380. This bad news seemed to have defeated the Zhang family, which had been immersed in the sorrow of Zhang Xiaohua's disappearance. Guosufei lay down again. Fortunately, at this time, Lu Qian's abdomen had slightly bulged. This 3rd generation of the Zhang family was undoubtedly the spiritual pillar of the family at that time, and Li Yinfeng was facing an extremely awkward situation. She was not Zhang Xiaohu's wife, and even Zhang Xiaohu himself did not know. But now, in this situation, how could she leave? Moreover, she had lived in the Guozhuang house for a long time, and the people in the Guozhuang house all called her the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family. How could she marry again? Even if she could find a suitable person, how could she explain it to him? And just at this time, her destined son Lu Kai appeared. Lu Kai just came to visit the Zhang family with Lu Tufu, and was immediately attracted by the faint sadness between Li Yinfeng's brows. When he heard about Li Yinfeng's situation, he was very sympathetic and begged his sister to find an opportunity to express her magnanimity to the person. Lu Qian received this difficult task, and was very embarrassed. Li Yinfeng was a good girl, pure as ice and jade. She was naturally willing to be her sister-in-law, but after all, she was now using the name of Zhang Xiaolong's second brother's wife. Lu Qian could not tear down her husband's family. She could only discuss with Zhang Xiaolong, and Zhang Xiaolong had no choice but to ask his mother. Guosufei was still sick, But she was not confused. Li Yinfeng had taken care of the Zhang family for a long time, and now there was no news of Zhang Xiaohu. Even if he was alive, they did not know when he would come back. Moreover, they did not know the meaning of Zhang Xiaohu's side, and did not know whether Zhang Xiaohu was willing, so Guosufei also agreed reasonably. But when Li Yinfeng heard this, she did not have any expression. Nonsense, she had stayed in the Zhang family for such a long time. You can change a girl's mind with just a few words. Isn't it inappropriate for others to see it? Fortunately, Mr. Liu had a room in the Guozhuang house. Lu Kai lived there in the name of serving his father. Mr. Liu curled his lips. How could he not know his son's thoughts? Cursing was cursing and supporting was supporting. Thus, Lu Kai had the advantage of being in a favorable position. Lu Kai was cultured and refined. He was a gentleman who studied and was quite similar to Li Jinfeng. Most women's first impression of their husbands would be based on their fathers and brothers. Lu Kai and Li Yinfeng had similar interests and were indeed more suitable than Zhang Xiaohu. Therefore, after a while, they fell in love with each other. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua laughed loudly, making Lu Kai's face turn red. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "Here, I thank Big Brother Kai on behalf of Second Brother." Lu Kai hurriedly returned the salute and said, "Why is that?" Zhang Xiaohua told him some of the things that happened between Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e a few years ago and said, "I think I can understand what happened to sister-in-law. Even if my second brother is here, he will have the same idea. We don't expect anything in return for saving people. What's more, she's young Master Li's relative. We can't just stand by and watch. If we make sister-in-law misunderstand us and waste her youth, we don't want to see that. Moreover, you see, my second brother already has a wife. Brother Kai can understand sister-in-law's pain and save her from danger, which is also a great help to my second brother. If I don't thank you, who should I thank?" Hearing this, Lu Kai's face turned red. This was a huge knot in his heart. Now that it was solved by Zhang Xiaohua, how could he not feel relieved? He smiled and cupped his hands again, then ran out of the small courtyard. Alas, in Li Jinfeng's words, that speed was ungentlemanly. Not long after, Lu Kai came back with Li Yinfeng, whose face was red. The two of them saluted Zhang Xiaohua again, making Zhang Xiaohua at a loss. She didn't know what they were up to. Li Yinfeng said shyly, "Xiaohua, if you can see Xiaohu, you have to tell him about my feelings. Lu Kai and I are at home praying that he and Chang'e can get married in the end." Get married in the end? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. The Misty School was destroyed. Second brother and Changjian were nowhere to be found. No one knew if they were dead or alive. It was hard to say if second brother could meet Changjian and build a relationship with her. However, Zhang Xiaohua still hurriedly returned the salute and said, "I also congratulate you on behalf of second brother. I hope you can live in harmony and have a child soon." Li Yinfeng's face was even redder. While the younger generation was discussing love, the older generation was also concerned. However, love was the most complicated thing. If they interfered a little, there might be a lot of twists and turns. Zhang Kai also didn't understand Zhang Xiaohu's thoughts, so he didn't dare to interrupt. It was only when he heard Zhang Xiaohua say that his son already had someone he liked outside that he became both sad and happy. He was worried about his missing son. Now that they were talking, the atmosphere became more lively. The three old people's thoughts were basically the same. Zhang Kai shouted, "Xiaolong, go and call your mother over. Also, the child." Mr. Liu hurriedly stopped him and said, "It's better to let the in-laws come over. The child caught a cold outside yesterday. Today, before the full moon, it's better not to go out." Zhang Kai smiled and said, "Okay. Then Xiaolong, call your mother over." After a while, Guosufei came back with a smile on her face. Although there was still no news of her second son, Zhang Xiaohu, the return of her missing youngest son and the birth of her long-awaited grandson gave her great comfort. Moreover, this little grandson was smarter than the other children in the village. How could Guosufei not be happy? Today was the day that his precious grandson would be named. For farmers, names were the first step into this world. The quality of a name directly determined the child's life. Thinking back to the names his father had given his three children, they were so wonderful. Little Dragon, Little Tiger, and Little Flower. Looking at his family's situation now, it was something that he had never dreamed of before. It was all thanks to his father's foresight that he had found such good names that reflected the spirit of a dragon horse. Waiting for Guosufei to sit down, Zhang Kai fiddled with his goatee, tapped his pipe and said, "Brother Lu, why don't you say it? You are a knowledgeable person. Your sister-in-law trusts you very much." Mr. Lu waved his hand and said, "Brother Zhang, don't laugh at me. This is the right of a brother. Others can't take it away." Guosufei also said, "Father of the child, hurry up and say it. If it doesn't work, we can ask the in-laws to change it." Zhang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "The name I gave the child is called." Zhang Kai deliberately dragged out his voice, "Zhang Jian." Jian, it means solid. It means that the child is as strong as a rock. In the future, he will also grow strong. Mr. Lu added, "The child must also have a strong will and grow strong like a towering tree." Good. Everyone applauded. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. The word strong reflected everyone's thoughts. Guosufei was also happy. She immediately wanted to stand up and tell Lu Qian the good news. However, Mr. Lu said, "Sister-in-law, don't be anxious." Guosufei was stunned and said, "Is there anything else? Since it's a name, why don't we name it together today?" "There's a name." Guosufei was stunned. Zhang Kai, Zhang Xiaolong, and Zhang Xiaohua were also stunned. Only Lu Kai and Li Jinfeng smiled and said, "Mr. Lu really loves the house and its crow. Zhang Jian has just been born and you want to give him a courtesy name?" Mr. Lu smiled and said, "That's right. Since it's already been named, then it's better to give it to him. Later, sister-in-law, you still have to think of a nickname for the child." Courtesy name? Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohua looked at each other. After Li Jinfeng's explanation, the two of them finally understood. It turned out that the literati in the big cities, in addition to their original names, would be specially bestowed with a courtesy name by their family elders when they reached adulthood. It was a symbol of status. Lu Kai and Li Jinfeng did not have a courtesy name. Therefore, Mr. Lu giving Zhang Jian a courtesy name was a little ahead of schedule. However, this courtesy name was to be used after he came of age. It was understandable for the elders to give him a name now. After all, outsiders would not know. Old Li smiled and said, "Mr. Lu is keeping it a secret. Why didn't you say so earlier? Please tell us, Mr. Lu, so that we can consider it together." Mr. Lu took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "I thought about it for a long time last night. I feel that Jian was born with a vision. In the future, he will not be an ordinary person. Outstanding people are all proud and aloof. This is not good for life. Therefore, I want to give Jian a courtesy name. He will treat others kindly and treat others as his friends. This kind of person will be able to achieve great things. What do you think?" Zhang Yuyu. Li Jinfeng and Lu Kai thought for a while and both of them agreed. The name Zhang Jian could be heard from the Zhang family, but as for the Zhang Yuyu, to be honest, Zhang Kai and Guosufei really couldn't tell what it was. However, since the courtesy name was something of a scholar, it was naturally better for the scholar to say it. Zhang Kai and Guosufei also agreed. However, when it came to Guosufei's turn to come up with a nickname for the child, she frowned. After a long time she said, "In-law, what do you think of Gosheng, Erden, Dumbo, and Gubuli?" Mr. Lu's expression changed and he said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, since you already have a genteel courtesy name, it is not good to use a peasant's nickname. Think about it again." Guosufei thought for a long time and said, "Forget it. Let's give it to you. Why don't I ask Qianqian and see what she thinks?" At this time, Zhang Xiaohua, who had been silent all this time, said, "Father, Mother, Mr. Lu, I have a nickname. Listen and see if it is okay." Zhang Kai was about to scold her when Mr. Lu smiled and said, "It's okay. You say it. Xiaohua, now that you have been outside for several years, you have a lot of experience. This nickname may not be bad. If it is not okay, then let Qianqian decide." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Let's give Jianer a nickname, Byron. What do you think?" Chapter 381. Byron. Guosufei was not the only one who was surprised. Everyone present frowned. Yes, it was understandable that Guosufei had nicknamed Jianchan, Gosheng, or Dumbo. That was what farmers called him. But Byron was not even close to a nickname. It was not as good as Var Huan Huan. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, Mr. Lu has just said that Jian will be an extraordinary person in the future. But now this news has been known by Granny Li. Maybe tomorrow the rumor will spread to the Guozhuang house. Of course, what she saw was just the tip of the iceberg. What we know is the whole truth. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and bowed deeply to old Li's family and Lu Kai's family. These people were even more surprised. The younger ones hurriedly returned the bow and asked, Xiaohua, what do you mean? Zhang Xiaohua said, Granny Li only saw Jian grow up, but everyone saw Jian come out of the lotus. If this news were to spread, it would be a disaster for Jian. Who knows, it might attract the covetous eyes of some people. I beg everyone here, for the sake of Jian's growth, please don't tell anyone what you saw yesterday to outsiders. No one is allowed to do so. Zhang Xiaohua said sincerely and looked serious. Everyone was shocked. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not say anything threatening from his eyes, they did not doubt that if something was leaked, he might not be lenient because of his family relationship with them. In particular, yesterday Zhang Xiaohua split the lotus with his small sword and carried Zhang Jian out of the lotus. He was already regarded as an extraordinary person. Moreover, as early as 5 years ago, he could safely rescue 3 people from the mountain bandits in Shitsue Mountain. 5 years after obtaining the secret martial arts book, it was easy to imagine how high his martial arts skills were. Therefore, the two families agreed with Zhang Xiaohua's proposal from the bottom of their hearts. After all, wasn't Zhang Jian their relative? Why should they make things difficult for their own people? Seeing that everyone had solemnly agreed, Zhang Xiaohua continued, but even Granny Li's rumors will definitely affect Jian. Jian will definitely be bullied or encouraged by other children as he grows up. However, according to my observation, the possibility of Jian being at a disadvantage is not high. However, it is precisely because of this that Jian has to restrain himself and keep a low profile. As the saying goes, the rafters that stick out first rot. I hope that our Jian will keep a low profile. Only by enduring what ordinary people can't endure can he accomplish what ordinary people can't. Mr. Lu, do you think what I said makes sense? Clap, clap, clap. Mr. Lu excitedly clapped his hands and said, Xiaohua's words make a lot of sense. This is also what I wanted to say. But I didn't expect Xiaohua to see it so clearly. Good, it's better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books. It's really not wrong. Zhang Xiaohua was very modest and said, Mr. Lu is too polite. This little one has seen too many such precedents in the Jianghu. That's why this little one spoke out. It's just that this little one has seen too many such precedents in the Jianghu. Mr. Lu smiled and said, Xiaohua, you don't have to be so polite. You don't have to be modest. That year when you followed Xiaolong to Bali village to fetch the bride, I could see that you were extraordinary. Now it seems that my eyesight was really not wrong. Oh right, do you still remember the bow you pulled in front of my house? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Of course I remember. That was the first time I pulled the bow and shot an arrow. How could I forget? Mr. Lu said, That bow is very famous. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, I don't know about this. Please teach me, Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu said, That year when I knew that your big brother's arm was injured, I specially got someone to borrow a soft bow from the village's hunter. But it was just for the occasion. Those 3 arrows were easily shot away by you. At that time no one paid attention to it. They also knew some of my arrangements. But after a few days, the hunter came back from hunting outside the mountains and apologized to me, saying that he had spoiled my happy occasion. This made me very surprised. Only then did I know that he had taken the wrong bow. Not only was it not a soft bow, but it was the hunter's ancestral 5-pickle strong bow. He had not pulled it out for many years. Xiaohua, that's right. I knew that you were not a person of the small pond, so when you wanted to go to Pingyang City to see the world, I was also very supportive of it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, So it's like this. I was saying that after shooting 3 arrows with that bow, all the strength in my body was gone. That's the secret. At this time Li Jinfeng asked Xiaohua, At that time you were only 11 or 12 years old, but your strength was already extraordinary. Oh right, I think I heard you say that you lifted a 500 gene stone weight at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, When did I tell you that? I don't remember. Li Jinfeng scratched his head and said, Maybe it was Shangguan Yun, maybe it was Yu Luan. After a long time I have long forgotten. That's because I only wanted to enter that lotus flower escort agency. Who would still remember how heavy the stone weight was? It was also 500 jin. Li Jinfeng was not satisfied and said, that was 5 or 6 years ago. You have practiced martial arts for such a long time, how much strength do you have now? Is it 1,000 jin? Zhang Xiaohua was about to shake his head and deny it, but when he saw his mother and father's proud eyes, and old manager Li's surprised gaze, he immediately denied his previous thoughts. He knew that although old manager Li was grateful and would not reveal Jian Er's abnormality, he was after all an outsider. He still did not dare to believe it. Listening to his mother and father's words, they wanted him to stay in the Guozhuang house from now on and never leave. But even if he would be free, what about his second brother Zhang Xiaohu? If he really needed to save him, then wouldn't he have lost the opportunity? Therefore, taking this opportunity to establish his prestige and let the elders see his strength was not necessarily a bad thing. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and Zhang Xiaohua liked to do it. 1,000 jin? Zhang Xiaohua said loudly, it's still a bit light. What? Not only was Li Jinfeng surprised, but Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Kai also had their mouths wide open. Is it 1,500 jin? Lu Kai gave a number. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. 2,000 jin? Li Yinfeng also said in surprise. Zhang Xiaohua still shook his head. Xiaohua, don't scare us. Is it 3,000 jin? Zhang Xiaolong finally could not help but say an unbelievable number. Yes, what kind of concept was 3,000 jin? They themselves did not know. They only knew that 5 jin of pork was very heavy. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua still shaking his head, the 3 elders could not take it anymore and asked, 5,000 jin? 8,000 jin? 10,000 jin? When Zhang Kai said the last word, he already had a smile on his face. It was not a smile of pride, but a smile of ridicule. In his opinion, his son was probably joking. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with a smile, Zhang Xiaohua also smiled. His strength was not easy to describe purely from numbers. He thought for a moment, turned his head and looked at the long sword in the corner. He got up and took it, gently putting it on the ground and said, this is my weapon. You will know my strength when you try it. Oh, Li Jinfeng's eyes were sharp. He laughed and said, isn't this what the 4 odd beasts were carrying yesterday? Animals can carry it, so its weight must be limited. 100 jin should be enough. This is not commensurate with your strength. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and did not speak. Li Jinfeng did not go up himself. He knew his own weight, so he looked at Zhang Xiaolong to test his strength. Zhang Xiaolong felt funny. Xiaohua was obviously joking. How could this stone-like thing be a weapon? Even if it was heavy, it was only a few dozen jin. He could definitely carry it. Zhang Xiaolong got up and walked to the sword. He bent down and grabbed the hilt with one hand. He exerted his strength, but it did not move at all. Zhang Xiaolong frowned and then grabbed both sides of the sword with both hands. He exerted his strength at the same time, but it still did not move at all. Zhang Xiaolong got up, clapped his hands and laughed, oh, it is really heavy. I used all my strength, but I can't move it at all. Xiaohua, you are really powerful. This time, everyone knew that the 2 brothers were acting. Lu Kai also laughed and said, Xiaohua is so powerful. I also want to try. Lu Kai also did the same as Zhang Xiaolong. He did not move at all. He got up and praised Zhang Xiaohua with a smile. Li Jinfeng could not sit still anymore. He also did the same. Then, with a strange expression, he also praised without restraint like the previous 2. Now, even Li Yinfeng could not sit still anymore. She wanted to go up and try. Guosufei advised, Yinfeng, don't learn from them. They are all playing with you. Can't you see? Zhang Kai also laughed and said, yes, Yinfeng. Sit here. If you don't go up, you see who else they are going to trick? Anyway, I am not going up to try. Ha ha. Mr. Lu and old manager Li also laughed. At the same time they said, we have eaten more salt than you have rice. Can't we see what you are up to? After the 3 of them finished laughing, the younger generation also laughed. They really did not expect that the old men's hearts were not old. They actually played this trick on them. Li Jinfeng laughed until tears were coming out of his eyes. He said breathlessly, "Little sister, father, we really can't move at all." What? This time it was the four old men's turn to look at each other. So it was not a joke. Zhang Kai couldn't sit still any longer. That was because Mr. Lu was a frail scholar, and old manager Li often used an abacus. Only he still had some strength, especially after drinking spring water for so many years. He still felt very good about himself. Zhang Kai walked to the side of the long sword and carefully sized it up. He directly used both hands to hold it. He did not dare to use the strength of his whole body. If it was really not heavy, wouldn't he fall down? Let the younger generation laugh at him? Zhang Kai used 20% of his strength. That stone stick did not move an inch. Zhang Kai used 50% of his strength. That stone stick still did not move. Until the end, Zhang Kai used all his strength. That stone stick still did not move. Chapter 382. Zhang Kai clapped his hands. Just like Li Jinfeng, he smiled and said, "Xiaohua, you are really naughty. You want us to carry such a heavy thing. Who can lift it?" Looking at Zhang Kai's appearance, if Mr. Lu and old shopkeeper Li didn't know Zhang Kai very well, they might have thought that he was lying to them. Guosufei asked doubtfully, "Xiaohua, how heavy is this small thing? No one can lift it at all." Zhang Xiaohua walked in front and picked it up with one hand. She waved it lightly and said, "Mother, to be honest, I don't know how heavy it is. After all, I haven't seen such a heavy thing." Oh, everyone suddenly understood. What she said was true. Who had nothing better to do? What's the use of weighing so many things? Seeing this, Zhang Xiaolong's eyes lit up and said, "Xiaohua, it's great that you're back. You're so strong. In the future, we won't need cows to plow the fields anymore." Bang! Zhang Xiaohua fell to the ground. After a while she got up and said, "Big brother, you can't do this. You can't let me do anything. Plow the fields for cows. You're wasting resources. Then go help people dig wells. Your strength is equivalent to 10 people." Zhang Xiaolong was very economical. After everyone chatted for a while, Guosufei and Li Yinfeng went to the small courtyard next door and told Lu Qian the names of the 3 babies. Lu Qian was very happy when she heard it. Needless to say, the names and courtesy names were carefully chosen by the elders. She had some experience with Zhang Xiaohua's miracle. Everyone knew that she was pregnant for 10 months, but she was pregnant for 5 years before she gave birth. Zhang Xiaohua already knew about this situation 5 years ago. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua even gave her a small stone. When the stone turned into powder, her son was born. Could it be explained with the word coincidence? Today, Zhang Xiaohua actually gave her son a pet name. It was exactly what she wanted. The name Byron was really extraordinary. How could Lu Qian not be happy? She picked up her son who was sleeping soundly next to her. Zhang Jian, Zhang Yuyu, and Zhang Byron called him one by one. Hearing this, the child opened his eyes in a daze and babbled nonsense. Li Jinfeng's family of 3 went to Guozhuang House to pay a New Year's greeting to the Zhang family because of the new year. Lu Kai and his wife came together because Li Yinfeng went back to her parents' home. Anyway, they had to come. As soon as the 2 groups of people arrived at Guozhuang House, they encountered Lu Qian giving birth, so they stayed to help. Now the child was born smoothly and the New Year's greeting was over. Li Jinfeng's family of 3 naturally had to go back to Lu Town. However, Zhang Kai was happy and said, "Brother, if you're not busy with the affairs in town, you can go back later. It won't be too late to leave after the 15th day of the first lunar month. Anyway, Guozhuang House has a place to stay." Shopkeeper Li's business in Lu Town had been doing well in recent years. He thought that there would be nothing to do during the new year. So, after a little hesitation, he agreed to Zhang Kai's suggestion. In fact, if Zhang Xiaohua didn't come back, Shopkeeper Li might not have hesitated. She had just given birth and was very busy. Wouldn't it be troublesome if his family stayed here? Although he didn't know exactly what kind of person Zhang Xiaohua was now 5 years ago, she could go into the tiger's den and come out unscathed. 5 years later, Zhang Xiaohua must be even more incredible. Mr. Lu and Zhang Kai didn't hang around in Lu Town, so they didn't have much impression of the outside world. Shopkeeper Li knew what kind of person Zhang Xiaohua would be if she was in Lu Town. Moreover, according to Zhang Kai and Guosufei's meaning, his youngest son wouldn't be allowed to travel far in the future. Since he couldn't travel far, where could he go? He couldn't really farm in the Guozhuang house, so Zhang Xiaohua's only choice was Lu Town. Therefore, shopkeeper Li's little abacus was very clear. As long as he had a good relationship with Zhang Xiaohua, his family should be able to do whatever they wanted in Lu Town in the future. Therefore, Zhang Kai's politeness at this time was like handing a pillow to a thirsty person. Shopkeeper Li hesitated for a moment and immediately accepted it. Lu Kai and Li Yinfeng didn't need to be mentioned. They directly lived in Mr. Lu's house. On one hand they served their father and on the other hand they took care of their sister. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. In the past few days Zhang Xiaohua didn't go anywhere. She just wandered around the Guozhuang house, paying New Year's greetings here and sending gifts there. It was true that this farmer's house was simple, but it wasn't necessarily pure. In the past, Guosufei was the only girl in the Guozhuang house, and she was bullied both openly and secretly. Zhang Kai married into the family and gave birth to 3 fat boys. In the eyes of the farmers, they were 3 strong men. Therefore, there were fewer bullies. However, just when the family's life was getting better, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu disappeared. At first, people thought that they had gone to other places to live and maybe they would be successful in the future. Well, when Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu came back for the first time, people in the Guozhuang house envied them for a while. Many people had never seen such a tall red horse before. However, the 2 left in a hurry and didn't come back for many years. Therefore, many rumors spread. Li Yinfeng's arrival indirectly made the idlers in the Guozhuang house a little apprehensive. But later Li Yinfeng married Lu Kai. Although the Zhang family kept their mouths shut, this fact couldn't be covered up. In addition, Guosufei fell ill twice. How could the people in the Guozhuang house not know that something had happened to the Zhang family? In addition, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua had brought home 3,000 to 4,000 taels of silver. Although they did not spend extravagantly, it was still needed to improve their lives. The original small courtyard was renovated, and a new courtyard was built next to it. The idle men in the village were jealous, and rumors began to spread. Some said that the money was exchanged with the lives of the 2 sons, some said that the 2 sons had committed robbery, and some said that the rumors were unpleasant to hear. Fortunately, the Zhang family had always had a good reputation in the village, and many people leaned towards the former. The eyes of the people were really sharp. This rumor was really infinitely close to the truth. The Zhang family couldn't deny it. In fact, there was nothing to explain. In particular, due to Granny Li's adding fuel to the fire, there were already some rumors about Zhang Jian's birth. Although Zhang Xiaohua was just 18 years old, he had licked the blood of blades in the Jianghu. He had a good understanding of the human heart. The evolution of the way of heaven had given him endless training, and he had already clearly seen the undercurrents behind the simple farmers. Therefore, during this period of time, he had spent a lot of time hanging out with the idlers in the Guozhuang house. From time to time, he would show off his Jianghu experience, talk about the bloodshed of revenge, and when he was full of enthusiasm, he would pick up a stone or millstone with one hand to show off his strength. Even some young men who had learned a thing or two came forward to show off a few times, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate to send them flying with a kick. At most, there were about a dozen of them, and they all surrounded and attacked Zhang Xiaohua as if they were joking. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hold back at all. He didn't even use his hands, and with less than a minute of kung fu, he knocked them down one by one. This time the crowd closed their mouths, and there was only fear and admiration in their eyes. Zhang Xiaohua was very satisfied with this result. He clapped his hands and left. Zhang Xiaohua went to Zhang Jian's place every day. He didn't tell anyone about Zhang Jian's extraordinariness, including Lu Qian. However, in these few days, he didn't see any special differences between him and other children. For example, he could talk and walk when he was born. Instead, he went to sleep every day after drinking milk. He didn't look like he was worrying at all. Yes, he didn't look like he was sleeping soundly while clutching the 2 ugly little stones. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was slightly relieved. There was no one in the family who was particularly strong. If Zhang Jian stood out too much, it was inevitable that there would be trouble. Keeping a low profile was the way to go. As for his little nephew's future, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't worried at all. What a joke. The omen was so strong. If he didn't have a bright future, it must be God who was blind. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, Old shopkeeper Li and his family decided to go back to Lu Town. In these few days, old shopkeeper Li tried to persuade Li Jinfeng to hang out more with Zhang Xiaohua. However, Li Jinfeng didn't care. Zhang Xiaohua was indeed powerful, but wasn't he his student who initiated him? Old shopkeeper Li opened his heart to him and became friends with him. There was really no need to flatter him deliberately. Li Jinfeng originally wanted to get information about Qiutong from Zhang Xiaohua. Now Li Jinfeng would rather not ask than look for Zhang Xiaohua. This surprised Zhang Xiaohua for a while. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, Lu Town had festive lanterns. Guozhuang House also had this custom. However, it wasn't as lively as Lu Town. Old shopkeeper Li naturally invited the Zhang family to Lu Town to take a look. After giving birth, Lu Qian recovered very well. She could walk a few days ago. She didn't look as weak as Zhang Xiaohua imagined. However, she couldn't leave the courtyard until she was 1 month old. Guo Sufei and Zhang Xiaolong had to stay at home to take care of Xiao Jian. Only Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohua were left in the Zhang family. Zhang Kai didn't want to go. However, when he thought that Xiaohua had been hanging out with the young people in the village for the past few days, he thought that he couldn't bear the loneliness. Therefore, he wanted to bring him to Lu Town to take a look. Since he was willing to go, Zhang Xiaohua naturally accompanied him. Mr. Lu's family was a leisurely trio. They could leave at any time. Therefore, the group of people came to Lu Town. The last time they came to Lu Town was 5 years ago. The Li family was in ruins, but it had been rebuilt. It was not inferior to before. Old shopkeeper Li held a banquet at home to entertain the Zhang and Lu families. When shopkeeper Yu of the Jade Shop heard the news, he prepared gifts early and brought his daughter and son-in-law to thank them. Fortunately, the Li family was now well off. The central room was very spacious, so it could accommodate so many people. The banquet was very enjoyable until night fell. Before the sky turned dark, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard outside. Firecrackers and the like were also going off non-stop. Although Four Trees was not the most prosperous place in Lu Town, it was still a hubbub of voices and unusually lively. Chapter 383. Guozhuang House and Balagu were both in the countryside. Ever since Li Yinfeng married into Balagu, she had not seen such a lively 15th day of the first lunar month for several years. When she heard the sound of gongs and drums on the street, she could not sit still. It seemed that she was even more anxious to go out than Zhang Xiaohua. On the contrary, the 18-year-old Zhang Xiaohua was very well behaved and sat down with a smile. Nonsense. His divine sense had already been sent out. Of course, he did not need to be so anxious. But he sat so steadily that it unconsciously made everyone present think highly of him. Of course, look at this child. He really seemed to have lived in a big town. This calmness was not something that ordinary people could compare with. Seeing that it was almost time, everyone was full. Old shopkeeper Li got up and, together with shopkeeper Yu, led everyone to the street. They followed the flow of people and admired the lanterns on both sides of the street. The 15th day of the first lunar month was the day of the full moon. High in the sky, a bright moon hung there. Many shops on both sides of the street hung up homemade lanterns. There were also hawkers who set up stalls to sell lanterns. In the flow of people there were old and young. All of them had lanterns in their hands. They walked and looked and chatted. Not long after Zhang Xiaohua and the others left the Li family, they came across a stall selling lanterns. Shopkeeper Yu waved his hand and everyone bought one. Even Zhang Kai accepted it gladly. He carried a medium-sized lantern in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised when she saw this. In her impression, her father was a somewhat old-fashioned person. She had never seen him carry such things for children. But then she saw old shopkeeper Yu and old shopkeeper Li also carrying a lantern with a smile. She laughed in her heart. It turns out that there is innocence in everyone's heart. There were many people on the street, but they were also divided into groups. Li Jinfeng, Lu Kai, and the son-in-law of the Yu family Zhang Xiaohua walked together. Li Jinfeng knew that Zhang Xiaohua was unfamiliar with these things, so he pointed here and there and introduced them to him in detail. Li Yinfeng and Yu Biha were together, holding exquisite lanterns in their hands. It was unknown what they were whispering to each other, but they were also covering their mouths and laughing. The four old people walked at the back. They were a little slow, but they were also chatting happily and nodding their heads frequently. After walking through a few streets, the flow of people increased. It was as if they had been cooped up at home for an entire year, and only came out now to get some fresh air. In front of them, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard. Waves of cheers could be heard. Li Jinfeng explained with a smile, "In front of us is a big square in the west of the city. Most of the temple fairs during the new year are held here. Presumably, there is a lion and dragon dance performance now, which is why it attracted so many cheers." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. He had an affinity with this square in Lu Town. The first time he saw Lu Qian being molested in the square with his father and two brothers, he stood up for justice and helped Zhang Xiaolong win the beauty. 5 years ago, he and his second brother came across a Jianghu man who was selling medicine in the square and was bullied. He also stood up for justice and got something similar to a pill formula. He also broke one of the bully's legs. He didn't know what strange things he would encounter today. Unfortunately, when he turned the corner of the street, he saw a group of bright lights and a lively scene in front of him. Everyone's face was filled with a happy smile. There was nothing unusual about it. In the middle of the square, 2 dragon dance teams were holding wooden poles. Each of them danced with 2 long dragon-shaped lanterns. They were having a hearty battle. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the dragon shape, she couldn't help but feel moved. On the 9th day of the first month, the dragon shape formed by the heaven and earth essence qi that she saw in her divine sense was similar to this dragon lantern. Presumably, this dragon-shaped essence qi didn't appear just now. It was estimated that 10,000 years ago, when the immortal Tao was at its peak, it also appeared from time to time. This was why the immortal cultivator saw it. He didn't know how it spread to the mortal world. But why wasn't there a phoenix lantern? However, immediately Zhang Xiaohua had an answer. Dragon dance. Wasn't it because of the dragon's long body that everyone felt lively when they cooperated? If it was a phoenix dance, only one person would take it. How would it be fun to dance? Moreover, the dragon's head was difficult to tie. If it was a phoenix, the whole body was difficult to tie. It was also inconvenient to do it. It should be so. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua was quite proud of her cleverness. Around the dragon dance team, there were more than 10 lion dance teams. They were all sweating profusely. Not only Zhang Xiaohua was happy to see this, but the others also kept applauding. Zhang Xiaohua was also pitiful. Before he went to Pingyang City, he was 12 years old. During these 12 years, he only had the opportunity to come to Lu Town during the new year, and it was always during the day. He had never experienced the scenery of Lu Town at night. He used to think that the people in Lu Town were like the Guozhuang house, who would turn off the lights and go to sleep when the sky turned dark. Even on the 15th and 16th of the first month, he just took Xiaohua's lantern for a stroll in the village. Until today, he realized that the nightlife of the people in this town was really rich and colorful. After a while, the number of people in the square gradually increased. Zhang Xiaohua and the others were slowly squeezed to a corner of the square. However, even if they were not in the center, it was still lively here. Just as they were enjoying the show, a woman suddenly stumbled out from an alley next to the square. She cried and shouted, my child's father, where are you? My child has been snatched away." She shouted and searched all the way. At this moment, a person blocked her and shouted, "Wunyang, what happened to your Zizi?" Wunyang cried and shouted, "Second uncle, just now Zizi and I were making lanterns in the courtyard." Suddenly, a masked black shadow fell from the sky, grabbed Zizi and then jumped onto the roof and disappeared. "Tell me, how can I live like this?" The person pointed in a direction and said, "I think I saw Brother Lu over there just now. You go and look for him." Sigh. Wunyang grabbed his hand as if she was asking for help. She had long forgotten her scruples and said, "Second uncle, can I trouble you to go to the government and ask them to send someone over?" The person said firmly, "Don't worry, Wunyang, I'll go now. However, you have to be mentally prepared. During the new year, the government is the most lax. Moreover, according to what you said, that person is a high-ranking person. How would the government dare to interfere?" Wunyang cried even more miserably and said, Then, I really can't live anymore." After saying that, she stumbled in that direction again. The person called second uncle also sighed and said, "This world." He touched his money pouch, separated the crowd, and went straight to the government. At this moment a familiar person next to him said, "Sigh, poor Zizi. I just saw her at the corner of the street this morning. She's a very cute little girl." The person next to him also said in surprise, "Don't you think it's strange? Why would someone be interested in a girl from an ordinary family? If he wants to kidnap someone, he should kidnap a beauty, right?" "Yes," second aunt said, "that it's obviously a master in the martial arts world. Wouldn't it be better if he came at night? Why did he have to kidnap her now? What time is it now?" Another person said, "Don't underestimate this girl. When I met her this morning, second aunt was taking her for a divination. The blind fortune teller said that this girl's ghost fate is on the 7th day of the 7th month. It's the most gloomy. If she can be used properly and find a good husband, she will bring good fortune to her husband's family." TSK. Could it be that the martial arts master in the martial arts world eavesdropped on it and was itching to kidnap her before the sky turned dark? Cripple, you're just talking nonsense. Zizi is just a 7-year-old child. I'm just saying, maybe the martial arts master is interested in this? These words were getting more and more unpleasant. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Human nature was really unpredictable. He turned to the side and saw several pairs of eyes staring at him. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She reached out and rubbed her face left and right. Puzzled, she said, "Father, there's no dust on my face, right?" Zhang Kai said, "No. Even if there is, it's so dark. How can I see?" "Then why are you looking at me?" Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. Zhang Kai frowned. He looked around and whispered, "Xiaohua, didn't you hear about what happened to Zizi just now? Don't you have anything to say?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Of course, I have extreme sympathy. If her mother was born a few hours later, perhaps there wouldn't be such a tragedy." Zhang Kai pointed at Zhang Xiaohua angrily. He didn't know what to say. He lowered his voice and said, "Didn't you learn martial arts? Seeing her child go missing as a mother, she doesn't want to live anymore. Don't you have any intention of helping her?" In fact, when the second mother said that her daughter had been taken away, Zhang Xiaohua had already released his divine sense. He had already seen the black-clothed man with the little girl under his armpit. However, there were many people in the square now. The black-clothed man's qigong didn't seem to be very good. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to chase after him. He only wanted to find an opportunity to relieve himself or play some sort of squeezing before going to rescue the girl. But now that his father had pointed it out in front of him, he was in a bit of a dilemma. Actually, it wasn't really a dilemma. Zhang Xiaohua just wanted to stand out in a low-key manner. But these people in front of him, who didn't know that he was an expert? If not for this, Zhang Kai wouldn't have pointed at him and scolded him. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Father, don't be angry. Your good son will go now. What do you think?" Go where? The cucumbers are already cold. What's the use of you going now?" Zhang Kai looked at this unfilial son and was still fuming. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and was a bit speechless. What was wrong with his father? It was said that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. But this power didn't belong to his father. When did his sense of responsibility become so inflated? Seeing that there weren't many people around, Zhang Xiaohua whispered to Lu Kai, "Brother Kai, pay attention to protect my father. Don't let anything happen to him. I'll be back soon." Lu Kai's face was nervous and said, "Xiaohua, where are you going? Giving such a difficult task to me. I feel burdened in my heart." Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, "I'm going to the side alley to relieve myself." Sigh, everyone collapsed. Chapter 384. Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked into the dark alley. Looking around, he really looked like a young man who was secretly urinating. However, when he reached the darkness, he twisted his body as usual and suddenly disappeared. The quiet alley seemed as if no one had ever been there. After Zhang Xiaohua's figure appeared in another place, he didn't waste any time and leaped onto the roof. His feet didn't touch the ground as he chased after a certain place. Yes, it was indeed a roof that didn't touch the ground. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was indeed useful. However, there was also a drawback. It was like a person standing at a very high place overlooking Lu Town. Everything was in his eyes, but everything was clear and there was no distinction of importance. Just like just now when Zhang Xiaohua heard Wu Nyang's narration, He released his divine sense to search. However, Lu Town was so big. Although Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could barely cover it, if the black figure didn't leave hurriedly on the roof, he might not be able to track him down. At this time, after a delay, the black figure had gone far away. It seemed that he had escaped the range of Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. A 7-year-old girl was at the age of flower buds. If something happened to her, her life would be over. Zhang Xiaohua chased after the black figure with all his might. At the same time, he carefully recalled the records of the divine sense in the Carefree Heart Sutra. He wanted to find the technique of using the divine sense in order to overcome the shortcoming of using the divine sense crudely. Half a cup of tea's time passed. Zhang Xiaohua didn't find the answer he was looking for from the Carefree Heart Sutra. This Carefree Heart Sutra was just a basic cultivation method. It only talked about the methods of drawing qi into the body and refining qi. For other magical powers, it only explained the things to pay attention to, but there wasn't the slightest bit of technique to use. Presumably, there wasn't a unified standard for the use of the divine sense. Perhaps each family had their own secret method. So this sutra didn't have any records. While Zhang Xiaohua was pondering, a black shadow jumped out from another place in her divine sense. It was also holding a black object under its armpit and running in another direction. Zhang Xiaohua was startled, but she immediately understood. No wonder she couldn't find him after chasing him all the way. She thought she had made a mistake and didn't see that the black-clothed man's qigong was extremely brilliant. It turned out that this guy actually had some foresight. He first hid for a moment, then changed directions to avoid being tracked. Fortunately, this bastard's patience was not enough. If he had waited for her to chase him out of the city before he came out, she would have suffered unspeakable hardships and lost face in front of her father for nothing. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little angry. She didn't do anything in the air, but she immediately changed direction and floated towards that guy like a ghost. Maybe it was because Zhang Xiaohua was extremely afraid of death, or maybe it was because Zhang Xiaohua was extremely talented in qigong. In short, his levitation technique and escape technique would rapidly improve after a period of time. Under his deliberate use in the night, his figure actually showed signs of blurring. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was as fast as the wind. Although the black-clothed man was very careful and tried his best to escape, Zhang Xiaohua also didn't have the intention of letting a long line to catch a big fish. So, in the next moment, she had already caught up to that guy's back. Thinking that Zhang Xiaohua was using levitation technique, the tip of her feet basically didn't stop on the roof to borrow strength. Therefore, although that black-clothed man pricked up his ears, he didn't hear any strange movements. It wasn't until the last moment when Zhang Xiaohua approached that the black-clothed man seemed to have a warning in his heart and suddenly wanted to turn around. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him see her face? She stretched out her left hand and grabbed the back of that guy's neck as if she was pinching a chicken. According to Zhang Xiaohua's previous thinking, as long as her left hand exerted a little force, this guy's neck would be broken. But just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to exert more force, she didn't know why she suddenly thought of the little kitten lying under the carriage on the snow with its 4 legs twitching. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart. I don't know where this black-clothed man came from. I also don't know if his hands are stained with blood. AI, forget it. Let's just let the authorities scratch their heads. There's no need for me to think about this nonsense. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaohua slightly reduced the force in her hand, the black-clothed man immediately fainted. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and immediately stretched out her right hand to catch the thing that was about to fall from the black-clothed man's armpit. It was a burlap sack. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and chose an empty platform. Landing, she caught the bright moonlight and opened the burlap sack, revealing a delicate and pretty little girl. Her eyes were tightly closed and her breathing was even. The black-clothed man must have fed her some medicine or sealed her acupoints. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. Sealing acupoints was a martial arts technique. He had only been sealed before and had never practiced it. Therefore, he didn't dare to act rashly. If he was fed medicine, he would be helpless. Thinking about it, it was better to leave these things to the experts. He just needed to send the child back safely. Finished thinking, Zhang Xiaohua carried one in each hand and was about to be sensible. Suddenly he seemed to have thought of something. This black-clothed man did such a repulsive thing in the middle of the night. He must not be a good person. Even if I don't know if he should be killed, I can't let him go so easily. If I hand him over to the authorities with the corruption of the authorities, they will definitely find him and let him go. That would really be letting him off easy. Not knowing why, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the Misty School's disciple, who had his dantian destroyed and his martial arts crippled. I don't have internal energy, but don't I have true qi? Even though I haven't trained my lower dantian, I know the location of my lower dantian. Either way, I'll use this bastard to practice. It can be considered as making good use of trash. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and put down the gunny sack. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at the location of the black-clothed man's lower dantian. Just as his finger touched the skin, a stream of true qi entered his body and directly pierced his dantian. The black-clothed man's internal energy that he had painstakingly cultivated immediately dissipated in his body following the destruction of his dantian. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to withdraw his true qi. Instead, after the black-clothed man's dantian was destroyed, his true qi circled around his dantian for a while, and then wandered through his meridians for a while before withdrawing it back into his body. Zhang Xiaohua sat under the moonlight and used his finger to scratch his chin. He thought to himself, the lower dantian is where the internal energy of martial arts is stored. It is like a warehouse. As long as the walls are pushed down, the internal energy inside will run out. Because the warehouse is destroyed, no matter how much one cultivates, they will not be able to accumulate internal energy. Therefore, their martial arts will be crippled. The meridians of the immortal path and martial arts are interlinked. It's just that the true qi is different. One is heaven and earth yuan qi, while the other is self-cultivated internal energy. The person who created the martial arts was really a talented person. He could even think of such an unimaginable method. It's a pity that the immortal path is not only about drawing true qi into the body, but also tempering the meridians. Even my own middle dantian has long been tempered to the point where it is like an impenetrable fortress. How could it be so easily broken by someone using true qi? Moreover, because martial arts cannot temper the meridians, the talent of the martial arts practitioner is the most important. This talent is not only about comprehension, but more importantly, the width of the meridians in the body. If the same level of comprehension is used, the wider the meridians and the larger the dantian will definitely have a brighter future. This can't be compared to the cultivation methods of the immortal path, which can continuously temper and widen the meridians. There is unlimited room for improvement. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua still somewhat underestimated the martial arts. No matter what, the martial arts were also based on the immortal path. How could the creator of the martial arts not understand the principles within? It's just that the cultivation methods of the martial arts were also divided according to the creator. Moreover, because the martial arts had existed for tens of thousands of years, a profound internal strength cultivation method would also have various branches. Each branch would have a unique aspect. Therefore, in Zhang Xiaohua's era, high-level cultivation methods that could temper the meridians were actually rare. However, it was not like what Zhang Xiaohua thought, that the cultivation methods of the martial arts simply did not have the effect of tempering the meridians. After understanding the principle of breaking the dantian and abolishing the cultivation of internal strength, Zhang Xiaohua also laughed. The person who could think of such a vicious method was also a genius. If the dantian was broken by the internal strength, there would be no chance to repair it. It was really killing without spilling blood. It was even more sinister than using a small sword to cut the throat. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky. It was already late. Presumably, her father and the others were also waiting anxiously. Then she picked up the sack and used the levitation technique to run to the place where she came from. Not long after, she had already arrived at the corner of the square. At this time, the gongs and drums in the square were still playing. The dragon and lion dance had not stopped. She saw that outside the small alley that Fifth Mother ran out from just now, there was still a group of people standing. Among them, there were two yamen runners who were holding two lanterns in their hands. They had an impatient expression as they listened to Fifth Mother's crying and complaining. Beside Fifth Mother, there was a rather down-and-out middle-aged scholar. He squatted there, hugging his head and sighing from time to time. Sometimes he even slapped his own mouth and muttered something. As for her father and the others, they were also standing at the side, watching from afar. They were still looking around, as if they were looking for her traces. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua exerted force with her left hand and threw the black-clothed man in front of them. Then her right hand was not idle. Following the black-clothed man's position, she also gently threw the sack over. The two Yamen runners were listening impatiently. Suddenly their vision turned black. A black object fell in front of their eyes with a pop sound. Then, another black object followed and fell right on top of the previous object. When they looked carefully, there was an open sack on top, and a masked black-clothed man was below it. The expressions of the two Yamen runners changed greatly. They immediately threw the lanterns to the side, shook their hands and pulled out the padao from their waists. They shouted loudly, "Who? Who?" It was fine if they did not shout. Once they shouted, it was obvious that they were timid. "Please collect, please tip, thank you." Chapter 385. The two Yamen runners took out their swords and pretended to scold around. Where was the shadow of a person to be seen? However, Fifth Mother did not care about their show. She just stared at the black-clothed man on the ground. Then she turned her gaze to the open gunny sack. Her eyes were filled with surprise. She ran over quickly and opened the gunny sack with a few hands, revealing the little girl who was unconscious with her eyes closed. The woman shouted loudly, "Father of the child, come quickly. It's our Zizi. She has been rescued." The middle-aged scholar who was squatting on the ground and regretting slapping his face immediately stood up and wanted to go over there. Perhaps because he had squatted for a long time, his legs were numb. After taking a few steps, his legs went soft and he fell to the ground. However, the scholar hurriedly got up, as if he did not care about the mud on his body and face. He quickly walked over. When he saw his daughter, he smiled like a child and said, "Zizi, Zizi, it's really Zizi. God knows." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and wanted to touch the child's face. Only then did he realize that his hand was full of mud. He quickly wiped his hand on his clothes and then carefully stretched out his hand again. He was afraid that his hand would dirty the child's face, but he also wanted to personally verify the existence of the child with his hand. He could only gently touch the child's little face and brush the hair on her face before he retracted his hand with relief. Wunyang carried Zizi back from the gunny sack. The scholar saw the black-clothed man on the ground. Instantly, a fierce light appeared in his eyes. He raised his foot and stomped on the black-clothed man's body. He kept cursing as he stomped on the black-clothed man. When Zhang Kai and the others were watching, Zhang Xiaohua quietly walked over from behind. When they saw him coming over, everyone's faces showed a smile. Even Yubiha's husband looked at him with stars in his eyes. It seemed that he had not recovered from the fact that there was really such a powerful person around him. Lu Kai smiled and said, "Xiaohua, you took quite a long time to urinate." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Oh, I can't help it. Uncle Li is really enthusiastic. He let me drink so much wine. Young people digest well. As long as I go more often, please don't blame me." Zhang Kai laughed and scolded, "When did you learn to be so glib?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Father, you've wronged the boy. The boy is very honest." Then he looked in that direction and said, "Uncle Li, since the people from the government are already here, and the person who kidnapped the girl has also run back, let's go back quickly. It's already late, it's better to rest early." Zhang Kai also knew Zhang Xiaohua's problem, so he said, "Sai, young people lack sleep. Brother Li, let's go. I've already seen the Lantern Festival. It's really eye-opening. If I have time next year, I'll have to ask you again." Old shopkeeper Li smiled even more brilliantly and said, of course, you're welcome to harass me. You're welcome to harass me." With that, everyone prepared to return home. However, at this moment, a new situation suddenly occurred. The scholar stepped on the man in black with all his strength, and the two Yamen runners howled for a long time but still couldn't see a shadow. They were about to put away their padao and come over to watch. In fact, the two of them were half happy and half worried. They were happy because they caught the thief effortlessly. Of course, it was a great merit. They were worried because this person was obviously from Jianghu, and was definitely not someone they could afford to offend. It was like a hot potato that was forced into their hands. The black-clothed man had only fainted from Zhang Xiaohua's grip. After the fall and the scholar's ferocious assault, he slowly regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes and looked around, He did not quite understand what had just happened. However, what had just happened was not important. What was important was how to escape from here. In front of him, there were only two people who wanted to go forward but didn't dare to. The one who was trying to step on him was a weak scholar. The little girl was still unconscious, and there were only a group of men and women in plain clothes surrounding him. These people were just like ants in his eyes. Why would he care about them? The man in black understood his situation. He grabbed the scholar's foot and was about to throw him away with his strength. At this time he found that he couldn't mobilize his genuine chi. Then he checked his genuine chi and his face immediately turned pale. His inner strength was abolished. What should he do? Thinking of this, the man in black used all his strength to pull the scholar down. Then, he turned around and forcibly took the little girl from Wunyang's hands. He held her with his left hand, and then took out a dagger from his arms with his right hand and put it on the child's neck. He screamed, get out of the way or I'll kill this child." When the two Yamen runners saw that the man in black had woken up, they were scared witless and immediately ran away. The surrounding people were also stunned and didn't know what to do. Wunyang rushed over from the side and begged while crying, "Hero, please kidnap me. Please put down the child, okay?" The man in black kicked Wunyang aside and scolded, "What's the use of keeping you? You're already an old noob." Zhang Xiaohua, who was about to leave in the distance, saw this and immediately put her hand into her arms. At this time the scholar, who had just been pulled down by the man in black, took advantage of the moment when the man in black turned his attention to Wunyang and pounced on him desperately. One of his hands first grabbed the sharp blade of the dagger on the child's neck, and the other hand grabbed the man in black's wrist. Then, he stretched out his head and bit the man's hand that was holding the dagger. The man in black screamed in pain and raised his leg to kick the scholar's waist. However, even if the scholar was in pain, he still didn't let go. Blood immediately flowed from his hand that was holding the dagger and dripped on the child's fair neck. The man in black kept kicking, but the scholar seemed to be determined. He gritted his teeth and didn't let go. Immediately, blood also flowed from the man in black's hand. The man in black was even more nervous. He held the girl with one hand and used his other hand to snatch the dagger back. His other leg also kept kicking the scholar. Seeing that the scholar was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, the people who were watching by the side couldn't stand it anymore. Someone shouted, "Old and young men, this is our Lu town's villagers. We must not let this bad guy hurt our child. Charge, trample him to death, let's see how arrogant he can be." As he shouted, a short and fat man led the crowd out and ran towards the man in black. Since there was a big brother leading the way, the others also rushed up like the wind. When the man in black saw this, his eyes revealed a look of horror. He didn't expect that the man in black, who usually looked like a yes-man and timid, would have a hot-blooded side. He quickly let go of his right hand and threw the girl aside. At this time, the scholar was also exhausted and could no longer hold on to the man's wrist. His hand loosened and the man in black broke free. The man in black no longer cared about anything else and hurriedly tried to find a way to escape. Unfortunately, he was already surrounded in the span of a few breaths. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaohua didn't take out her small sword. She knew that the man in black's internal strength had been destroyed and was about the same as an ordinary person. With so many villagers around, he might not be able to escape. When the man in black saw that the crowd had surrounded him, he waved the dagger in his hand up and down and said fiercely, "Whoever dares to come up, I'll take his life." After saying that, he walked in a direction. The people in front of him immediately hid outside in fear. It was okay to make a scene, but they couldn't hurt their own lives. When the man in black saw this, he was overjoyed. Just as he was about to rush out, he heard a person in front of him shout, "We can't let him escape. If he comes back to snatch girls in the future, what should we do? Come on, burn this evil man to death." After saying that, a lantern flew out of thin air and smashed onto the man in black. With a tongue sound, the lantern was ignited and the man in black's clothes were immediately set ablaze. When the crowd saw this, their eyes lit up and the lanterns in their hands were thrown at the man. In an instant, countless lanterns gathered together and burned. The man in black immediately became a burning fireball. No matter how he swatted at the lanterns or even rolled on the ground, he couldn't extinguish the fire on his body. The man in black was burned until he screamed in pain. Even so, the burning lanterns were still thrown at him. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua completely took out her hand from her chest. She muttered, "The ancients said, the most brilliant martial arts, in the vast sea of people's war, are also helpless. There is no need to deceive." Amidst the flames, the man in black gradually stopped howling, and his rolling body also stopped. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and sighed, saying, "Let's go, Uncle Li. It's really late. If we don't leave now, I'm going to fall asleep here." The people by the side were also dumbstruck. They really didn't expect that the man in black would end up like this. He was burned alive. Even if they knew that the man in black was doing bad things, but seeing such a miserable state, they still couldn't bear to see it. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's urging, they also suppressed the emotions in their eyes and walked out along the edge of the square. And the eyes of the commoners who were watching the man in black's burning body actually sparkled with excitement. On the way, Zhang Xiaohua and the others didn't speak. They only walked silently under Li Jinfeng's lead. Walking in the middle of the crowd, the two women's faces were also a little pale. Their eyes flickered, as if the scene just now had left a deep impression on them. When they returned to the Li family, no one had the slightest desire to sleep. Old shopkeeper Li set up a table in the hall and asked people to brew hot tea. Everyone drank a cup, only then did they warm up. They looked at each other with lingering fear. Li Jinfeng said, "It's really too shocking. I really didn't expect that it would end up like this." Everyone nodded. Only Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Brother Li, what did you think would end up like this?" Li Jinfeng was a little speechless, saying, "At first, I thought that the man in black would be taken away by the yamen runners. But I didn't expect that when the man in black took out his dagger, the one who ran first was the one who shouldn't have run the least." Chapter 386. Yes, Li Jinfeng was speechless. The government that he had high hopes for had given him the most disappointing answer. What else could he say? But Li Jinfeng's lips were still trembling slightly. "But to burn that person to death, it's really cruel," Lu Kai added. Seeing that the younger generation in the hall were all discussing, the four old men sitting at the head of the table were silent. Zhang Kai was a little better. Although he was older, he only lived in Guozhuang House. The hatred of the villagers was all in the open. Most of them were rumors and gossip. It was rare for someone to actually do something like this. He had also never seen so many people vent their anger on one person and burn him to death. For a moment he was not used to it. Old shopkeeper Li and old shopkeeper Yu were not the same. They lived in Lu Town and had seen many petty thieves. In their business dealings, it was not uncommon to see despicable methods. Especially last time when old shopkeeper Li's family was almost wiped out by the mountain bandits. His mentality had already changed slightly. Towards such evildoers, they were afraid that they would not be able to get rid of them completely. Old shopkeeper Yu was the same. Of course, even if the two of them wanted the black-clothed man to receive the punishment he deserved, they had never thought that it would end like this today. However, they had forgotten what this deserved punishment actually was. The two of them looked at Zhang Kai's expression and were about to speak when they heard Zhang Xiaohua cough and clear his throat, as if he wanted to speak. Thus, the two of them immediately looked at each other and then at Zhang Xiaohua. In fact, the young man in front of them was the main character of tonight. They knew very well that if Zhang Xiaohua did not use the excuse of going to the toilet to escape and capture the black-clothed man from afar, how could there be a family reunion and a follow-up story? However, since Zhang Xiaohua did not explicitly say that he was the one who captured the black-clothed man, even if they asked now, Zhang Xiaohua might not admit it. Everyone in the hall had the same thought, so when they heard Zhang Xiaohua cough, they immediately quieted down. They all looked at him with longing eyes, wanting to know what this expert wanted to say. Zhang Xiaohua cleared her throat and said, "Daddy, I'll sleep with you later. You don't have to worry about me after you put me on the Kong." Clang! 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 Some of them fell to the ground, and some of them dropped their teacups. No one had thought that Zhang Xiaohua would say something like that. Zhang Xiaohua looked innocently at the people who were shocked by her and said with a smile, "Actually, I know that everyone is shocked by the fate of the man in black tonight. But if you think about it carefully, you might be able to find a reasonable explanation." "Xiaohua, don't talk nonsense. Everyone here is older than you. Who doesn't have as much experience as you? Who is it your turn to speak? If it was martial arts, Zhang Kai would not object. But when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to speak frankly, he felt that his son was exaggerating. Who in front of him wasn't a learned person? Only he and his son came from the countryside. If they didn't speak well, wouldn't they be laughed at? At this time Mr. Liu, who had been silent for a long time, waved his hand and said, "Brother Zhang, age has always been the appearance. If we talk about experience, everyone may not have the experience that Xiaohua has. At such a young age, she entered the Jianghu that we have never entered. Now it has been 6 years. I think she must have a lot of feelings. Share it with us so that we won't be suspicious of her." Li Jinfeng also said with a smile, "Xiaohua, just say it. Uncle is just protecting you. I'm afraid you'll mess it up." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Kai and saw that he didn't have any expression. Then she said, "I'm just expressing my feelings. If it's not good, please add on. Actually, in the end, it's still human nature. Didn't you see when the black-clothed man just woke up? Everyone was so scared that they hid far away. Although the black-clothed man kidnapped Zai Zai, no one went forward. Until Zai Zai's father went forward as if he didn't care about his life. But the black-clothed man wasn't as powerful as they thought. He killed the man with a knife. Then when the black-clothed man left Zai Zai and wanted to rush out with a knife, everyone was afraid of implicating themselves, so they all moved aside. If you want to talk about power, it's still the leader. If he didn't stand up at that time, the black-clothed man would probably have run away. Would you have let him run away?" Yubiha asked softly. "Who knows? Anyway, it didn't happen. It's hard to say." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Yubiha and said in a mysterious tone. Yubiha's face was slightly red. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I think that at that time it was that person who threw the lantern at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man actually didn't have the strength to fight back. When everyone saw how the black-clothed man was beaten up, they knew that they didn't have any qualms about their own safety. That's why they all surrounded him, wanting to experience the pleasure of bullying the strong. They all threw the lanterns in their hands. But the black-clothed man is a martial arts expert. Why didn't he have the strength to fight back?" Yubiha seemed to be a curious baby and continued to ask. "Haha, this is the punishment of the heavens," Zhang Xiaohua said decisively. Mr. Liu said thoughtfully, "If that's the case, Little Blossom, what you're saying is that everyone isn't acting bravely for a just cause and stepping forward bravely. Instead, they're using the attitude of a strong person to wreak havoc on the mentality of the weak?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's right. Mr. Liu, it's because you can get the pleasure from bullying the powerless strong that you didn't have before. Or maybe it's because you were bullied by the strong in the past. Today, you treated the black-clothed man as an illusion and did such a shocking action. Of course, it's also because of Zai Zai's experience that made people angry. That's why." As she said that, Zhang Xiaohua's voice became softer and softer. Then she sat there and didn't say anything else. Seeing that everyone in the hall had a serious expression, frowning and thinking while waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, Zhang Kai awkwardly coughed and said, "That Xiaohua is a bit tired and has already fallen asleep. Let's stop here tonight." Cough cough. At this time Mr. Liu suddenly understood and said with a smile, 5 years ago, I saw Xiaohua sleeping soundly. Today I saw it again. Lu Kai, you and Jinfeng send Xiaohua to the guest room." The others who didn't know what was going on all sighed in their hearts, strange people, no wonder they reserved a place to sleep before talking. Sure enough. However, Mr. Lu's arrangement was a waste. Zhang Xiaohua's body was very light. Although she was already 18 years old and taller than Lu Kai could carry her on his shoulder without any effort. Lu Kai wasn't too surprised. He had already heard Lu Qian muttering about it. Only Li Jinfeng was surprised when he heard it. He didn't think that his younger sister's husband had such a good physique. It seemed like his younger sister was blessed. It was already past midnight. Although everyone didn't feel sleepy, they still needed to rest. As for who could sleep, only each person knew. The next day, it was already the 16th of the first month. Since they had already seen the lanterns, Lu Town didn't have anything to miss. Zhang Xiaohua followed her father, Mr. Liu, and the others to buy some things on the streets of Lu Town. They brought some gifts back to the Guozhuang house. However, when they were shopping, Zhang Kai was a little reluctant. From time to time he would whisper to Zhang Xiaohua, "It's just the new year. Since the new year has already passed, don't waste any more money. The family doesn't have much income and the money is used up." Seeing that Jian is already born, raising a child in this era is very tiring. He still has to go to school in the future, so it's better to use the money in the right way. Some things are better bought at the Guozhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua naturally understood her father's feelings and didn't say much. She just followed Zhang Kai's wishes and bought some things. Mr. Liu was a little better. It was obvious that the in-laws didn't buy much and she couldn't steal the limelight too much. In the end, everyone also bought some gifts for Jian. It was far from the extravagant shopping scene that Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. When they returned to the Guozhuang house, everything in the house was the same as before. However, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't follow them as usual. There were still 2 little girls in Pingyang City who needed her to send them back to Carefree City. Moreover, her second brother, Zhang Xiaohu, whose whereabouts were unknown. If she couldn't find out where her second brother was, her cultivation would be in vain. After lunch, Zhang Xiaohua first stayed in front of her grandmother's grave for a while. Then she went to the bamboo forest behind her small courtyard. She roughly looked around and then returned to the central room. At this time, Mr. Liu had already returned to his own house to rest. Only Zhang Kai was dozing off in the central room. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't disturb him. She went out and called her eldest brother Zhang Kai over. Then she woke Zhang Kai up. Zhang Kai asked sleepily, "Is there anything?" "Xiaolong." Zhang Xiaolong spread out his hands and said, "Father, Xiaohua asked me to come." Zhang Xiaohua said mysteriously, "Father, do you think we have enough money now?" Zhang Kai frowned and said, "We have enough. What's wrong?" "Xiaohua, is it because you didn't have anything in town this morning and are too embarrassed to ask?" "No, father. What can I buy? It's just that when you bought something in the morning I felt a little distressed." Zhang Xiaolong next to her said with some shame, "Xiaohua, it's all your eldest brother's fault. I don't know how to make a living. I can only dig for food in the soil. These few years we relied on the banknotes you brought back to renovate the small courtyard and build another one next to it. Father must be worried that the banknotes aren't enough. That's why you can't bear to part with them. Moreover, the banknotes are still left for." He seemed to be unable to say the rest of his words. Zhang Xiaohua listened and said with a smile, "Look at what you're saying, eldest brother. I brought the banknotes back for the family to spend. When I find second brother, naturally, there will be a share for him." Then she stretched out her hand and hooked her index finger and said, "Father, eldest brother, come. I'll show you something good." After that, she walked out of the central room. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong were confused. It wasn't that they didn't think that Zhang Xiaohua was looking for those banknotes, but these banknotes should be looked at in the room. Why did she run out to show off? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua actually picked up a hoe from the wall. And she also let Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong each take one. What is she trying to do? Chapter 387. Zhang Xiaohua took the hoe, Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong took the hoe, shovel and other tools, and came to the bamboo forest behind the house. Finding the empty space that they had chosen earlier, Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the place and said, "Big brother, come, let's dig a big hole here." Zhang Xiaolong looked at the empty space, and then looked at Zhang Xiaohua's serious expression. He spat 2 mouthfuls of saliva into his hand, picked up the hoe and was about to dig the ground. But at this moment Zhang Xiaohua, who had been releasing her divine sense, saw a villager pass by their house. She quickly pulled her big brother's hand and said, "Wait a moment, big brother, someone passed by." Zhang Kai frowned and said softly, "Xiaohua, what are you doing?" Zhang Xiaohua also frowned. She suddenly patted her forehead with her hand and said with a bitter smile, "Oh father, big brother, I thought wrong. Let's go back to the house." Finished speaking, she walked back to the courtyard without looking back. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong looked at her, and then looked at each other. They didn't say anything, and took the tools and followed her back to the small courtyard. When they entered the courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua was standing in the courtyard in a daze. She seemed to be thinking about something. Zhang Xiaolong took the shovel from Zhang Kai's hand, and was about to put it in the corner. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Big brother, wait a moment, I still need to use it." Finished speaking, she turned her head and said, "Father, big brother, come to this house." "Oh right, I'll go and lock the courtyard door." Zhang Xiaohua locked the courtyard door and brought the two people to her small house. As soon as they entered the house, Zhang Kai asked Xiaohua, "What are you doing? If you want to give us banknotes, then take them out. It's not like your father hasn't seen banknotes before. What are you afraid of?" Even Zhang Xiaolong was puzzled. "Yes, isn't it just banknotes? What was the hoe for?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at their confusion and scratched her chin with her fingers. She smiled and said, "Daddy, big brother, in fact I really have something good to show you. But don't be surprised and don't make a fuss. This is very important." Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong frowned at the same time, but they also thought about it and nodded. What a joke. How old were they? What was there to fuss about? Seeing that both of them had agreed, Zhang Xiaohua was still secretly laughing in his heart. Actually, he had only said so much to give them some mental preparation. If they were not surprised and did not make a fuss, then he would make a fuss instead. Presumably, he took out the money pouch from his bosom. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua take out the money pouch, the two of them were even more surprised. After so many years, why hadn't Xiaohua changed this old money pouch? Even if he took out a stack of banknotes, they wouldn't make such a fuss. However, what happened next left them dumbfounded. They saw that in the spacious hut, a huge wooden box suddenly appeared inexplicably. "Hey," the two of them shouted at the same time. "You Xiaohua, this what's going on?" Looking at the surprise of her father and big brother, Zhang Xiaohua was very satisfied with this effect. She smiled and said, "Daddy, big brother, this is my savings. Oh yes, it's also my spoils of war. I got it from the bandits when I went to Shitsue Mountain to save sister-in-law Lu last time." "Ah." The two of them suddenly realized and said, "I see. But where did you put it?" Zhang Xiaohua shook the money pouch in her left hand and said, "I put it here. However, this thing is very mysterious. Only I can see it. No one else can see it." Zhang Kai just looked at the very ordinary money pouch. He seemed to be considering the authenticity of Zhang Xiaohua's words. Zhang Xiaolong reached out to take the money pouch. Zhang Xiaohua naturally handed it over. Sure enough, no matter how Zhang Xiaolong looked, there were only two small stones, some scattered silver, a few banknotes. There was no big box. And it was impossible to have such a big box. Throwing the money pouch to Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaolong looked at Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai didn't know what to say at this time. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Daddy, big brother, don't you want to see what's inside?" Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, "Of course we want to. Open it quickly." Walking to the front of the box, Zhang Xiaohua was about to open it. Zhang Kai shouted, "Xiaolong, close the door first." Zhang Xiaohua had been releasing her divine sense. Of course, she knew that no one would see it. Zhang Xiaolong walked to the door and looked at the quiet courtyard. He carefully closed the door and locked it carefully. Only then did he return to Zhang Xiaohua's side. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Big brother, why don't you open it yourself? But remember, don't scream." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua being so mysterious, Zhang Xiaolong was already prepared in his heart. So he also smiled and went forward, opening the lid of the box casually. However, even if he and Zhang Kai were already prepared in their hearts, when they saw the box full of gold, they were still petrified. After a cup of tea's time, the two of them recovered. Their first reaction was Zhang Xiaolong immediately closed the lid of the box tightly. Looking around, it was as if there was someone spying on them. Zhang Kai also asked quietly, "Xiaohua, this thing, who else knows about it?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Daddy, big brother, there was one person just now, now there are three people." Good." Zhang Kai nodded and slowly paced back and forth. Not to mention that Zhang Kai was just a farmer in the countryside. Even a noble person like Mr. Lu would drool at the sight of this box of gold and silver. He naturally had to consider it carefully. After pacing back and forth a few times, Zhang Kai waved his hand and a word jumped out, "Dig." Good, clean and efficient. Nonsense, why would I not want the things my son brought back? In the future I won't have to be so stingy. After receiving his father's order, Zhang Xiaolong spat 5 or 6 mouthfuls of saliva on his hand in one breath. He gathered his strength and started digging in the open space of the hut. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua happily took the hoe and dug with her big brother. However, she hadn't worked with her big brother for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have returned to her childhood in the fields. However, looking at Zhang Xiaohua digging far away from him, Zhang Xiaolong was puzzled and asked, Xiaohua, why are you so far away from me? I won't touch you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, let's dig a bigger hole. There are still a few boxes. Zhang Xiaolong staggered and almost threw away the hoe in his hand. What are you talking about? A box is enough to scare people to death. You actually have a few boxes? To say that father and son go to war, brothers dig holes was really not a joke. In less than the time it took to eat a meal, the entire open space of the hut was dug into a deep hole. Zhang Kai was right. Zhang Xiaohua should stay in the village to farm. The holes in the hut were basically the fruits of his labor. Zhang Xiaolong was so tired that he was panting after digging more than half of it. Only Zhang Xiaohua was working hard for her family. After the preparation work was done, one box after another appeared neatly in the dug hole. Including the one that was just taken out, there were 5 boxes. At this time, Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong's attention was no longer on how Zhang Xiaohua took out the boxes. Instead, it was on the boxes that Zhang Xiaohua took out. Zhang Xiaohua didn't find it troublesome. She also put the box outside the hole into the hole. Only then did she stand at the side proudly. This time Zhang Kai personally jumped into the pit and opened the chests one by one. Of the 5 chests, except for 2 that were filled with jewels, the other 3 were filled with shiny gold. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong stood in the waist-deep hole and walked back and forth. They looked at this and touched that. They really couldn't believe that this shocking wealth was now theirs. After a while, Zhang Kai gritted his teeth and said, Xiaolong, close the lid and bury the box. Okay, Dad. Zhang Xiaolong agreed loudly. After Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohua buried the box with the soil that they dug out, there was still a lot of soil left in the hut. Zhang Xiaolong pointed to the soil and said, Xiaohua, you just took out a lot of things from the money bag. You can put the soil back. Just treat it as a weight scale. Zhang Xiaohua knew that he wanted to be lazy and said, Big brother, I can't take these. Even if the weight is ordinary, the value is far from it. Don't think about being lazy. I just dug the hole. This soil is yours. Hey, Zhang Xiaolong didn't realize that he was exposed. He opened the door and poked his head out to take a look. He took the things back and scattered the soil in the yard with Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Big brother, there is no one outside the yard. Don't worry. No one knows about today's matter. Oh, that's good. That's good. Zhang Xiaolong laughed foolishly. It was just like how Zhang Xiaohua felt when she saw a box full of gold. The 3 of them sat down in the central room. Zhang Xiaohua poured tea. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong's eyes were a bit unfocused. They drank the tea in their cups mechanically. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything. She just drank and refined the energy of heaven and earth in the water. At her current level of qi refining, the energy in the water was almost negligible. However, no matter how small a fly was, it was still meat. With Zhang Xiaohua's temperament, how could she let it go? When the pot of tea was about to be finished, she saw that Zhang Kai's unfocused eyes gradually became spirited. The corner of his mouth also revealed a smile. He glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and put down the teacup in his hand. At this time, Zhang Xiaolong's eyes also focused. He smiled and looked at Zhang Kai. He also put down the teacup. Zhang Xiaohua said, Father, big brother, it seems that you have already thought about how to deal with it. This matter is very troublesome. I don't know how to deal with it. Anyway, the money is spent by you. I don't need it. You can do as you see fit. Zhang Kai smiled and said, Xiaohua, you are lazy. However, it doesn't matter. There is father, mother, and your big brother and sister-in-law at home. You don't need to worry. You just need to bring those things home. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaolong also smiled. He looked lovingly at his little brother who was almost as tall as him. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, Then father, how are you going to use the gold? I have thought for a long time, but I still can't think of a way to not attract attention. This is really too easy to deal with. Zhang Kai smiled and said, I remember that Mr. Lu often said that doing something beyond one's ability is playing with fire. Chapter 388. He remembered that Xiu Zihong said that Zhang Xiaohua was ungrateful. This knot in her heart should be untied here. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "Father, why don't I understand what you're saying?" Zhang Kai smiled and said, "What I mean is that if we don't use this huge amount of wealth, we won't attract attention, right?" Ah! Zhang Xiaohua felt dizzy and said, "Since father doesn't want to spend this money, why should I take it out?" Zhang Kai said meaningfully, "You taking it out and not taking it out, of course, is completely different. In fact, Xiaohua, the banknotes you brought back 5 years ago haven't been used up. Your mother has always been frugal and saved it for you to marry a wife. Your elder brother didn't spend much money to build a house, so it doesn't matter if you take out the gold or not. However, since you took out such a huge amount of wealth, doesn't our family have a plan in mind? Even if we spend all the banknotes now, there is still the gold in the house as a foundation, right? Tell me, is there any difference between this and not taking it out? Moreover, our family's current situation has already made some people jealous. If we go further, it will be easier to get into trouble. However, with you in the future, the family will be much better." In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua understood. Although there were a lot of banknotes, there would be a time when they would run out, and this time was not far away. Therefore, her mother and father were extremely frugal. They didn't buy what they shouldn't buy, and they didn't spend what they shouldn't spend. Now that they had gold that they couldn't spend in this lifetime, of course, there was a layer of barrier in their hearts. Naturally, they would let go of their hands and feet in their lives. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua also knew that her mother and father were used to farmers. How could they be extravagant? They naturally had their own sense of propriety. There was no need for her to say anything. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua probed, "Father, the things at home have been arranged. Do you think I should go?" "Leave?" Zhang Xiaolong shouted when he heard this and said, "Little Blossom, how many days have you been home? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Didn't father and mother tell you to stay at home and not go out?" Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "Big brother, there are still 2 girls waiting for me to send them to Pingyang City. They have already waited for more than 10 days. If I don't go back now, they will think that I have gone missing." Of course, he didn't plan to tell his family about this. After all, Nie Qinyu and Little Orange were being hunted by bad guys and were in danger. If he told his family, they would be worried. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Big brother, second brother hasn't been found yet, right? He's also been missing for many years. No one knows if he's dead or alive. I'll go look for him now and drag him back from that misty school. What do you think?" Then she looked at Zhang Kai's gloomy face and added, "Dad, don't worry. I'm just going to look for second brother. I won't get involved in the misty school." Hearing this, Zhang Kai's face darkened even more. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "This is bad." Sure enough, Zhang Kai stood up with a whoosh and shouted at Zhang Xiaohua, "Come here." After that, he walked out without looking back and went straight to her grandmother's grave outside the courtyard. He shouted, "Kneel down." "Dad," Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. "Kneel down." Zhang Kai shouted again without hesitation. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand what her father meant, she still knelt down in grievance. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's aggrieved look, Zhang Kai's heart ached. However, he still hardened his heart and said, "Xiaohua, I want to ask you a few questions." "Dad, please ask." Zhang Xiaohua said softly while kneeling. "When we met your sister-in-law in Lu Town, who saved us?" "Hero 1 and Heroine Shui." "Then when you and Big Brother went to marry your sister-in-law, who saved you on the way?" "It was Hero Lu." "Where did you learn your martial arts?" This? Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. His Carefree Heart Sutra was accidentally obtained from the Misty School's library. Then he slowly figured it out. If it was not taught by the Misty School, then this sutra was indeed obtained from the Misty School. Moreover, his Big Dipper Magical Fist and the most basic Arhat Fist were also taught by He Tianshu. If his martial arts had nothing to do with the Misty School, then he would be going against his conscience. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly, "I learned it from the Misty School's library." "When you first arrived in Pingyang City and went to that manor, was it the Misty School's property? Did they give you a job?" It was undeniable that Huanxi Manor was the property of the Misty School. In other words, it was the Misty School that indirectly gave Zhang Xiaohua his first job. Zhang Xiaohua nodded helplessly. "Did your second brother join the Misty School and gain the favor of the sect master to become her direct disciple?" This was exchanged with my life," Zhang Xiaohua explained anxiously. However, Zhang Kai did not listen. He only asked, "You're just saying yes or no?" "Yes." "Alright, then ask yourself in front of your grandmother. Can you cut ties with the Misty School? Regardless of whether the Misty School admits it or not, shouldn't you be the first to admit that it was the Misty School that helped you? Now that the Misty School is in trouble and I heard that it was destroyed, don't you have any thoughts about it? You even dare to say if it wasn't for second brother Sun, what does the Misty School have to do with me? Ask your grandmother in the netherworld and see how she will answer you." These words struck Zhang Xiaohua's head like a bolt of lightning. With a swoosh, Zhang Xiaohua broke out in a cold sweat. Even the bean-sized beads of sweat dripped from the top of his head. "Yes, even if I'm not a disciple of the Misty School, the Misty School may not acknowledge me as a disciple. However, can I cut ties with the Misty School?" Seeing his son like this, Zhang Kai's expression softened. He said, "Xiaohua, be grateful. Remember, you must be grateful. Our family is poor and you left early. These 5 years, Father knows that your life has been difficult and dangerous. Father didn't fulfill his responsibility as a father and didn't teach you properly. This isn't your fault, it's all Father's fault. Our family has received a lot of kindness from the Misty School. They say that a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. You must remember, we must repay the Misty School's kindness." Zhang Xiaohua cried in shame. He said, "I know, Father. I will definitely repay the Misty School's kindness. Father, when I first came back from the deserted island and heard about the Misty School, I wanted to avenge gang leader O and the others. However, I don't know why, but along the way I feel more and more bored. I just want to cultivate quietly and don't want to be entangled by these mundane matters. Now that I think about it, I don't even know what I said just now. Maybe I just said it casually." "Yes, since you said it casually, then you must have such thoughts in your heart. I don't know about your cultivation of martial arts, but Sai, let me talk about what happened yesterday. Since you caught that black-clothed man yesterday, you should have caught him thoroughly. Don't give him any chance to resist. Look at what you did yesterday, you almost made a mistake. I guess that Zizi's father was also seriously injured. Moreover, you even caused the black-clothed man to be burned to death. Father, I know I was wrong. I only wanted to catch him and hand him over to the authorities. Sai, and last night you talked about human nature in the Li family. I don't know much about it, so I didn't dare to disrespect you and didn't interrupt you. What you said may be reasonable, but I feel that although you can't be on guard against others, you shouldn't think too badly of others. I know that people in the Jianghu are sometimes very scheming, but justice is in people's hearts. Even if there's no heart, there's still God watching. Moreover, now that you have the ability, I don't want you to become a hero and be loved by others. I only hope that you can become an upright person and use a grateful heart, a compassionate heart, and a chivalrous heart to face everyone." Zhang Xiaohua had never been lectured by her father in such a serious manner since she was young. She could only listen with tears in her eyes and nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, he said, "That's all I have to say. I won't say anything more. Kneel here and think carefully. If you understand, then go back to your room." After he finished speaking, he turned and left. When he was halfway there, he saw Guasufei running over in a hurry. Wasn't the person behind her Zhang Xiaolong who ran out just now? Seeing Zhang Kai angry and Zhang Xiaohua crying, Guasufei also shed tears. She glared fiercely at Zhang Kai, then ran over to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, don't mind your father. He's going senile." Zhang Xiaohua wiped away her tears and said, "No, mother, father is right. I was wrong. Please let me accompany grandmother and think about it carefully." Guasufei said, "Xiaohua, be good. So cold outside. If you want to think about it, you should go inside and think about it." Puffed, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Mother, I'm already 18. You should call Jian good." 18? Guasufei said. "You're already 18 and you're still crying." Zhang Xiaohua wiped her tears again in embarrassment and said, "Don't cry, mother. Father hasn't scolded me for a long time. I'm just touched. Really, it's not cold outside. Please go back to your room. If you're here, I won't be able to think. Won't it be even more of a waste of time?" Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua refused to leave, Guasufei could only remind her, "Think about it carefully. Hurry up and think. I'll go and cook for you. When it's ready, I'll call you." After saying that, she was still worried. She turned around and hurried away. When her mother was far away, Zhang Xiaohua finally calmed down and carefully sorted out her thoughts. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had always had a very good impression of the Misty School, sect leader Wenwen Hai Lu Mingyue Xueqing He Tianshu and the others. She was even more grateful to Peng. However, when she found out about the secret of the Immortal Tao and discovered that her Carefree Heart Sutra was an item of the Immortal Tao, she knew that the Misty School was an Immortal Tao sect. When she thought about how Peng had mysteriously asked her to copy the manual of her Big Dipper mystical fist, she was puzzled. Chapter 389. Of course, sect leader wanted to exchange it for 3,000 taels of gold, so he didn't treat him badly. This little bit of doubt was nothing, but later on, he saw the sinister intentions of the Righteous Alliance on the ship, and saw many robberies and killings on the road. In particular, Zhang Xiaohua entered the realm of oneness of heaven and man twice in a short period of time, and was very lucky to be close to the way of heaven twice. What was the way of heaven? No one could say for sure. But heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things as straw dogs. The way of heaven was the most ruthless. Zhang Xiaohua peeked at the way of heaven at such a close distance. Of course, it was inevitable that she was tainted with some of the way of heaven's consciousness. This was an extremely rare opportunity on his path of cultivation, but it had an extremely bad influence on the growth of his temperament. Therefore, when he encountered the attack on Ye Qianyu, he almost didn't want to come out. He wanted to quickly send her and Little Orange to the escort agency and let the escort them back to Carefree City, but deliberately threw the possibility of the bad guys chasing after them to the back of his mind. It was also because of this that he infinitely magnified his doubts about Peng. He only wanted to withdraw himself from the whirlpool of the secular world, but deliberately forgot that the Misty School's disciples were good to him. It was also because of this that he hit the nail on the head, pointing out the small, hidden in the hearts of ordinary people, and the evil in human nature, but deliberately throwing aside the truth, kindness, and beauty in human nature. Although Zhang Kai was not knowledgeable, he could truly see the positive side of life, and see the inadequacies of his beloved son. It was also because of this that Zhang Xiaohua was completely enlightened and understood that she had gone astray. That's right. Swordsman 1 and Swordswoman Xue saw our family being bullied by bullies in Lu Town. With a compassionate heart, they helped us regardless of the consequences. That's how my brother and sister-in-law became successful. Apart from Guozhuang, Master Lu also saved us with his chivalrous heart when he saw the bandits of Shizue Mountain bullying my brother and me. He killed the 3 wolves of Shizue Mountain with his own hands and did good to the area. The righteous path in the human world is full of vicissitudes. The righteous path is the most difficult, but it is extremely easy to commit evil. But if there is no righteous path, then how can there be fairness and justice in this world? However, this isn't the Righteous Alliance's Righteous Alliance. Look at those heroes from the Misty School and look at the Righteous Alliance. They're really the classic example of selling dog meat under false pretenses. Since I have the means of the Immortal Tao, I should rely on my chivalrous heart to do things with a clear conscience. My previous evasion was lacking. But why did I suddenly have such thoughts? What could he do? What can we do? Haha, thinking about what I did in the village a few days ago, I feel a little funny. When Zhang Xiaohua understood, he suddenly felt that his mind was lively and clear, and there was no longer the heavy sense of evasion like a few days ago. This kind of improvement of the mind had nothing to do with cultivation, and even more so, it had nothing to do with the Tao heart. Even if he had seen the evolution of the heavenly Tao for hundreds of millions of years, it was still completely useless. This was the cultivation of the heart of a person of the Immortal Tao, and there was no shortcut at all. He respectfully kowtowed to his grandmother a few times and said, "Grandmother, please watch from the heavens. I will definitely be a righteous person. I will not do nothing for the sake of kindness, and do nothing for the sake of evil." After kowtowing, he patted the soil on his knees and stood up. Guosufei, who had been waiting by the side for a long time, immediately ran over and asked Xiaohua, "Are you tired? Are you cold?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother, with my current physique, I am not afraid of any cold or heat, it's okay." Guosufei saw the gentle smile on her son's face, and was naturally happy and said, Good. It's good that you are not afraid of the cold. You have been kneeling for the whole afternoon. Quick, mother made you red braised pork, let's go eat." Okay. Zhang Xiaohua agreed without hesitation. Guosufei was also very happy. Zhang Kai, who was pacing in the courtyard, saw Zhang Xiaohua come back with a calm expression, and his heart returned to his stomach. After dinner, the family did not stay in the small courtyard, and gathered at Zhang Xiaolong's place. Lu Qian had already gone to the field, but because of the village customs, she did not go out of the house, and only greeted the family in the house and brewed tea. Zhang Jian was still holding the 2 primeval stones in his hand, sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the 2 primeval stones, and found that the origin energy in them did not decrease, and she also did not feel any fluctuation of origin energy in Zhang Jian's body. Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. The omen was so strong. Why was there no change in Jian Er's body? That day, the golden array formation and the dense purple energy were all absorbed into his body. Could it be that I still have to rely on the immortal cultivation technique? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua secretly took out the Carefree Heart Sutra cultivation technique, and found an opportunity to call Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian to the side, and said in a low voice, "Big brother, sister-in-law, the gift I gave Jian last time. Oh, that fist technique manual, is it still there?" Lu Qian said curiously, "It is, Xiaohua, it is at the bottom of my box. Do you want it now? I will go get it." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "No need, I have already memorized that fist technique. There is no need for it." Then she turned to Zhang Xiaolong and said, "Big brother, what do you think of my strength? It is very scary. You are good at farming." "Damn, big brother, can we not talk about this?" "Oh right, big brother, do you know where my strength comes from?" Zhang Xiaolong was stunned and said, "Strength is not innate. Could it be that you trained it from martial arts?" Lu Qian was unusually intelligent, and immediately said in surprise, "Could it be that fist technique manual?" Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Sister-in-law is still the best. It is that fist technique manual. That is great. When Jian grows up, I can rest. The business of farming will be handed over to him." Zhang Xiaohua fainted. "Big brother, look at you." Lu Qian was angry, and said with her almond-shaped eyes, "Shut up. If you don't want to kneel on the washing board at night, don't say another word." Zhang Xiaolong subconsciously kept his mouth shut, and fear appeared in his eyes. Lu Qian changed into a smile, and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, continue." Zhang Xiaohua suppressed the laughter in her heart, and said, "This fist technique manual when Byron is 5 or 6 years old, maybe a little earlier, this is up to you. Let him see the pictures inside, and let him practice according to the fist technique manual." "Ah, don't we need to find someone who knows fist technique to teach?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head seriously and said, "Sister-in-law, remember, you must remember, do not let others teach Byron fist technique, and also do not let others see this fist technique manual. You can only let Byron explore by himself." Lu Qian saw this, and with a serious face she nodded repeatedly. "Also, sister-in-law, this fist technique, according to my experience, at the beginning the limit is 9, and after 9 times it is complete, at most 9 times 81 times a day. Any more than that is useless. After a certain level of practice you will enter the second level with 8 as the limit, and so on until you can practice once 9 times a day." Lu Qian was stunned and asked doubtfully, "Then what does it mean to practice to a certain level? Is it proficiency or time?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This, when the time comes, Byron will naturally know. It is useless to talk about it now. The cultivation method of immortals was unimaginable. Even if she explained it to Lu Qian now, it would be difficult for her to understand, so she might as well not say it. Also, when you practice to the point where you only need to practice 9 times a day, and there is no improvement, you need to practice this fist technique in reverse, then you will gain something. However, for this reverse practice, I do not have a fist technique manual, sister-in-law. You can let Byron practice these 108 moves in reverse according to his own understanding, or according to this fist technique manual." Thinking of the fist technique manual, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought of Zhang Chengyue, the real man who resolutely committed suicide on the ethereal peak. Sighing, looking at Lu Qian, who did not quite understand, Zhang Xiaohua explained, "This is different from memorizing. It is to practice the moves in the fist technique manual completely in reverse." At this moment Zhang Xiaolong raised his hand, opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. Lu Qian said angrily, "Say, what do you want to say?" Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, "Xiaohua, can I practice this fist technique? If I practice it, I will have strength. Won't it be better for me to work in the field?" Lu Qian was furious and said, "You shut up." Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead, suddenly realized and said, "Big brother, you are right, I was just thinking about Byron, but I forgot about you, but I don't know if there will be any effect after you practice it. How about this, I will practice this Fist of the North Star from beginning to end, you see." After that, she walked to the courtyard from beginning to end, and from end to end completely. These 216 moves made Zhang Xiaolong dizzy. He did not know what to do. Then Zhang Xiaohua demonstrated the links of the Fist of the North and South Star. Lu Qian finally understood completely. Zhang Xiaohua saw that her brother was a little depressed, and said with a smile, "Big brother, I used a long time to practice this Fist of the North Star. You just took a look and want to learn, it is not very possible." Zhang Xiaolong thought about it and said, "Anyway, it is not too late for you to teach me when you are at home." But just as he finished speaking, he remembered that Zhang Xiaohua had told Zhang Kai at noon that she would go out to find Zhang Xiaohu immediately. He said embarrassedly, "I am not in a hurry, I will practice slowly. You can teach me a move later, I will think about it myself." Zhang Xiaohua thought that this was the only way. If she really taught Zhang Xiaohu, there would be no effect for at least a year. But first, there was no news from Zhang Xiaohu, and her family was not at ease. Second, Nie Qinyu was still waiting in Pingyang City. She did not want to involve her family in the dispute of the pugilistic world, so naturally, she could not bring them over. Moreover, Nie Qinyu's family was also waiting anxiously. Putting herself in their shoes, she also wanted to send them back quickly. After that, the three of them entered the house. Zhang Xiaohua took out the Carefree Heart Sutra and said, "Sister-in-law, this is another internal energy cultivation method, but it is different from the Fist Manual. This book is still to be returned to the Misty School, so you can't lose it." Lu Qian reached out and took it, smiled and said, "Then I will hide it under the box." Chapter 390. Lu Qian took the Heart Sutra and asked, "What is the Heart Sutra for Byron to practice?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "I guess Mr. Lu will enlighten Byron very early. When he is 5 or 6 years old, he will be able to understand the text inside. At that time, let him read and practice." "Ah," Lu Qian said in surprise. "He can only learn it when he is 6 years old. Then why are you in a hurry to give this to me? When the time comes, you can come back and teach him. Besides, I read in the biography that practicing internal strength is very particular. If there is no master to guide him, it is easy for something to happen. I think it is better to let you teach him." With that, Lu Qian was about to return the Heart Sutra to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, practicing internal strength is easy to cause trouble. But you see, I also practice it myself. Am I not fine? Besides, sister-in-law, you must believe me. Byron will definitely have no problem." Lu Qian was skeptical, but she still carefully put away the Heart Sutra. She asked worriedly, "If Byron doesn't understand, can he ask my father?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "If you don't understand the text, you can naturally ask. If you don't understand the content, don't ask. It is best not to let others know about this book. Remember." Lu Qian listened with a heavy tone, so she could only nod cautiously. Zhang Xiaohua was also bold. He relied on his own exploration to reach his current level. He thought that everyone could practice by themselves, so he easily gave the Heart Sutra to his sister-in-law and let his little nephew explore by himself. He was a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. If Byron cultivated, he was only 5 or 6 years old. How could he understand the content of the book? However, was Zhang Byron an ordinary person? After explaining the matter of Byron, Zhang Xiaohua saw that his father and mother were playing with Byron. He took Zhang Xiaolong to the courtyard and began to teach Zhang Xiaolong the Big Dipper magical fist. Only after Zhang Xiaolong taught him did he realize how he Tianshu felt back then. That's right. Zhang Xiaolong could have hit it this way and hit it from this angle, but Zhang Xiaolong hit it wrong. By the time Zhang Xiaolong corrected him, there were other problems. After a few times, Zhang Xiaohua lost her patience and encouraged him, "Big brother, you're really a martial arts genius. I practiced this move for many days before I reached your level." Zhang Xiaolong was pleasantly surprised. "Really? Xiaohua, it seems like I'm really not an ordinary person. If I had known earlier, I would have followed you to Pingyang City." "Ai, that's right, big brother. If you go, I reckon that the Misty School won't be destroyed. You might not be able to defeat the enemy, but you can at least learn the essence of the Misty School. Then you can start a family in the Guozhuang house and inherit the legacy of the Misty School. Yes, Xiaohua, you're right. I'm really a pearl that has been covered in dust. So, big brother, if you have time, you should look at the martial arts manual yourself. I'm afraid that I might lead you astray and delay your progress. I see. Alright, Xiaohua, then I can only reluctantly practice on my own. After settling Zhang Xiaolong, Zhang Xiaohua went back into the house to look for her mother. Zhang Kai and Guosufei were still on the Kong bed, watching Zhang Byron sleep soundly. Just now Byron woke up for a while and played with the two elders for a while before going back to sleep. At this moment, the two of them were whispering to each other. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua enter the house, Guosufei laughed softly and said, Xiaohua, I heard from your father that you did something good in Lu Town last night? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she blushed a little and said, I wanted to do something good, but I didn't do it thoroughly and left a little tail. Today, I heard from father that I know I was wrong. Guosufei said, It's good that you know you were wrong. When helping someone, you have to help them to the end. If you give up halfway, it's better not to help. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, That's right. Mother is right. I have something to tell mother. What is it? You're still so mysterious. Guosufei saw that Zhang Xiaohua was so serious about this matter. She also felt strange and said, Isn't it because you like a girl from some family? Mother still has some money here. It shouldn't be a problem to find a wife for you. Zhang Xiaohua was a little bashful and said, Mother, let's go out and talk. Byron just fell asleep. I'm afraid we'll wake him up. Seeing this, Guosufei felt that her sense of smell was even more sensitive. However, in her heart, she muttered, I just went out for a day and already found someone I like. Could it be that I was cheated? Zhang Kai actually knew Zhang Xiaohua's feelings, and also encouraged Guosufei to go to the central room. Sitting on a chair, Guosufei laughed and asked, Xiaohua, you're not young anymore. It's the right time. Tell me, which family's girl do you like? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Boy also doesn't know where that girl is. I can't tell you right now. You sly girl, then why did you call mother here? Guosufei only thought that Zhang Xiaohua was thin-skinned and didn't think much of it. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her father and said, Mother, I already told father this afternoon that I want to find a time to leave the Guozhuang house in the next 2 days. After I go out to look for second brother, I'll go back to the Guozhuang house with him. Hearing this, Guosufei's face immediately changed and said, No, you left the Guozhuang house when you were 12 years old. Until you turned 18 this year, you only came back once. That time you also left without saying goodbye. In a flash, you disappeared for more than 5 years. Do you know how much mother's heart hurts? Do you know how mother's days have been? If it wasn't for the child in your sister-in-law's belly that mother missed, I'm afraid that mother wouldn't be able to see you come back. As she spoke, tears immediately flowed out. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua with eager eyes. The affection of licking her child was obvious. When Zhang Xiaohua came back this time, Guosufei was far less emotional than the last time. First, she had a younger son who was worried about her, so she didn't have much free time. Second, she was somewhat confused between reality and dreams. She was afraid that this was just a beautiful dream of the past, so she didn't dare to overdo it. Today, before she could completely adapt to the reality of her son's return, Zhang Xiaohua once again asked to leave her. How could she bear to do it? She still wanted her younger son to be happy at her knees and find a lovely wife, so that she could sing the husband and wife songs under her eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua walked forward and sat on the chair next to her mother. She smiled and said, Mother, I know what you mean. Boy is indeed unfilial and has made you worry at home. However, this time is different from before. What's the difference? Guosufei asked curiously. Mother, do you still remember Hero 1, Heroine Shui, and Hero Lu from Misty School? Of course I remember. Although Mother is a woman and has never seen them, you are indebted to them for saving your lives. Mother will certainly remember this kindness in her heart. Mother, if they were killed and the boy knows who killed them and has the ability to kill their enemies, do you think the boy should avenge them? Our benefactors. Have they really met with misfortune? If so, Xiaohua, they have indeed given our Zhang family a new lease of life, especially Hero Lu. If it weren't for him, you, your elder brother, and sister-in-law would have been dead. This kindness should be repaid. But you, Xiaohua, it's not that mother doubts you, but they were not a match for you even with such high martial arts. You are just a child, how can you avenge them? Mother, please don't worry. Although the boy is stupid, he won't do something as stupid as hitting a rock with an egg. If he can't defeat his enemy, he will use his wits. He won't treat his life as a joke. Guosufei frowned and hesitated. Zhang Xiaohua continued, moreover, we don't know whether second brother is dead or alive. Rather than staying at home, it's better for me to go out and look for him. I've already met with my old friends at the villa. Although they haven't seen second brother, they still pointed out the place to look for him. I'll go and take a look. If there's any news, you'll be the first to know. Hearing this, Guosufei bitterly smiled and said, Xiaohua, don't try to comfort mother. So many of the Misty School's disciples died unnatural deaths. We've already heard from young Master Li. How could your second brother be the only one who escaped with his life? These past few years mother has already calmed down a bit. I can't bear to put you in danger because of Xiaohu. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. If there's no news of second brother, it means that second brother still has hope of surviving. Mother, don't worry. The boy has a premonition that second brother will definitely. Xiaohua, don't say anymore. It's already been more than 3 years. If there's any news, your second brother would have already sent a letter home. Why wait until now? This? Zhang Xiaohua was speechless for a moment. Forget it, Xiaohua. Go back and rest first. Let your mother think about it carefully tonight. She's a sensible person. Let's talk about it again after she's thought it through. Zhang Kai advised. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that her father wanted to speak up for her. She didn't say anything more. She said something else to them and returned to her room to rest. Ever since Zhang Byron was born, Guosufei had been accompanying Lu Qian to take care of the child. Tonight, she handed this task over to Zhang Xiaolong and followed Zhang Kai back to the room next door. When Zhang Xiaohua returned to his room, he saw that it was still early. He sat down cross-legged and took out a few small jade pendants. He knew that although his mother loved him dearly and didn't want him to get involved in the Jianghu, the Misty School was a great favor to the Zhang family. For the sake of righteousness, his mother wouldn't stop him. As for Zhang Xiaohu's life and death, Guosufei couldn't let it go. For the sake of family, his mother would definitely let him go. Therefore, before he left, he had to settle the matters at home. Actually, when he was making a jade pendant for Ji Xiaohua's mother in Songning Town, Zhang Xiaohua already had this idea. Therefore, on the way back, he already had a plan in his heart. In the formation jade slip left behind by Venerable Fire Dragon, there were quite a number of defensive and offensive formations. However, they were all slightly complicated. During this period of time, Zhang Xiaohua had been studying them. Although he wasn't very confident, he still wanted to give it a try. Taking out a jade pendant that had already lost its energy, he placed a new small primeval stone in his right hand. Zhang Xiaohua calmed down and silently recited the incantation. His left hand moved according to the instructions of the jade slip. The energy of heaven and earth was extracted from the primeval stone and gradually formed into a restriction in his left hand. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Please accept, please tip, thank you. Chapter 391. Zhang Xiaohua had already learned a little about embedding a miniature formation into a jade pendant on the deserted island. He had also thoroughly comprehended it on the ship back on land. When he returned to Songning Town, he even gave it a try. He successfully embedded a tranquil formation into a jade pendant and gave it to Ji Xiaohua's mother as a form of compensation. However, when Zhang Xiaohua embedded the array into the jade pendant in Songning Town, although it was the most primary array, the qi of heaven and earth was scarce at the moment. Zhang Xiaohua could barely make ends meet by mobilizing her qi with incantations, so she pondered over using the vital stones and the vital qi in her body to barely complete the jade pendant. At that time, her vital qi was exhausted and she was so tired that her face turned pale. Now Zhang Xiaohua wanted to embed a more advanced defensive array into the jade pendant. Zhang Xiaohua had pondered over this array many times on her way back to Pingyang City. However, there was always a sense of obscurity when she made the incantation. When it reached a certain level, it was difficult to continue, let alone embed it into the jade pendant. However, when Zhang Xiaohua made the incantation today, she felt that it was as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water, as if the previous sluggishness had disappeared. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. However, this was not the time to ponder over it carefully. She hurriedly changed the incantation in her hands and completed the complicated transformation of the entire array. Then she shouted clearly, "Go!" She put her left index finger and middle finger together and mobilized her vital qi, striking the array that had already been completed at her fingertips toward the jade pendant in front of her. In her divine sense, she saw that the array was shrinking and the vital qi in it became denser and denser. Finally, it shrunk to the size of the jade pendant. With a very clear bang, the array was actually embedded into the jade pendant. In an instant, the jade pendant flashed with a brilliance invisible to the naked eye. The extremely ordinary old jade immediately became somewhat different. Zhang Xiaohua could naturally see some clues through her divine sense, but she could not see anything with her eyes. But just when Zhang Xiaohua was feeling satisfied and wanted to be proud, she suddenly felt that the yuan qi in the jade pendant was somewhat chaotic. With a light pang sound, the jade pendant in her hand immediately turned into a pile of powder. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. She thought about it carefully for a while before relaxing slightly. She took out another jade pendant from her bosom and continued to make it. He still had a lot of such jade pendants in his money bag. They were all from the treasure house of Shizue Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua knew the use of these jade pendants, so she didn't put them all in the box. She buried them underground so she didn't need to be too stingy. This time, the incantation was successfully completed. However, when the incantation was inserted into the jade pendant, Zhang Xiaohua's expression was serious. The movement of her left hand seemed fast but was actually slow. Amidst the slowness, there was a strange frequency. With another bang, the incantation was successfully inserted into the jade pendant. However, this time, the jade pendant did not undergo any special changes. The only difference was that the color of the jade had become denser. Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to look carefully with her divine awareness. She had already felt that she had succeeded this time. Putting the successfully made jade talisman on the Kong, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and pondered. Why did the incantation go so smoothly this time? Why did the incantation suddenly disappear? After thinking for a long time, she realized that the luckiest thing during this period was that she had come into contact with the innate tactical matrix of Byron when she was born. Although she didn't deliberately comprehend it, just a simple peek had a profound impact on her cultivation of tactical matrix. Presumably, this was the only reason. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but look at the 360 tadpole-like talismans in her Naiwan palace. They were shining with a faint golden light and surrounded her essence of devotion, shining like tassels. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth showed a trace of a smile. In the future, she would be able to comprehend it. After finding out the reason, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and made several jade slices into jade talismans one by one. It was very correct to say that practice makes perfect. The last few talismans were all made in one try. There was no failure. Zhang Xiaohua was also very happy to see this. She made as many as 10 talismans smoothly. Looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua was about to put away the jade talismans. His heart was moved again. These 10 jade talismans were only used for defense. It was more than enough. However, if she encountered a powerful person and didn't have a thunderous counterattack, she would be at a disadvantage. It was not appropriate. As the saying goes, offense is the most powerful defense. Thinking of it, she did it. After all, it was all about cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua immediately took out 10 jade slices and put an offensive tactical matrix that she had already memorized in her heart into them. Not long after, 10 jade talismans were made. Looking at the red jade talismans, Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Was this color related to the tactical matrix? However, she had just finished learning this tactical matrix. She was not proficient in the other tactical matrices, so she couldn't test it. Putting away the 20 jade talismans, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and prepared to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. However, when she began to cultivate, she found that her Heart Sutra cultivation method had actually made some slight progress. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Could it be that she could cultivate this talisman? This was a good way to kill two birds with one stone. Waking up the next day, Zhang Xiaohua finished practicing the Big Dipper magical fist in the bamboo forest. When he returned to the courtyard, Guosufei had already woken up to prepare dinner. Looking at her mother's slightly swollen and bloodshot eyes, Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. Mother obviously did not sleep well last night. This boy is unfilial. However, if I can't find second brother, then I will be even more unfilial. I hope mother can understand me. When I am done, I will definitely accompany mother and father. I forgot that I still have to help mother and father find some longevity prescriptions. According to Venerable Huolong's records, there are some pills that can extend one's life. However, although he is knowledgeable, he is not proficient in this aspect. Cultivating the immortal Tao can extend one's life. However, mother and father are obviously not suitable for it. I don't even know if big brother and sister-in-law can do it. I am just a beginner and do not know how to guide others. Let's talk about this later. Guosufei saw Zhang Xiaohua enter the courtyard and forced a smile. Xiaohua, you went out to practice martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua respectfully said, Yes, mother. Music does not leave the mouth and fist does not leave the hands. This martial arts needs to be practiced frequently. Seeing her mother wiping her eyes and going back to work, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the bucket and said, Mother, I am going to get some water. It has been a long time since I worked for you. Guosufei said, No need. Xiaohua, you have a good rest. Let your big brother do this work. Zhang Xiaohua was not willing to comply. She took the rope and the bucket and went out. Because it was winter, the fields were filled with snow. Zhang Xiaohua returned for a few days and did not go to the fields that were still under her name. This time, she used the excuse of fetching water to take a good look. The fields were now under Zhang Xiaohua's care. Looking at the neat ridges exposed from the snow and the fine soil in the fields, Zhang Xiaohua knew that her big brother was very meticulous in farming. Sighing, Zhang Xiaohua turned and went down the hill. Although this field was very good, it was destined that it would not belong to her. The snow at the bottom of the hill was very deep. The black well was exposed. Standing next to the well, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. How should she deal with the well water? Based on Zhang Xiaohua's attitude 2 days ago, he had already placed a restriction on the spring water. As long as the Zhang family came to take it, no one else would be given a single drop. But now Zhang Xiaohua's attitude had changed. The spring water was sweet and rich in the qi of heaven and earth. It was the best gift from the heavens. Since it was a gift from the heavens, it must not be used by a particular family. If he placed a restriction on it, it would only be used by himself. What was the difference between him and the bullies in Lu Town who took other people's things for their own use? What's more, the essence of heaven was the most dependent on fate. If she monopolized it, presumably it would shorten her life and break her fortune. Because of this spring water, her family had already produced Zhang Bairen. It was already a blessing for the generation. Why should she be greedy? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. She fetched the well water, carried it with her hand, and walked back to the village. How could she still think about who drank the well water and who didn't? Now that Zhang Xiaohua is benevolent and kind, he thinks of the greater good. In fact, it is precisely because of this that it makes sense. Dear officials, think about it. If Zhang Xiaohua had placed a restriction on the well, others would only see the Zhang family drawing water from the well, and they would be able to get the sweet well water, but others would not be able to. Or perhaps the Zhang family would be able to see the well, but others would not be able to. Wouldn't it be a cover-up that would attract more attention? On the contrary, it was the most appropriate to follow fate and not reveal the mountain and not reveal the water. As for whether this spring water was the key to creating a person like Zhang Bairen, this was a question that no one could say for sure. After pouring the well water into the water jar, breakfast was ready. As usual, Zhang Xiaolong brought the food next door to eat with Lu Qian, while Zhang Xiaohua ate with her mother and father in the house. Although breakfast was very short, Guosufei's mouth did not stop for even a moment. She gave instructions here and there, gave instructions on this side and worried about that side. Hearing this, Zhang Kai frowned a little. However, Zhang Xiaohua smiled faintly and responded to each and every one of them. She did not slack off in the slightest, as if this was the most delicious side dish. But in the end, Guosufei was still worried. She repeatedly doubted Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts. She was afraid that she would lose this son of hers again. Zhang Xiaohua helplessly said, "Mother, you really don't have to worry. That day, didn't you already see the weight of my weapon? Think about it. With such a heavy weapon, who wouldn't be afraid if it hit them? They would have already run away. Who would dare to fight with me?" "Forget it, Xiaohua. Do you think I haven't heard of storytelling? If you hit people, they wouldn't dodge. Besides, what you call a weapon? It's just a stone stick." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "How about this, Mother? I'll give you a demonstration. What do you think of my ability?" "Don't. I don't think you have the level of a martial arts master. How can I let you demonstrate?" At this time, Zhang Xiaolong walked in. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I don't need to know martial arts. How about this, let Big Brother tie me up?" Zhang Xiaolong was shocked and said, "Mother, Xiaohua is still young. If she has done anything wrong, just say it. Why do you have to hang her up and beat her?" Chapter 392. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "What are you talking about? Big Brother, am I bad enough to be hung up by Mother?" After Zhang Xiaohua explained, Zhang Xiaolong understood. He found a rope from the corner and tied Zhang Xiaohua's hands and feet firmly. Don't say Zhang Xiaolong's skill was not bad. He tied Zhang Xiaohua so tightly that she couldn't move an inch. Guosufei at the side was distressed. She repeatedly said to be gentler and looser. After Zhang Xiaolong finished, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother, do you think this is tight?" Guosufei quickly nodded and said, "It's tight, it's tight." Guosufei hadn't finished nodding when she saw Zhang Xiaohua's hands and feet exert a little force. Two pung-pung sounds were heard. The ropes that Zhang Xiaolong used a lot of effort to tie Zhang Xiaohua's hands and feet broke like withered grass. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said, "How is it? Mother, even if I'm caught, I can still escape." Guosufei was stunned. She knew that her son was strong, but she didn't expect it to be so frightening. However, she still didn't give up and said, "But if they catch you, they will definitely throw you into prison. What's the use of your broken ropes?" Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and said, "Since it's like this, Mother, boy will show you my skills." Finished speaking, he led the three people into the central room. Zhang Xiaolong found a rope and tied himself up. This time Zhang Xiaolong used a trick. He knew that this guy would definitely break if he struggled, so he didn't waste any more effort. After Big Brother finished tying, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Mother, Father, Big Brother, this place will be the bad guy's prison. Lock the door and go out. See how I escape." Zhang Xiaolong looked at his parents. The three of them didn't understand, but they still followed Zhang Xiaohua's instructions and locked the door. They stood in the middle of the yard and stared at the window. They wanted to see how Zhang Xiaohua would escape. But even after a long time, there was still no movement from the window. Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, "Father, Mother, Xiaohua really screwed up this time. Luckily, I didn't tie his hands and feet tightly." At this moment, a laugh came from behind them. Someone said, "Who said I screwed up? I've been standing behind you for a long time." The three of them were shocked. When they turned around, wasn't it Zhang Xiaohua who was standing there with a smile on her face? Zhang Xiaolong was shocked. He ran up to her, looking her up and down. Reaching out to touch her left and right, he said, "Are you Xiaohua? How did you come back from outside?" Then she turned her head and asked, "Mother, I don't remember having a twin brother." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Dage is making fun of me. When did you learn to be this humorous? I'm the Xiaohua in the room?" Guosufei also didn't believe it. She pushed open the door and saw that there were only a few pieces of rope left in the room. Looking around, Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, "It seems that Xiaohua escaped from the window in the back wall." "Oh, that's not right. The window in the back wall was sealed well and didn't break. Little Blossom, how did you manage to escape?" Looking at her mother and father's questions, Zhang Xiaohua said, "This is an escape technique that I learned from Misty School. It allows me to escape when others aren't paying attention. It's very useful." "Is that so?" Guosufei and the others somewhat understood. Since Zhang Xiaohua was able to escape when her hands and feet were tied up, then Guosufei really didn't have any other opinions. Even if Zhang Xiaohua couldn't beat the other party, she couldn't escape at that time. Even if she was caught, she could still escape easily. She really didn't have any reason to keep Zhang Xiaohua here. Of course, the bloody means of Jiang Hu were far more than this. It wasn't something that Guo Sufei could understand. Zhang Xiaohua used this simple earth escape technique to convince her mother. It was just to make her mother feel at ease. Seeing that her mother finally agreed, Zhang Xiaohua's face also revealed a smile. Then she took out 10 jade talismans from her bosom and said, "Mother, father, Dage, these are some strange things that I got from a deserted island. They can protect people. Find a string and wear them on your body." Zhang Kai reached out and took one of the jade talismans. Looking left and right, he said, "Xiaohua, this jade talisman is quite valuable." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Father, whether this jade talisman is valuable or not, you must remember not to sell it. Can save lives." "What?" Zhang Xiaolong almost cried out, saying, "This broken thing can save lives? I think it's better to sell it." Guo Sufei wasn't happy and said, "Look at you two old and young, how do you know about money? Listen to Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother knows me best. This can it save lives?" Guo Sufei also tried to persuade. Zhang Xiaohua hung a jade talisman on her body and said with a smile, "Dage, take that hoe and hit me hard." "No, absolutely not." Before Zhang Xiaohua finished her words, Guo Sufei immediately objected. "Oh, then how about this, Dage? I'll put this jade talisman on the ground. You take the hoe and hit the jade talisman hard, what do you think?" "No need, Xiaohua. This jade talisman is worth at least a few silver coins, it's such a pity." Zhang Kai was not happy, he glared at Zhang Xiaolong and said, "Just this few silver coins, do you need to go so far? Xiaolong?" "Oh, that's right, father, I'll listen to you." Saying that, Zhang Xiaolong took a jade talisman and threw it on the ground. Then he looked for the hoe and used all his strength to hit the jade talisman. When the hoe touched the jade talisman, it was like hitting a ball of cotton sinking. But no matter how hard he tried, there was always a gap between the hoe and the jade talisman, it couldn't touch it. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaolong shouted, "Interesting, interesting. But Xiaohua, if you wear this thing on your body, people won't hit the jade talisman when they hit you, right?" "It's okay, father, as long as you wear it. It will protect your whole body if you hit it with more than a certain amount of force. How about I put the jade talisman on Huan Huan? You can use a wooden stick to try." Sure enough, if the jade talisman was put on the 4 odd beasts, Zhang Xiaolong would use a wooden stick to hit Huan Huan's butt. No matter how hard Zhang Xiaolong used, he couldn't hit it. Zhang Xiaolong was overjoyed. He quickly grabbed one and said, "This thing is great, with it, your sister-in-law won't be able to hurt me anymore. Ha ha ha." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and gave the other 9 jade talismans to Guo Sufei. She said, "Mother, let's each have one. Keep the rest as a backup. This jade talisman won't work forever. It may not work after a few times." "Okay," Guo Sufei agreed. She carefully put it away and said, "I'll find a silk rope later, we'll all wear it." Seeing that her mother put away the jade talismans, Zhang Xiaohua took out 10 light red jade talismans from her arms. Before she could say anything, Zhang Xiaolong shouted, "Xiaohua, what are these? Are they different from the ones just now?" "Yes, big brother, you're right, the one just now is for protection, this one," Zhang Kai interrupted, "for hitting people." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Father is really smart. No wonder the 3 of us are so smart. It's all thanks to you." Guo Sufei smiled and said, "Don't flatter your father. Your father said so many good things to you last night. It's all thanks to your mouth." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Father is good. Mother is good. Please wait a moment." After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua moved a large rock from outside the yard. It was about the size of the Zhang family's dining table. Only Zhang Xiaohua had the strength to move it. If it were Zhang Xiaolong, it would take at least 5 people. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua move such a large stone, the 3 of them didn't understand. What does this have to do with hitting people? After the stone was placed in the middle of the courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Father, mother, big brother, you all stand behind me and watch how I use this jade talisman." The 3 of them didn't dare to be careless and stood behind Zhang Xiaohua. They saw Zhang Xiaohua pick up a jade talisman and throw it at the stone with all her strength. With a kacha sound, the jade talisman broke into pieces and a red light flashed from the jade talisman. It was a red flame, but the flame was different from the usual flame seen in the Zhang family. When the flame touched the stone, it actually burned. After a cup of tea's time, More than half of the huge stone was burned. This strange scene made the three of them even more stunned. Yes, this was the first time they saw a flame that could burn a stone. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and handed over the remaining few jade talismans. Zhang Xiaolong stretched out his hand but didn't dare to take them. He asked with some fear, Xiaohua, isn't this thing too dangerous? If we were to accidentally trip and fall onto the jade talisman while holding it, wouldn't we burn ourselves in an instant? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and casually threw another jade talisman on the stone. This time it didn't break. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and picked it up. She put it in someone's pocket and said with a smile, "This jade talisman needs to be thrown with all your strength to be effective. If you are a little bit weaker, it won't break. Moreover, if Big Brother is carrying the jade talisman just now, the two jade talismans will meet and perish together. Of course, there won't be any danger." Ah, so it's like this. Only then did Zhang Xiaolong boldly reach out to take the remaining jade talismans. Looking at them carefully, he said, "Xiaohua, this is a sharp weapon, more effective than any sword or saber. Do you have any more? Give me a few more." Zhang Xiaohua heard this and her heart was moved. Why didn't she think of it? She smiled and said, "I still have some. I will give them to you later. But, Big Brother, don't use this thing in evil ways." Zhang Xiaolong also smiled and said, "You look like Big Brother. How come Big Brother doesn't know what you think?" Zhang Xiaohua gave the remaining few jade talismans to Guosufei. Guosufei took them and said with some reluctance, "Xiaohua, when do you want to leave after giving us all these things?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the clouds in the sky and said, "Mother, as soon as possible. If possible, I will leave tomorrow. What do you think?" Tomorrow is the 18th of the first month. It is not even the first month. You came back on the 9th day of the first month. It has only been 9 days and you want to leave? Hearing the word 9, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was moved. She smiled and said, "Mother, I should leave tomorrow. This 9 is very auspicious." Chapter 393. What new book he? Guosufei sighed deeply. "No matter how auspicious it is, as long as you leave, Mother will not be happy." Zhang Xiaohua smiled, "Mother, don't worry. As long as there is news about second brother, I will immediately send someone to bring the news back. You just have to wait to make braised pork to reward me." Guosufei forced a smile and wiped her tears. Yes, Little Blossom was her son, and Little Tiger was her son too. They were both her flesh and blood. There was no reason to stop her from looking for her second son just because she felt sorry for her youngest son. Seeing this, Zhang Kai changed the topic. "Today, Xiaohua, stay at home, don't go anywhere, accompany your mother." "Oh right, child's mother. Bring the good things Xiaohua brought for Chanshan to see." "Okay, we will go now." Guosufei agreed and the three of them went next door. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "You guys go first, I will go back to my room, I will be there soon." Guosufei showed the 2 jade talismans to Lu Qian and explained how to use them. Lu Qian had previously received the small primeval stones from Zhang Xiaohua, so she naturally knew that this brother of hers was not ordinary. Of course she did not doubt. She immediately found a suitable thread from the sewing tray, and passed the 6 jade talismans to everyone. Bai Ren also received one and wore it around her neck. As for the other light red jade talismans, she also took 2 and hid them close to her body. Seeing that their daughter-in-law trusted them so much, Zhang Kai and Guosufei also did as instructed. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua also rushed over, took out a dozen light red jade talismans and said, "Big brother, big sister-in-law, this is all, please keep it." Lu Qian glared at Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, don't you still need these? You keep them for yourself." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't mention it, big sister-in-law, I don't need these, you guys can use them. As long as you don't use them casually and only use them to protect yourself." At this time, Guosufei also took out her own jade talisman and said, "Xiaohua, Mother will let you wear this." "Mother, I really..." Zhang Xiaohua said half of the sentence. She could not continue. With tears in her eyes, she stretched her head and let her mother wear the talisman around her neck. Seeing this, Lu Qian hurriedly put on another one and handed it to Guosufei. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Mother, you should wear it too. Why don't you let father help you?" "Forget it, I'll do it myself." Guosufei smiled and put the jade pendant on her body. Then Zhang Xiaohua handed over a dozen jade talismans to Lu Qian, Lu Qian only took half of them, the rest were given to Guosufei. Guosufei only took half of them and returned the other half to Lu Qian. At this time Bai Ren on the Kong had already woken up. Yayi sound turning over on the Kong. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua by the Kong bed, his eyes seemed to light up. He reached out his small hands to ask for a hug. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and held Bai Ren in his arms. Only then did the little guy stop scratching in his arms. He just looked at him and chuckled. Zhang Xiaohua once again swept with her spiritual awareness, but Bai Ren was still the same as other children. There was no fluctuation of primordial qi. If it was not for the fact that this 8-day-old child looked like a 5-month-old child, Zhang Xiaohua really couldn't believe that this was the baby she took out from the innate array. Lu Qian next to her asked, Xiaohua, I heard from mother that you will leave tomorrow. Bai Ren is not 1 month old yet. Why don't you wait to eat Bai Ren's full moon banquet? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, sister-in-law, I will leave in the end. Why do you care about sooner or later? Speaking of Bai Ren's full moon banquet, I have prepared a gift in advance. After that, he took out a large piece of primordial stone from his arms and handed it to Lu Qian. This is the same stone I gave you last time. I think Bai Ren will like it. I have nothing to give him, just treat this as a toy for him. This piece of primordial stone was the size of an adult's fist. The primordial qi contained in it was really surging. Zhang Xiaohua had been refining qi for a long time, but the amount of primordial qi in her body was not so much. Although Lu Qian did not understand the preciousness of this primordial stone, she knew that her son's birth was related to this stone, and it was just a much smaller stone. This one must be even more precious. However, Zhang Xiaohua was her younger brother, so she did not need to be too polite. Before she could say thank you, Bai Ren's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his small hand to hug this thing that was about the size of his head. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua put the primordial stone on the Kong, and also put Bai Ren beside it. As a result, Bai Ren reached out and hugged the primordial stone and rolled around. He had long forgotten about Zhang Xiaohua. One day passed quickly, and Zhang Xiaohua's family stayed in Lu Qian's house, accompanying Bai Ren for the entire day. Lu Qian was still in confinement, so she could not leave the house. On the 17th day of the first month, the family had dinner in their central room. Mr. Lu Kai and Li Yinfeng also came over, and it was a happy reunion dinner. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight shone into the house. Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes, sighed softly, and pushed the door open. He did not plan to go out to the courtyard to practice the Big Dipper magical fist, and wanted to leave quietly, afraid of the heartache of separation. Unfortunately, just as he stepped out, he saw the dark red fire in the stove. His mother had already woken up. Quietly standing at the door, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes could not help but moisten. Guosufei woke up very early. When Zhang Xiaohua came out, she had already baked a large stack of pancakes. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in, Guosufei smiled and said, Xiaohua, go and sleep for a while. We still have to hurry on the road today, so rest well. Zhang Xiaohua whispered, Mother, you don't have to bake so many pancakes, I can't finish them. This is for you to eat on the road. Along the way, other people's food is not to their heart's content. I'm afraid that you won't be used to it. Mother. Zhang Xiaohua was a little choked up. Well, if you can't sleep, wash your face and tidy up your huan. It still has to carry you on the road, don't starve. Zhang Xiaohua responded and went. It seems that Zhang Xiaohua's idea of quietly leaving had completely failed. Not long after, Mr. Lu Kai and Li Yinfeng also came over. After eating, a group of people sent Zhang Xiaohua out like stars surrounding the moon. Only Lu Qian and Bai Ren didn't go out of the house. Zhang Xiaohua especially went to say goodbye to her sister-in-law. Bai Ren, this boy, was still sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but hug and kiss his chubby little face. There were many people in the village who woke up early. Seeing that only the third son of the Zhang family was going out again, they all stopped and carefully gave their blessings. Zhang Xiaohua was ashamed. She thought that people were too bad before. At this time, she carefully smiled and greeted the people who were familiar with her. At the entrance of the village, there was no need to mention the reluctance and attachment. This time was different from before. Although they were reluctant to part at the beginning, they knew that there was no danger to their lives. At worst, they could just pat their butts and come back. This time, they knew that the road ahead was dangerous. Although Zhang Xiaohua showed a few skills yesterday and dispelled most of the old people's doubts, how could they bear to see their son take risks? Guosufei's face was still full of tears. Although Zhang Xiaohua was sad, she was after all 18 years old. She was not like the youth of the past who only had tears in her eyes. After saying a few words to her mother, father, and the others, she floated onto the deer. She patted Huanhuan's bald horn and the deer lifted its legs and moved forward. After a few steps, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but look back. Everyone raised their hands. Only her mother covered her mouth with one hand and put the other hand in front of her face with difficulty, slightly waving it. Zhang Xiaohua's hand also seemed to be weighed down by tens of thousands of pounds. It was extremely difficult for her to wave it. The tears that had been in her eyes all this time finally couldn't help but flow down the corner of her eyes. Thinking that her mother would definitely be sad if she was sad, Zhang Xiaohua forced a smile. Then she resolutely turned her head and let the sparkling tears fall to the ground. Huanhuan also seemed to understand Zhang Xiaohua's intentions. With a low whistle, it flipped its four hooves and galloped towards Lu Town. After turning the corner at the foot of the mountain, the Guozhuang house was hidden by the mountain. The mountain could block one's vision, but it couldn't hide one's longing heart. Zhang Xiaohua had already released her divine perception long ago. From afar, she could see her grieving family members. This kind of parting was always so sad that it made one's heart turn cold. When Zhang Xiaohua neared Pingyang City, his emotions gradually calmed down. The Guozhuang house was a peaceful harbor that he would always look forward to. However, it was not the stage of his life. Zhang Xiaohua already knew that ever since he obtained the Carefree Heart Sutra and entered the cultivation of the immortal Tao, his life had become very different from that of ordinary people. Even the martial artists couldn't compare to him. Therefore, it was still the same old saying, with great power comes great responsibility. Trying to escape? That's impossible. Looking at the approaching gates of Pingyang City, Zhang Xiaohua was filled with anticipation. How were the two little girls, Nie Qinyu and Little Orange, doing? Although he could see what he wanted to know as long as he released his divine perception, was there any point in doing so? Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the inn. Everything looked the same as before. It was just that the new year had just passed and there were more merchants coming and going. Business seemed to be much better, and the inn was bustling with activity. However, the inn staff seemed to have a strange look in their eyes. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua enter, they weren't as enthusiastic as before. It seemed like they were avoiding him. Could it be that I didn't tip them with a large sum of money the last time I came? That's why they seem distant. Could it be that Nie Qinyu has run out of money and owes them money for their rooms? Zhang Xiaohua walked into the courtyard of the inn suspiciously. In the corner of the courtyard, the horse carriage was left alone. It didn't seem to have moved at all. Zhang Xiaohua left the four odd beasts behind and walked to Nie Qinyu's door. There was no noise from the two little girls inside. Zhang Xiaohua frowned even more. Walking to the tightly shut door, Zhang Xiaohua knocked lightly on the door and asked, "Is there anyone at home?" Immediately, a hoarse voice shouted from inside. "There's no one here." However, before the voice finished, it was followed by an exclamation. "Ah, Brother Ran. It can't be." When Zhang Xiaohua heard her surprised and joyful voice, cold sweat broke out on his back. I don't think he was this intimate with Miss Nia. It's only been 10 days since we last met, yet he misses her so much? Oh. Chapter 394. Although Nie Qinyu was only 12 years old, she was still a young girl. Cough cough. She had already grown up and her body was filled with the unique fragrance of a girl. Her movements were like a swallow returning to the forest, but this really put Zhang Xiaohua in a difficult position. Should I step aside and let her pass? Wouldn't that be letting Miss Nia eat dirt? However, if I don't step aside, won't I be taking advantage of her? Although Zhang Xiaohua did not release his divine perception, Nie Qinyu's movements still allowed Zhang Xiaohua to make sufficient movements to avoid her. However, after thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua still stood there bravely and fearlessly. He only felt a soft and delicate body in his arms and a sweet smell entered his nose. Then, a delicate arm wrapped around Zhang Xiaohua's waist. Zhang Xiaohua swayed and almost fell to the ground. His body, which had been tempered by the heavenly thunder and refined by the qi of heaven and earth, had never received such treatment before. All of a sudden, he seemed to feel uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaohua was about to reach out and push Nie Qinyu slightly to express to her that it was inappropriate for men and women to touch each other when Nie Qinyu leaned in his arms and cried, "Brother Ran, why are you only back now? Little Orange, she has been snatched away." Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Is it because of my words? If I had known that I was so powerful, I wouldn't have joked with you guys. Quickly tell me what happened. Don't tell me that the bullies of Pingyang City want to force Little Orange to be his second concubine? Or did the bandits outside the city want to kidnap her to be their mistress?" No matter what Zhang Xiaohua said, Nie Qinyu seemed to be frightened and refused to let go. She lay in Zhang Xiaohua's arms and cried non-stop. Although Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see Nie Qinyu buried in her arms, she could imagine the scene of Nie Qinyu sobbing in the rain. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but pout. This child doesn't have parents to love her. She's so pitiful. After about 15 minutes, Nie Qinyu seemed to be tired from crying and realized her impoliteness. She quickly escaped from Zhang Xiaohua's arms and lowered her head, blushing, as if she wanted to hide her little face in front of her chest. Zhang Xiaohua found it a little funny. She coughed twice and asked, "Little you are? Quickly tell me what's going on with Little Orange. How did it get snatched away?" Hearing this, Nie Qinyu quickly looked up and was about to say something, but she saw that Zhang Xiaohua's chest was wet. Wasn't that her tears just now? She immediately lowered her head in fear. Zhang Xiaohua walked forward and patted her head. "Little you are, sit down first and tell me slowly. I'm back, so leave this to me." Zhang Xiaohua's action of patting her head was a little reckless. He was used to being patted by his parents, eldest brother, and second brother at home, so he naturally thought it was a gesture of comfort. However, Nie Qinyu was a girl, so it was inappropriate to pat her head. Even if it was some other part of her body, it was a big taboo to pat her head without permission. Fortunately, before Nie Qinyu could dodge, her head was patted by Zhang Xiaohua's sneaky hand. Nie Qinyu looked up a little unhappily. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua's calm smile, she felt a lot more at ease. She felt that the hand patting her head was 1,000 times warmer and made her feel safe. Nie Qinyu obediently sat on the edge of the bed and recounted everything that had happened after Zhang Xiaohua left. It turned out that ever since Zhang Xiaohua left in the snow on the 6th day of the first lunar month, although Nie Qinyu and Little Orange were angry at Zhang Xiaohua's joke, the two girls felt isolated in this unfamiliar Pingyang city. Therefore, they almost never went out. They only strolled in the courtyard when the sky cleared up. If they had nothing to do, they would stay in the house and joke around. It was no different from when they were in the boudoir in the mountain villa. The only difference was that many of their conversations involved the heartless thief, who left them in this inn and left alone. However, on the 15th day of the first lunar month, the sky finally cleared up. It was another day to see the lanterns. Even the lanterns in Lu Town attracted Zhang Xiaohua's attention, not to mention the grand and lively lanterns in Pingyang City. Therefore, Nie Qinyu and Little Orange finally couldn't resist the clamor outside the inn, and walked out of the door for the first time. The liveliness was actually secondary. The most important thing was that in Nie Qinyu's hometown, Carefree City, there was another custom on the 15th day of the first lunar month. That was, young girls could write their wishes on paper and place it on the lotus lanterns on the river. If the god of the water favored it, it would open the girl's paper and fulfill this lucky girl's wish. In the past, Nie Qinyu didn't have any major wishes and would do them casually. Today, however, was the first time she had a major wish. Therefore, she didn't care if this custom existed in Pingyang City. She pulled Little Orange along and wanted to go shopping for lotus lanterns. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua's words made sense. Nie Qinyu was only a 12-year-old girl. Her body was still developing and her appearance wasn't outstanding. Although Little Orange had delicate features and was a beauty, she was still a girl after all. She didn't have a threatening aura. The two of them wouldn't cause any trouble on the streets. However, man proposes, God disposes. Since Pingyang City didn't have the custom of placing lotus lanterns, they only found something they were satisfied with after walking around for a long time. Coincidentally, just as they walked out of the lantern shop, they saw a blind man setting up a stall by the street. There were a few words on the stall, seeking future and marriage. Nie Qianyu's mind was preoccupied with the idea of placing the lanterns at night and didn't notice at all. However, Little Orange saw it and couldn't move her feet. She insisted on dragging Miss to take a look at the stall and said, helping Miss find marriage. How could Nie Qianyu not understand Little Orange's intention? Hence, the two of them went forward to perform a divination. The blind man asked for their birth characters and gave them 2 divination signs. One was above average, which fulfilled Little Orange's wish. The other was below average, which ruined Nie Qianyu's good mood. Nie Qianyu pouted and tipped them a few coins. As she walked she said, not allowed, not allowed. It's too unlucky. However, when it was time to place the lanterns at night, her face was still gloomy. Little Orange carefully placed the lanterns for Mississippi. She even specially said that the water god was definitely more powerful than the blind man. Only then did Nie Qianyu feel slightly relieved. However, just as they turned the corner and returned to the inn, a man in black suddenly flew down from the wall beside them. He stretched out his hand and sealed their acupoints. Before Nie Qianyu fainted, she clearly saw the man's figure. Wasn't he the blind man who performed a divination on the street earlier? When Nie Qianyu woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. In the room of the inn, she heard from the innkeeper that he went out to look for friends last night and happened to see the man in black committing a crime. The man in black seemed to have seen someone appear and hurriedly ran away. Only then did he leave Nie Qianyu behind and not kidnap her. At that time, Nie Qianyu was so scared that her face turned ashen. She didn't dare to take half a step out of the inn. She didn't even have the thought of reporting it to the authorities. The innkeeper always said that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. If the victim didn't report it, then what did it have to do with him? Therefore he kept it a secret. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood the way the innkeeper looked at her. Of course, she was missing but didn't dare to report it to the authorities. The innkeeper thought that she was a human trafficker. Zhang Xiaohua touched her chin and thought for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she asked, Little Yuer, is Little Orange's birthday on the 7th day of the 7th month? Ah. Nie Qianyu was shocked and said, how did you know? Immediately, her face turned ashen and she said, she even told you this? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, when did Little Orange tell me? Why didn't I know? You know that you already know Little Orange's birthday. I didn't tell you. She didn't tell you either. Did you dream about it? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She laughed and told her what happened in Lu Town. Nie Qianyu then laughed through her tears and said, I thought you were blind. Blind? Haha. Zhang Xiaohua also laughed and said, if I were blind I wouldn't kidnap people. Then he frowned and said, I didn't think so much that day. I just wanted the authorities to intervene in this human trafficker's matter. However, I forgot to interrogate the man in black. It was really negligent. Yes, Big Brother Ren. It's been almost 10 days. I wonder if Little Orange is still alive? At this moment Zhang Xiaohua was calm. That was because, as Nie Qianyu said, it had been 10 days. If something had happened it would have happened long ago. Moreover, the kidnapping of the little girl by the men in black in Lu Town was probably an organized and planned collective event. It should be different from the usual plucking. Little Orange's real concern should be her life and nothing else. But Big Brother Ren, what should we do now? I didn't dare to report it to the authorities at that time. If the authorities asked about my background, I was afraid that I would attract the attention of the bad guys again. So, I've been waiting for Big Brother to come over for the past few days. Don't you think I'm too selfish? Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, Little Yuer is very smart. It's very right not to report it to the authorities. Didn't you hear me say that day at the place I went the authorities couldn't wait to run away? Why would they care? The authorities in Pingyang City might be better. However, once they ask about your background, it's not wise for you to fall into their trap first, not to mention Little Orange. Then Big Brother Ren, do you think I did the right thing? Zhang Xiaohua gave her a thumbs up and said, it's more than right. You're extremely smart. Nie Qianyu's face flushed red. The grievances that she had been suppressing in her heart for the past 10 days had long disappeared. After interacting with her for a few months, Zhang Xiaohua knew that this girl had always been competitive. However, she was still young and immature. When faced with such a situation, It was difficult for her to have the best of both worlds. He laughed and said, "All right, I'm back. Leave little oranges matter to me. Look at your haggard face. You'd better rest more." Then he looked around and said, "Little you or I'll go next door. You sleep. Big brother Ren, please add it to your collection. Please tip it. Thank you." Chapter 395. Brother Ren. Nye Qinyu wanted to say something but stopped. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Okay, you go ahead and sleep. I'll stand at the door." With that he got up and walked to the door. His slender figure blocked the sunlight and his elongated shadow was cast on the brick bed. Nye Qinyu's face was a little red and her heart was racing. She curled up on the brick bed and pulled the blanket over her body. She also covered herself with the warm shadow and felt very at ease. Not long after, she started snoring softly. When Zhang Xiaohua heard it, he tiptoed and closed the door. Then he got up and went to the room next door. The target of the men in black was Little Orange, the girl who was born on the 7th day of the 7th month. Nye Qinyu was not in any danger at all. She was just frightened. "Sigh, poor child." Zhang Xiaohua sighed in his heart. First she was chased after. Now her own girl was kidnapped. She has been in a state of fear for the past few days. I wonder how many tricks she has used. I forgot to ask her. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the small house and sat cross-legged. To be honest, he was just comforting Nye Qinyu. He did not have any confidence in himself. Pingyang City was so big. Where could he find Little Orange? Moreover, she had been missing for 10 days. He did not know where she had been transferred to. But if he did not say that, what else could he say? Sitting cross-legged on the brick bed, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine senses. His divine senses were already very powerful and could cover the entire Pingyang City. However, just like what happened in Lutown previously, even if he could cover it completely, what was the use? You can only see, but you can't know all the movements like the back of your hand. This is divine sense, after all, not a domain. If only there was a way to leave a mark on Little Orange's body. Once he released his divine senses, no matter where she was, as long as she was still in Pingyang City, he would be able to sense her. How good would that be? Zhang Xiaohua's divine senses circled around Pingyang City for a long time but did not find anything. He had no choice but to withdraw it. It was still early, so Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes to cultivate. The content of the Way of Heaven was boundless and vast, so it couldn't be rushed. Before leaving the Guozhuang house, he had made jade talismans that gave him a lot of inspiration. Since he could make talismans and cultivate at the same time, why not? However, before creating the talismans, Zhang Xiaohua had something more important to do. She had to comprehend the 365 talismans in the golden formation in her Naiwan palace. The first time Zhang Xiaohua chose a talisman, just as he immersed his spiritual consciousness into it, he was immediately exhausted, so he immediately withdrew his spiritual consciousness, so he still did not know anything about these 365 talismans. Now that he had some free time, he naturally had to continue to talk about each of the talismans and try to find a breakthrough in his cultivation. Looking at these 365 talismans that were connected together like tadpoles, Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. These tadpoles were almost exactly the same. From the outside, one could not tell the difference at all. However, Zhang Xiaohua knew that these talismans were definitely different from each other. Looking at the swimming talismans, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to immerse his spiritual consciousness into a talisman that had just drifted in front of him. Just as his spiritual consciousness entered, he felt a wave of fatigue in his head. However, this time Zhang Xiaohua did not withdraw his spiritual consciousness immediately, but insisted on immersing it in the inner layer. As his spiritual consciousness penetrated deeper, the fatigue became more and more serious, and there was even a slight prickling pain. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant, not knowing if he should persist. But at this moment, the talisman emitted a milky white brilliance, producing a strong suction force. It pulled Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual consciousness tightly, as if it was about to absorb it. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was not alarmed but happy. He was most afraid that no matter how he probed, the talisman would not respond. However, at this moment, just immersing it in for a while, it produced a suction force. Presumably, He needed to send his spiritual consciousness into the talisman. Finished thinking, Zhang Xiaohua slightly controlled his spiritual consciousness and let his spiritual consciousness slowly enter the talisman. As his spiritual consciousness was absorbed, the talisman's brilliance became more and more brilliant. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not use his eyes to look, there was a dazzling feeling. When his spiritual consciousness was about to be completely absorbed, the brilliance was extremely brilliant. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua calmly took out 2 small primordial stones from his arms, one in each hand, and operated the jade blood elixir refining technique. The true qi in the meridians of his whole body slowly turned into heart fire and directly burned the elixir refining technique. Since Zhang Xiaohua practiced the Carefree Heart Sutra to the 6th level, his spiritual consciousness was extremely profound. Cultivating the jade blood elixir refining technique had little effect, so he did not practice it much. At this time, when he saw his spiritual consciousness was about to be absorbed, he immediately thought of this technique. Sure enough, when the heart fire burned the elixir refining technique, it was immediately absorbed by the brilliant talisman. After the brilliance was extremely bright, it gradually dimmed. At this time, the talisman was no longer in the shape of a tadpole, but slowly revealed its original appearance. However, it was still somewhat faint and could not be seen clearly. Seeing that this technique was effective, Zhang Xiaohua left and operated the Heart Sutra. He absorbed the heaven and earth primordial qi from the primordial stones into his meridians to replenish the true qi that had turned into heart fire. With the new supply of primordial qi, the heart fire was not extinguished and was slowly absorbed by the talisman. After absorbing for an entire afternoon, the talisman gradually revealed its true form. It was actually in the shape of a cute rabbit. What kind of talisman was this? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat aghast. Following the complete appearance of the rabbit talisman, a set of extremely complex techniques containing 365 different finger techniques immediately appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Zhang Xiaohua carefully comprehended it. Wasn't this the technique of the rabbit talisman? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Just as she was about to comprehend it further, a huge feeling of exhaustion came from her mind. There was actually a feeling of exhaustion. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to try again. She immediately withdrew her divine sense and let the golden array revolve around the elixir refining technique. She silently operated the Heart Sutra and adjusted her breathing. After the time it took to eat a meal, the true qi of the 6th level of the Worry-Free Heart Sutra had circulated through the meridians of her entire body a few times. Her entire body felt comfortable, and only then did she stop. After a little check, Zhang Xiaohua found that the Worry-Free Heart Sutra had not made any progress, but her divine sense had increased. However, there was a slight throbbing pain in her mind. Presumably, the true qi that she had used to cultivate the cultivation method had been supplied to the talisman all the time. It had long exceeded the capacity of her mud pill palace, and thus caused the injury. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to continue comprehending, for fear that going too far would be as bad as not going far enough. At this time, the sky had already turned dark, and she did not know whether Nie Qianyu had woken up or not. Zhang Xiaohua floated down to the ground and came to the door of Nie Qianyu's room. She gently knocked on the door again, and there was still a light snoring sound coming from the room. Presumably, Nie Qianyu was still sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. For the past 10 days, Nie Qianyu must have been exhausted and did not dare to sleep. She only completely relaxed when she saw her. How could she be sleeping soundly? After waiting for a while with her hands clasped behind her back, Zhang Xiaohua went to the front of the inn to find some porridge and side dishes and brought them back. The innkeeper knew that the guest had met with a calamity. He was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would be angry, so he carefully accompanied her and welcomed her with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua did not bother to explain to him, so she took the food box and left. After Zhang Xiaohua put the food box on the table and lit the lamp, Nie Qianyu was finally awakened by the bright light in front of her eyes. Rubbing her hazy eyes, Nie Qianyu's face was burning. She asked in a low voice, "Brother Ren, have you been accompanying me all this time?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "No, I also went back to my room to sleep. I just woke up and thought that you must be hungry, so I called you to get up and eat something." While they were talking, they heard Nie Qianyu's stomach growling. Nie Qianyu's face was burning even more. Zhang Xiaohua opened the lid of the food box and said, "Come, little fishy, eat something first and then go back to sleep." "Okay." Nie Qinyu nodded and said, "Brother Ren, you should eat too." Zhang Xiaohua said, "There's no need. I've already eaten. This is for you." After saying that, he was about to scoop rice for Nie Qinyu. How could Nie Qinyu let him scoop rice for her? She hurriedly jumped off the Kong bed and ran over without even wearing her shoes. "Let me do it, Brother Ren, you should rest." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sit down, little fishy. Your wrist must not be completely healed. If it is injured again, won't you need to rest for many days?" Nie Qinyu was a little embarrassed and said, "Then I will have to trouble Brother Ren." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and did not say anything. He took out the side dishes and the porridge and placed it on the table. He stood at the side and smiled as he watched Nie Qinyu eat in small bites. Nie Qinyu seemed to have never eaten as well as today. She actually finished the small pot of porridge. After putting down the bowl and chopsticks, Nie Qinyu said embarrassedly, "Brother Ran, you have never seen me eat so much, right?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Of course, when I saw you before, I only tasted a little. Today it was an eye-opener for me. You can eat more than me." Nie Qinyu smiled and said, "Brother Ren, you have never seen so much. Take your time to broaden your horizons." After saying that, she seemed to feel a little inappropriate and lowered her head slightly. However, she immediately raised her head and asked, "Brother Ren, is there any news about Little Orange?" After saying that, she laughed at herself and said, Brother Ren just said that he was resting in the room. I was too anxious." Zhang Xiaohua said, "I asked around outside first, but there were no good clues. I will go out later. Maybe I will find something at night?" "I see." Nie Qinyu was a little disappointed and said, "Then be careful. Don't do anything inappropriate." "Okay." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and walked to the table to clear the bowls and chopsticks. She said, "You should rest. You probably haven't slept well for many days. Go to bed. Maybe you can see Little Orange tomorrow." "Really?" Nie Qinyu was a little excited. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "I am just comforting you. I am not a god. How can I find him so quickly?" Sigh. Nie Qinyu sighed and said, "I can't help you. I just want to sleep." "Go to sleep. You will be the biggest help to me if you rest." Nie Qinyu saw that Zhang Xiaohua was not polite at all. She could only twitch her mouth and sit in front of the Kong bed again. Zhang Xiaohua took the food box out and shouted, "Little Yuer, lock the door." "Got it. Go." Nie Qinyu said weakly, "Go and come back early." Chapter 396. Why would Zhang Xiaohua need to leave the house personally? He returned the food box to the inn and returned to the house. He sat cross-legged and released his divine perception. Although there was still some pain in his head, it was not a big deal for him to use his divine perception to observe. Pingyang City was really lively at night. There were all kinds of things. Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. His divine perception followed a few sneaky thieves and watched a few filthy dramas. Then he hurriedly escaped. See no evil. There were also a few places where tragic tragedies happened. Zhang Xiaohua really could not stand it anymore. Although he knew that this would alert the enemy and spoil his plan, he really could not remain indifferent when he saw innocent people about to lose their lives. Hence, he raised the small sword in his arms again and stopped them in time before harm happened. Of course, after the first time there would be a second time and a third time. For the entire first half of the night, Zhang Xiaohua did not do anything else. He only enforced justice on behalf of the heavens and helped the weak. This sudden black light saved many people. From then on, the legend of Lunar Shadow was born in Pingyang City. After being the savior of the commoners, for half a night, Zhang Xiaohua was really exhausted. When midnight came, he immediately fell into a deep sleep. As Zhang Xiaohua flickered in his dream, a mysterious wave was emitted from his body. The starlight in the endless starry sky was instantly projected. As usual, it gathered into a cocoon-like ball of light around his body. After a long time, the wave around Zhang Xiaohua's body changed rapidly. The light cocoon wrapped around his body suddenly expanded as if it was attracted by something inside his body. Then it was sucked into Zhang Xiaohua's body like a whale sucking in water. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua's bones, which had been refined to the point that they were transparent, became completely transparent in an instant. Then, on many parts of the transparent bones, traces of red appeared. At this moment, there was no more starlight around Zhang Xiaohua's body. The wave around his body surged a few times and adjusted to another mysterious amplitude. Gradually it stabilized. As the wave stabilized, starlight was projected from the horizon again. In an instant it enveloped his entire body. However, who would know if this starlight was the same starlight? The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua had just gone to the courtyard to practice her martial arts when she heard Nie Qinyu running out of the house happily. She raised her head and looked around, but to no avail. Disappointed, she asked, "Brother Ren, did you not find Little Orange last night?" Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to stop. She said apologetically, "Little Yuer, I exaggerated a little last night. I searched the entire Pingyang city but did not find any clues." Nie Qinyu said desolately, "It's all right, big brother Ren. How can anything in this world be done just because you said so? Little Orange has been missing for 10 days. It will be difficult to start looking for him now. Moreover, I know that what you said yesterday was just to comfort me. You wanted me to have a good rest." Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and smiled. "Little Yuer is really smart. I'll go out and look again today. Maybe I'll find something." Nie Qinyu's eyes lit up and said, "I understand. Big brother Ren, are you looking for a blind fortune teller today?" Shaking her head, Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly, "Yes, I am." "That's great, big brother Ren. It's a little difficult, but I hope you can work harder. Please don't give up, okay?" Nie Qinyu sounded like she was pleading at the end. In fact, Nie Qinyu could not be blamed for not trusting Zhang Xiaohua. It was just that before Zhang Xiaohua left them, she was indifferent to them and did not like to interfere. Therefore, she was really afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would give up. If it was in the past, Zhang Xiaohua might hesitate and consider whether she would expose her background if she acted in Pingyang City. But now, she was full of chivalry and naturally would not decline too much. She smiled and said, "Look at what you're saying, little Yuer. Along the way we've developed feelings for each other. How could I possibly give up?" The word feelings was not used appropriately. Yes, it was really worth the 3 months of studying the 3-character classic. Nie Qinyu's forehead flushed red. She didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Then, Nie Qinyu smiled and said, "Big brother Ren, I won't hold you back from practicing martial arts." After that, she bounced back to the house like a little swallow, as if her wrist was not injured at all. Looking at Nie Qinyu's cheerful back view, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and continued practicing the Big Dipper magical fist. After practicing the Big Dipper magical fist for a few days, Zhang Xiaohua felt that his strength seemed to have increased by a lot. Therefore, he paid more attention to this fist technique. Late in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua went out of the inn with his hands behind his back. In fact, he could stay in the inn, but after all, Nie Qinyu was beside him. If he stayed in the house alone, Nie Qinyu would blame him for being lazy, and there would be no reason for her to find any clues in the future. There were many people from all walks of life in Pingyang City, and there were even a few blind fortune tellers. Zhang Xiaohua found a tea house and ordered some fragrant tea. As he tasted the tea, he used his divine senses to monitor these blind men. It was easy to say but difficult to do. Zhang Xiaohua had to look at this and that at the same time, lest he missed the real murderer. He could only see, but he could not really hear the conversation between the blind man and the others. Therefore, most of the time he had to pay attention to the shape of their mouths and the changes in their expressions. He had to guess what they were thinking to determine if there was anything wrong with what they were doing. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had an unusually hard time drinking the tea. Almost all the waiters in the tea house were muttering at the side. "Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Why is he so flustered when he's just drinking tea?" When the sky turned dark, those blind men left their stalls and went back to their homes. Zhang Xiaohua followed them closely, but he still did not find anything. The only thing he found was a stomach full of tea. Nie Qinyu was also obedient. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had returned empty-handed, she did not pursue the matter. She only served the food in the inn and comforted him gently. "Don't worry. Heaven helps the worthy. Perhaps there will be news tomorrow." Zhang Xiaohua ate 2 mouthfuls hastily and returned to the house. He pondered carefully. Although his divine senses were powerful and could monitor several blind fortune tellers in Pingyang City at the same time, it was after all an act of waiting. He did not know which blind man was the real culprit. Moreover, if the culprit did not disguise himself as a blind man, what should he do? For a moment he was filled with worry. The direct result of Zhang Xiaohua's worry was to release the small sword. With the power of a thunderbolt, he showed the will of heaven and punished many people who took advantage of the dark to do evil in Pingyang City. It was only late into the night that his worry subsided. The next day Zhang Xiaohua left the inn early. However, this time, he did not sit in the tea house. Instead, he rode out of Pingyang City on the David's deer. These 2 nights of eliminating pornography and illegal activities in Pingyang City had already shown some results. There were more and more cases of people helping the elderly cross the road. The bad guys who kidnapped the young girls were not really blind. They would definitely sense something. The best way was to look around Pingyang City and see if he could find some clues. However, when he exited the west gate of Pingyang City, he realized that the city gate was slightly different from before. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua came to Pingyang City for the first time 6 years ago, and the numerous times he entered and left Pingyang City after that, he had not met any soldiers at the city gate. However, today there were actually a few soldiers guarding the west gate of Pingyang City. They interrogated the passers-by, especially the horse carriages and the like. The inspection was especially detailed. Even Zhang Xiaohua, who was all alone, was interrogated in detail. They also looked at his strange steed from left to right, up and down. They only let him leave the city when they confirmed that there was nothing more to ask. As for the passers-by who entered the city, they did not interrogate them at all. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. However, he had never been very interested in the officials and thus could not be bothered to ask. Of course, even if he wanted to find out, he might not be able to get anything. He could tell just by looking at those soldiers who treated the passers-by like wolves and tigers. Zhang Xiaohua followed his own train of thought and carefully checked the east, west, and north of Pingyang City for several days. He did not discover anything even though he was more than 10 miles away from the city. He even checked the surroundings of the ethereal heights in detail. However, the Righteous Alliance had already taken over the heights and Zhang Xiaohua did not go deep inside. With the reputation of the Righteous Alliance in the pugilistic world, they would not do such a heinous thing. Even if the Righteous Alliance wanted to do it, they would definitely not choose Pingyang City. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua only looked around the surroundings. Huanxi Heights seemed to be like what Choju had said. There were not many changes and everyone had their own business. However, all these had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, he did not rashly go there and try to establish old ties with Tian Zhongxi and Ma Jing. It was already dusk. Zhang Xiaohua returned from the east side of Pingyang City. This day, he had walked dozens of miles away from the city and found many villages and forests. He had also used his divine perception to check many places that were rarely visited but to no avail. Now, he only had not seen the south side of Pingyang City. However, he had entered from the south gate and did not see anything strange along the way. It seemed that if there was no special miracle, he could only apologize to Nie Qianyu. However, at the thought of Little Orange's voice and smile, after not seeing them for more than 10 days, Zhang Xiaohua felt a wave of sadness in his heart. If he did not leave the 2 of them alone in Pingyang City and instead brought them to the Guozhuang house even Lu Town, would they be able to avoid this disaster? The more he thought about it, the more guilty Zhang Xiaohua felt. He felt that he really should not have avoided these 2 girls so much. Just as he was thinking, from the east gate of Pingyang City came a big dung cart carrying farm treasures. An unpleasant stench assailed his nostrils. Many people on the side of the road covered their noses to avoid it. Zhang Xiaohua grew up in a farmer's house. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with this smell and did not take it seriously. However, Zhang Xiaohua was riding on the back of the deer. Huan Huan had always had a habit of walking in the middle of the road. This time was no exception. As they were about to bump into the dung cart, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly patted Huan Huan's head, indicating for it to quickly make way for the cart. Although he was not afraid of this smell, it would not be good if he bumped into the cart and got himself covered in farm treasures. However, just as Huan Huan brushed past the dung cart, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown. Chapter 397. Although Zhang Xiaohua had not given himself any farm fertilizer for a long time, he had seen farm treasures since he was young. Naturally, he would not frown just because he was close to them. The reason why he was like this was because he realized that there was something wrong with the two coachmen. Farm treasures naturally referred to the dung in the fields. This large dung cart must have taken the dung from the toilets of the people in Pingyang City and brought it back to the fields to be fertilized. Normally, when farmers did this kind of work, they would drive along the side of the road and drive the cart carefully. They were afraid that they would annoy the passers-by and embarrass their family. Moreover, this kind of work was not a dignified job. Who would swagger in the middle of the road? Furthermore, it was just after the new year. It was not a proper day to dig dung in the fields. If the crops were growing and needed a large amount of fertilizer, it was understandable that two strong laborers would go to the city to dig dung. However, there was no need to rush to fertilize the fields. They were just pulling the dung back and storing it first. Why would they need two people to do this kind of idle work? Of course, the two of them might have come together to be companions or because it was on the way. However, since they were here to dig dung, they should not cover their noses. Their family was the first to despise this farm treasures. They really did not have any professionalism at all. From this point of view, how could Zhang Xiaohua not be able to conclude that there was something wrong with these two coachmen who were digging dung? These two coachmen were also pitiful. Of all the people they could meet, they just had to meet this hero Ren who grew up in the countryside. Yes, he was also a hero who was extremely proficient in farm fertilizer. Zhang Xiaohua brushed past the large dung cart. In order not to attract their attention, he did not stop. Instead, he continued to move forward until he could no longer see the shadow of the cart. Then, he patted the head of David's deer and turned around to chase after the cart. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. Anyway, he could use his spiritual sense. He just needed to hang from a distance. He would definitely not be discovered by them. The dung cart kept going east until it was dark. The two men got off the cart and looked around to make sure that there was no one around. Then they drove the dung cart into a small forest. Not long after, they came out again. At this time, the wooden buckets of dung on the cart were gone. Zhang Xiaohua saw with her divine sense that the two men covered their noses as they carried the wooden buckets out of the cart and casually threw them in the forest. The carriage continued on its journey. Not long after, it came to a small fork in the road. The coachman skillfully drove towards the small path in the southwest direction. It was a muddy path that could barely allow a carriage to pass through. In front of it, there was a patch of lights. It seemed to be a very small village. The two of them entered the manor and did not hesitate. They went straight to a dark courtyard at the entrance of the village and knocked on the courtyard door rhythmically. Immediately, an old man's head popped out. He first looked into the distance, then opened the courtyard door and said angrily, "You two brats, why did you just arrive? Hurry up and come in." The two of them did not dare to speak. They looked at each other and drove the carriage into the courtyard. Before the carriage came to a stop, the old man asked, "Have you brought the item? The days are getting closer and closer. If we still can't complete the task, the commander will blame us." One of them, who was slightly taller, smiled apologetically and said, "Banner Master Gao, don't worry. Although we are 2 days late this time, we still brought the item on time. We didn't delay the commander's matters. You make it sound so easy. I have waited here for a few days. How can I not be anxious? The date that the commander has requested is approaching." "Oh right, why did you delay for so long?" Don't mention it. Don't talk about it anymore. Our days in Pingyang City have been tough as well. You don't know that Pingyang City has been haunted for the past 2 days. Many of my subordinates, yes, not only me but also the brothers in other territories, when they went out to work at night, they all met a monster that they called Legend of Lunar Shadow. My goodness, you haven't seen it before. All you saw was a flash of black light and everything creaked. You were all turned into spare parts. This person was very long-winded and even said, "You don't understand" a few times. This made Banner Master Gao very unhappy. At this moment, the person beside him smiled apologetically and said, "Old Master Gao, just as my brother said, the city has been rather chaotic these few days. As long as the brothers in the underworld go out to work, there will always be some strange things interfering. Therefore, for the sake of the commander's grand plan, I have no choice but to shrink my head and act carefully. When Banner Master Gao heard this, his expression softened a little. He said, "It's not easy for you guys either. You have delivered a lot of good stuff. If the commander asks about it, I will definitely report to him and reward you handsomely." The two of them were overjoyed. They cupped their fists and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Banner Master Gao." At this moment, Banner Master Gao sniffled and lowered his head slightly to look at his feet. Then he said, "Oh right, what is the legend of Lunar Shadow that you mentioned just now? Tell me about it in detail." "It's like this." Reporting to Banner Master, "None of us have seen what it is exactly. It's just a flash of black light. If it's not cutting off people's limbs, it's breaking their tendons and bones. 2 people's ears were also cut off." Yes, and, at this point the two of them had a strange expression. They were gloating and almost laughed out loud. They said, "Fatinho from the west of the city went to rape women at night. The thing under him was also ha 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 ha." Banner Master Gao's expression changed slightly. He said, "Could it be an expert from the Jianghu? Or an expert from the Righteous Alliance?" The two of them laughed and said, "We don't know about this. However, I don't think the Righteous Alliance would ignore us. Moreover, at first we did suspect that it was an expert who had lost his martial arts. However, the black light appeared almost at the same time in the west and east of the city. Even if it was an expert in martial arts, it's impossible for him to attack in 2 places at the same time. What kind of lightness skill was that? There's actually such a strange thing. Could it be that several experts from the Jianghu attacked at the same time?" The two of them couldn't help but shrink their necks. They said, "Pingyang City is already the territory of the Righteous Alliance. Such a big sect that could even destroy the Misty School. How could they allow other experts to act arrogantly in Pingyang City? This even a fool may be right. What you said makes sense. Forget it. Anyway, Commander Master has more or less collected the amount. It should be time to hand over the order. I just don't know why Commander Master dares to let us do these things under the nose of the Righteous Alliance. It's really hard to understand." The person who spoke first laughed and said, "Banner Master Gao, I don't know about this. That day I specially asked Blind Man Fan. Guess what he said?" Banner Master Gao was unhappy again. He snorted and sniffled again. Inconspicuously, he rubbed his feet on the ground a few times. The person next to him laughed and said, "Don't blame him, Banner Master. Blind Man Fan only said one thing. The most dangerous place is the safest place." Banner Master Gao said disdainfully, "Everyone can say this. Do you think I don't know? If you don't have enough skills, everywhere is a dangerous place. This only shows that our commander is highly skilled in martial arts and wise." "Commander Master is mighty." The two of them quickly shouted. "Shoo!" Banner Master Gao said, "Keep your voices down. Don't attract the attention of others." As he spoke, he sniffled. He couldn't help but raise his feet to take a closer look. The two of them laughed and said, "Is Banner Master Gao tired? Let us massage your legs for you." Banner Master Gao was sweating profusely. He waved his hands and said, "No, I'm not tired at all. It's just that, where did this stench come from? I don't think I stepped on any dog shit. You guys wouldn't have stepped on it even if you drove here." The two of them looked at each other in dismay. One of them said cautiously, Banner Master, it's not that you stepped on dog shit. It's that the carriage that we came on was loaded with big shit." "Big shit?" Banner Master Gao was stunned. He said, "Why did you guys give up on your great career as a pawn and change your profession to digging for big shit?" At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had already followed them to the entrance of the village. She left the David's deer in the field and floated down. She looked around carefully. With a sway of her body, she used the earth escape to the side of the small courtyard. She hid herself and stuck out her ears from the corner of the wall to listen carefully. The smarter man laughed and said, "Banner Master Gao, you should take a look at the goods first. Then you'll know the reason." Banner Master Gao was puzzled. What did this thing have to do with big shit? However, he still pinched his nose and walked to the front of the carriage. He saw that the man activated some mechanism on the carriage. In the middle of the carriage, where there was some feces and urine, there was a small crack. Through the crack some clothes could be seen. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense suddenly saw a thin little girl wearing beautiful clothes. Instantly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart understood. It seemed that she was really lucky. Just when she was about to give up, she actually met the right person. If she wasn't wrong, it should be this group of people who kidnapped Little Orange. Little Orange wasn't destined to die yet. However, Zhang Xiaohua was as puzzled as Banner Master Gao. Although she was very suspicious of this big shit carriage and used her divine sense to scan it, why didn't she find any clues? She had to admit that this carriage's mechanism was very well hidden. The man carried the little girl out of the mechanism of the carriage. The little girl's eyes were tightly shut and her breathing was even. She must have been drugged with some kind of drug. Banner Master Gao looked at the little girl and couldn't help but frown. To be honest, he really couldn't see how this little girl had anything to do with this big shit carriage. This specially made carriage used to transport some secret items. It was reasonable that this little girl was hidden in the mechanism. However, what did she have to do with this stinky big shit? After thinking for a moment, Banner Master Gao's eyes lit up. He said, "The two of you actually used this big shit to cover your tracks? Could it be that the so-called legend of Lunar Shadow in Pingyang City made you so afraid?" Hearing this, the two of them gave him a thumbs up and said, "Banner Master Gao, you're really smart." Banner Master Gao was unhappy again. Chapter 398. How can you flatter your leader like this? Banner Master Gao was speechless. Fortunately, the Prime Minister is magnanimous, so Banner Master Gao couldn't take them seriously. The clever man said, "Banner Master Gao is wise. That legend of Moon Shadow is only one aspect. This legend has forced us not to work at night. But since you've been urging us, we have no choice but to work during the day." You guys are really bold. Banner Master Gao looked at his two loyal lackeys and laughed. "How dare you kidnap someone on the streets? Old Dog Fan is blind. TSK, who knows how many lost lambs he has fooled." The man took the opportunity to say, "It's all because of Banner Master Gao and Commander Ling's good leadership. That's why we were so bold." Good. I understand your intentions." Banner Master Gao was very pleased. He asked, "Then what's the other aspect? That should be the main point." "You're wise. Look at this little girl. What's the difference between her and the girls in the past?" Banner Master Gao sighed. "It's very unwise to question your superiors like this." However, he still took a closer look. Then he slapped the man's face and said angrily, "This child's skin is soft and tender. She's also wearing silk and satin. She's obviously different from the girls in the past. Needless to say, it must be you guys who were bold enough to kidnap the child of a wealthy family. How many times have I told you? Although the head commander is urging us, it's best that we don't provoke the children of these wealthy families. Who knows which one of them has connections with the higher-ups? If we cause trouble, not only will all our previous contributions be erased, we might even lose our own lives." The man was hurt but didn't dare to make a sound. The other man immediately stepped forward and said, "Don't worry, Banner Master Gao. Firstly, this girl is rich and she's not a noble. I don't think she'll cause trouble. Secondly, I've always been reliable. You know this too. How can I let anyone have something against me? I saw that the 4 gates of Pingyang City were guarded by soldiers. So I got a big dung cart and secretly gave the guards 2 taels of silver. That guy let me out. Haha, he was bought over with just 2 taels of silver. That's really cheap." Oh, Banner Master Gao was interested. He said, "Tell me, which family is this girl from? How did you get your hands on her?" The man smiled and said, "Actually, it's quite a coincidence. Didn't I hook up with an attractive kitchen made at a rich merchant's house in the east of the city? A few days ago, I didn't dare to go out to do anything. So I let Blind Fan set up his stall alone while I went to the east of the city to have some fun. In the end, I didn't find any fun. But I heard 2 little brats fighting over this little girl in the back garden of the rich merchant's house. One said that he was this little girl's older brother and that he should take good care of her, while the other said that he was this little girl's younger brother and that they should treat each other intimately. Tell me, Bannerman Gao, how can this rich merchant's child know how to hook up with girls at such a young age?" Banner Master Gao coughed and didn't answer. The man chuckled and continued, "I heard this girl ask them how they knew her birthday. I heard the older child say, "You are born on the 7th day of the 7th month. You are the most charming because of the 7-7 technique." Of course I know. You say, "Banner Master Gao, isn't this a case of traveling far and wide looking for something only to find it without any effort? We worked so hard to get a blind man to find out her birth characters, but I was able to find her just because I wanted to have some fun. Isn't this a credit given to me by the heavens?" So I jumped out without saying a word and knocked the 3 little brats out. I carried this girl and left. Oh. Banner Master Gao smiled and said, "You are quite lucky. We haven't found anything suitable for you for many days, but you found it so quickly. Looks like you can't avoid the reward from the commander." The man grinned and said, "It's just that the city gates have been closely guarded by the officials these few days. I couldn't deliver it in time. I've made Banner Master Gao wait for a long time." "Oh, it's okay," Banner Master Gao said generously. "I'm just giving you directions. You have to work hard for everything." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly asked, "What did you say just now? There are soldiers guarding the city gates of Pingyang City?" "Yes, Banner Master Gao. I made it very clear just now. It's because those soldiers have gone crazy and are guarding the city gates. They made things difficult for me and I didn't dare to take the risk. That's why I delivered it so late." Banner Master Gao didn't know what to say. He asked, "Do you know how long it has been since there were soldiers guarding the city gates?" The man scratched his head and said, "I've been in Pingyang City for more than 4 years, but I don't think I've seen anyone guarding the city." "That's right. Don't you think there's a reason why the city gate is suddenly being watched so tightly after 4 years without anyone guarding it?" "Banner Master Gao, you can just say what you want to say. I'm stupid. How would I know about the affairs of the soldiers? Maybe the officials are just doing an inspection and are just putting on an act?" Sigh. Banner Master Gao looked as if he expected better from them. He said, "Didn't you contact this girl?" "Ah." At this moment the 2 men realized what was going on. They looked at each other and their eyes were filled with fear. They said in a trembling voice, "Is it because we kidnapped this little girl? But she's just a relative of a wealthy merchant. I'm sure that this wealthy merchant only has a little bit of relationship with the officials." I heard this from the cook. Banner Master Gao shook his head and looked at the 2 men who were ignorant and fearless. He said, "Fortunately, you actually knew how to use money to trick the soldiers into letting you go. If you were caught by them, you wouldn't have any chance of survival." As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and realized that something was wrong. However, he couldn't figure out what it was. He couldn't help but frown and think hard. The 2 men realized that they had gotten into big trouble. They looked at the little girl in their hands and didn't know if they should carry her or throw her away. At this moment, Banner Master Gao suddenly asked in a loud voice, "You said that you gave 2 coins of broken silver to the soldiers?" "Yes," the man replied. "I won against them last night and gave it to them casually." "Banner Master Gao, you don't have to worry about it. Consider it my own allowance and you don't have to reimburse me." "Pa!" Banner Master Gao's slap landed on the other side of the man's face. The man was puzzled. He didn't want the organization to fork out money, so he had to fork out money for nothing. Was that wrong? Looking at the man's confused expression, Banner Master Gao angrily scolded, "You're an idiot. Don't you know that you're pretending to be a farmer in the countryside? Don't you have a brain? Who in this farmer's yard would pay 2 coins for a cart of dung? Even if it's 2 coins, they would have to think twice." "Ah?" The 2 men were dumbfounded. Of course, which farmer would be stupid enough to pay money for a few buckets of dung? If the crops irrigated by this manure were gold, it might be possible. "Then what should we do?" one of the men asked. The other man said, "It doesn't matter. We threw the dung in the forest by the side of the road before we reached the fork in the road. They probably won't be able to find this place." Banner Master Gao raised his hand. The man had already noticed it and immediately turned his head to the side to avoid it. However, the old man waved his hand and another crisp slap was heard. Banner Master Gao angrily said, "You idiot. The smell of dung is so strong. How could it not leave a trace and smell on the road? You're causing trouble for me." After he finished speaking, he took the little girl from the man's hands. The man said, "All right, then we'll send her back. Perhaps there won't be any problems." Banner Master Gao sneered and said, You think it's easy? This child is in our hands. The officials won't let us off easily. It's too late to send her over now. In any case, your master's martial arts are superb. Why should we be afraid of the officials? It'll be our merit if we send her back to your master. Let him deal with this troublesome burden. That's right. Bannermaster Gao is wise. The two men were not stingy with their flattery. All right. Since that's the case, let's leave quickly. The sooner we leave, the better. After he finished speaking, Bannermaster Gao was about to leave with the little girl under his arm. The two men immediately called out, Bannermaster Gao, you're a master who comes and goes, but we don't know lightness techniques. What should we do? Bannermaster Gao pointed at the inferior horses in the carriage and said, You brought one horse. There's another in the stable behind my house. Each of you will take one horse. I'll take the goods and use my lightness techniques to travel. What do you think? The two men were so moved that snot and tears flowed out of their noses. They said, Bannermaster Gao is indeed virtuous. You love your subordinates so much. You'd rather walk by yourself and give the horses to us. We're so touched. Bannermaster Gao smiled and said, No need to be so polite. I've always loved my soldiers like my children. Work hard in the future and bring my spirit to greater heights. I'm going to walk, so I'll go first. You can ride your horses and follow me. Seeing the two men nod, Bannermaster Gao exerted force with his feet and leaped onto the roof, shooting toward the west like lightning. The two men in the courtyard had looks of envy on their faces. They hurriedly unloaded the horses from the carriage and led them to the stable behind the house. When the two men got on their horses and galloped toward the south, a slender shadow suddenly appeared in the quiet courtyard. It was hero Zhang Xiaohua, who had been eavesdropping for a long time. Standing in the courtyard and smelling the faint stench, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Bannermaster Gao was right. With such a strong stench, if the soldiers were to chase after them, there was no way they wouldn't come here. However, it was already late. Should she chase them south or not? Even if she chased them, wouldn't she still fall asleep at midnight? How could she keep up with them? Just as she was thinking, she suddenly discovered something with her divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. Chapter 399. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was wondering if he should chase after him, his divine sense suddenly detected that Bannermaster Gao, who had already run out of the village, suddenly turned around and hid behind a huge pile of firewood by the side of the road. Not long after, two burly men on two horses galloped past the road. As they walked, they said, Bannermaster Gao's martial arts are indeed extraordinary. He disappeared in such a short time. He's even faster than a horse. Oh, and he's even bringing someone with him. AI, who knows how long it'll take for us brothers to reach such a level of cultivation. In the dark night, the sound of the horses' hooves was quite loud and traveled quite a distance. When the two horses were far away, Bannermaster Gao finally came out from behind the pile of firewood. Looking at the dark night, he turned around and actually headed back to the village. When Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense saw this, he was very surprised. Soon after, he understood that this Bannermaster Gao really had some skills. Seeing that Bannermaster Gao had returned to the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua quickly floated up to the wall and carefully bent down to observe his every move. He saw that Bannermaster Gao had the little girl under his arm and didn't let go. He only went into the house to tidy up and put away some things. This time, he left the house without even closing the door and floated back into the house. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself, this guy is really cautious. But with his movements, I still have to chase after him. Thinking this, he wasn't in a hurry. With his divine sense monitoring him, he guessed that Bannermaster Gao wouldn't be able to escape. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense while heading toward the village entrance. He wanted to call out to Huan Huan, but after just 2 steps, a smile appeared on his face again. Of course, Bannermaster Gao couldn't continue running after reaching the north side of the village. Instead, he went downstairs to another clean courtyard and entered it. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. This popular phrase instantly appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Zhang Xiaohua came to the entrance of the village and pulled Huan Huan to sit on the pile of firewood at the entrance of the village. She used her spiritual perception to observe for a long time, and did not see any movement from Banner Master Gao. Presumably, he would be resting here tonight. This was exactly what Zhang Xiaohua wanted. He also went into the pile of firewood and closed his eyes to cultivate. The next day Zhang Xiaohua woke up. Before she even opened her eyes, she heard the clamor of people and horses outside. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and saw that the small village had already been surrounded by many armed soldiers. The small courtyard where Bannerman Gao had appeared earlier had already been discovered. Many soldiers were searching inside. Moreover, there were small groups of soldiers knocking on each door, as if they were searching each house. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua inwardly cursed. With such a commotion, Banner Master Gao must have already fled. When she turned her divine sense to the courtyard where Banner Master Gao had been last night, she found that he was still sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. How could this guy be so calm? After carefully observing the movements of the soldiers, Zhang Xiaohua nodded inwardly. Indeed, Zhang Xiaohua had always despised the government. She thought that the government was full of worms and incompetent people who didn't need to be taken seriously. However, with her divine sense, she saw that there were many skilled soldiers among the soldiers surrounding the entrance of the village. Moreover, there were a few people with white hair and dressed in official robes. They were carefully looking at the ground and muttering something. Then, as if they had reached a consensus, they walked towards another person on a horse. The person on the horse seemed to be an official. After hearing their suggestion, he frowned and shouted something loudly. Thus, the soldiers who were searching the houses immediately stopped disturbing the villagers and gathered at the entrance of the village. When the soldiers were in formation, the official waved his hand and the entire group of soldiers headed west of the village. Wasn't that the direction the two of them had ridden to last night? However, before the official left, he looked around the entrance of the village as if he was looking for something. It was only when everyone had left that he patted his horse's butt and chased after them. After a while, this small village with an unknown name quieted down again. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's admiration for this Banner Master Gao surged like a torrential river. This guy was really smart. Last night, he had fainted a shot and then slept soundly in his room. Just like that, he had shaken off the pursuing soldiers. This was similar to the trick Zhang Xiaohua had played in the small town in front of Tanha City. However, looking at his mentality and maturity, Zhang Xiaohua could only hope to catch up. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand that sometimes, things in this world couldn't be completely solved by force. She also immediately became more wary of this Banner Master Gao, who didn't seem very powerful. Sure enough, less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea after the soldiers had left, Bannerman Gao woke up. He walked out of the door and listened carefully before returning to the courtyard. He found a shabby carriage and pulled out a small donkey from the backyard. He put the donkey on the carriage and then returned to the house. Nobody knew where he found the girl, but he carried her out and casually placed her in the carriage. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was watching with great interest and secretly pondering and seriously studying, a man dressed in martial arts clothes suddenly appeared at the entrance of the village where the military official had been standing. He was even pulling a handsome red horse with him. As he walked, he looked around in a flamboyant manner, as if he was very strange. That man was still mumbling, "What's going on? I just had diarrhea and all these people are gone? Cousin too, why didn't he tell me when he left? Where did they all go?" Zhang Xiaohua carefully identified the person, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. This was an old friend. He hadn't seen him for a long time, and Zhang Xiaohua had a special affinity with him. Wasn't this Yu Dai, the eldest young master of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, who had studied together with Zhang Xiaohu in the Martial Arts Training Center? Speaking of the great young master Zhang Xiaohua, he indeed had an affinity with Zhang Xiaohua. On the way to Pingyang City to practice martial arts, this fellow had met the two brothers Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu together with Li Jinfeng and Yu Luan. They had even entered the city in the same carriage. When Yu Dai was practicing martial arts at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, he had used his family's heirloom cinnabar palm to injure Zhang Xiaohua's right hand. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua's fist of the North Star had the effect of tempering the bones, it was likely that Zhang Xiaohua's right hand would still be unable to exert any strength. Also, during the martial arts exhibition at the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohua and Yu Dai met again. However, their results were completely different. Zhang Xiaohua had passed several rounds consecutively while Yu Dai had returned empty-handed, losing all face. Of course, because the results were different, the two of them didn't know each other's battle results. After the martial arts exhibition, they hadn't met again. It had been 5 years since then. Looking at Yu Dai, Zhang Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile. Yes, it was purely a smile of seeing an old friend. It was as if he didn't remember that he had been injured by someone back then. At this time, Banner Master Gao had also gotten on a donkey cart and was heading towards the village entrance. If there were no accidents, the two of them would meet very soon. Putting aside Yu Dai's current martial arts and whether he could be a match for Banner Master Gao, even if Yu Dai could easily take down Banner Master Gao, it would still spoil Zhang Xiaohua's plan of setting a long line to catch a big fish. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua absolutely wouldn't allow Yu Dai to spoil his plans. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua took out a large handkerchief from his bosom and covered his face. With a twist of his body, he used Earth Escape to appear behind Yu Dai. He reached out and grabbed the back of Yu Dai's neck. In a low and hoarse voice he said, "Brother, if you want to live, then don't speak. Pull on your date red horse and follow me." Then, without waiting for Yu Dai's response, he grabbed his neck and pulled him back. Yu Dai was looking around when he was suddenly grabbed and threatened. Moreover, there was an irresistible force pulling him back. How could he dare to resist? He didn't even dare to speak. He walked backwards while pulling on his date red horse. Before long, the two people and the horse arrived at the village entrance behind several large piles of firewood. At this time, Banner Master Gao happened to be driving his donkey cart out of the village. He stopped at the village entrance for a moment and looked around before heading east. He was going in the opposite direction of the other two people from last night. The donkey cart was moving very slowly. It seemed that Banner Master Gao wasn't in a hurry. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to slowly follow him. For a short while, he wouldn't be able to escape from his surveillance. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua only let go of his hand when the donkey cart was gradually far away. When Yu Dai felt the person behind him let go, he immediately did a somersault and dodged far away. At the same time, he drew his sword from his waist and pointed it at Yu Dai. He said sternly, "Who are you? Not only are you masked, you even dared to sneak an attack from behind. What are your intentions?" When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he was secretly amused. He lowered his voice and said in a hoarse voice, "Who are you? Why are you here?" In fact, Zhang Xiaohua's action was unnecessary. When he first met Yu Dai, he was about 14 years old. It was the time when a child's voice changed. Now that he was 18 years old, his voice had already become deeper and was not as sharp as before. Even if he spoke normally, Yu Dai might not be able to recognize him. When Yu Dai heard the other party's question, he frowned and said, "I am Edu, the brother-in-law of the leader of the 4th Troop of the city guards under the Pingyang city garrison. I followed him here to suppress the bandits. How dare you kidnap me halfway? Be careful, I will ask my brother-in-law to send troops to kill you." In the end, he was no longer confident. "Edu? Suppress the bandits?" Zhang Xiaohua was laughing in his heart, but his face was serious. He said, "Oh, so you are from the government. You are here to suppress the bandits, not to kidnap a girl. Forget it then. You go your way and I will go mine. Let's just pretend that you did not see me today." When he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua pretended to leave. When Yu Dai heard this, he was not willing to let him go. He shouted, "That thief, you don't tell me you are the person who kidnapped my niece?" As Yu Dai said this, he wanted to draw his sword but did not dare to. He looked around as if looking for help. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "Your niece?" Yu Dai looked around and saw that there was no one around. He could only say, "That's right. That girl is from the government. If you know her background, you have to tell me honestly." Chapter 400. At this time, Banner Master Gao's donkey cart had already traveled for a while. Zhang Xiaohua was afraid of delaying the important matter, so she said, "I'll tell you the truth. Your brother-in-law's group has already traveled west. They seem to have found some useful clues. Moreover, I'm not the thief who kidnapped your niece. If you want to find your brother-in-law, you can go west." When Yu Dai heard this, She turned her head to look at the small path to the west. She slowly walked in that direction, but she said, "Since you're not the thief, how do you know that I'm looking for a girl?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her belly, but she said, "Yes, this is what I want to tell you. If you want to find your niece, then don't go west." Yu Dai curiously stopped in her tracks and asked, "Why is that?" "Because that's the thief's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The people in the west are just small fries. The real thief is riding on a donkey cart." "Huh?" Yu Dai said in surprise. "How do you know?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "When I pulled you over just now, that thief drove his cart out of the village. He went straight east." "Why didn't I see him?" Yu Dai was surprised. "Because I'm taller than you." Seeing that the masked man in front of her was only a few fingers taller than her, Yu Dai was speechless. This didn't seem to be a very accurate reason. "Then why didn't you stop him? Your martial arts aren't good enough. The two of us should be enough, right? Why don't you chase after him? And I'll go report to my brother-in-law." Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, "If I stop him, then I can only save your niece. I won't be able to save anyone else. Moreover, if you go and report the news now, not to mention whether you'll be able to find that thief when you return, it won't be easy for you to find his nest." Yu Dai was also a smart person. She immediately understood Zhang Xiaohua's meaning. "Then you mean to say that we should follow that donkey cart? Just the two of us?" Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "Nonsense, do you think I want to take you there? If it weren't for the fact that you'd run into Banner Master Gao just now, and if it weren't for the fact that you'd report to your brother-in-law, who we don't even know if it's true or not, would I have taken you there?" His face was expressionless as he nodded. "There must be a lot of people in the thieves' lair. Just the two of us might not be a match for them. I think we should inform my brother-in-law first." Zhang Xiaohua stared at him coldly without saying a word. Seeing this, Yu Dai felt a chill in his heart and immediately said, "Fine, since your distinguished self's martial arts are so strong. Then fine, this one will also risk his life to accompany you. This one will follow you into the wolf's den." Yu Dai understood that this man would definitely not let him go. If he did not follow him, he might be killed immediately. The feeling of being grabbed by the back of his neck was very uncomfortable. "Good, very good. This is Brother Yi's own initiative, I did not force you." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Furthermore, aren't you going there for your niece? Your intentions are commendable." Yu Dai secretly curled his lips. Zhang Xiaohua let out a long whistle, and the 4 deer Huan galloped over from outside the village. When it got close, Zhang Xiaohua floated up and said with a smile, "Brother Yi, why don't you get on the horse?" Yu Dai stared at the mule dumbfoundedly and did not say anything for a long time. Finally he asked, "Your distinguished self, you're going to ride this? Can you catch up to that donkey cart?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Isn't it just a donkey cart? It's not a carriage, so why can't we catch up?" They were also speechless. That's right, didn't he just say that it was a donkey cart? Using a mule to chase a donkey was exactly the right thing to do. After thinking for a moment, he sheathed his sword and mounted his horse. With a shake of the reins, the date-red horse galloped forward. After traveling for a while, Yu Dai heard a voice behind him, "Brother Yi, it's better to slow down. With this speed we can catch up with the donkey cart very quickly. It's better for us to stay far away from it. What do you think?" When Yu Dai turned around, her eyeballs almost fell out. That ugly mule was following closely behind her. The masked man was sitting cross-legged on top of it. Looking at the mule's appearance, he seemed to be handling it with ease. Was this still a mule? After Yu Dai recovered from his shock, he immediately stopped looking down on it and followed Zhang Xiaohua's instructions to slow down the speed of the horse. Thus, 1 horse and 1 mule slowly moved forward on the small road. Zhang Xiaohua knew what was going on, but Yu Dai could not. From the time he arrived at the entrance of the village until he was tricked by Zhang Xiaohua to the small road, he did not see any trace of the donkey cart. How could he be at ease? He could not help but look at Zhang Xiaohua from the corner of his eyes and thought to himself, could it be that this guy's target is the handsome me? Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. But he saw that the masked man did not even look at him. Instead, he closed his eyes and did not know what he was thinking. He also did not seem to be interested in him. He hoped that he was wrong. Sure enough, after a while, Zhang Xiaohua said, "This guy is really cunning." Then the two of them continued to move forward. When they passed the fork in the road, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate and directly went to another fork in the road to the south. Yu Dai was shocked. How did this guy know to go south? Could it be that he could see further from a high place? He was not that much shorter than him. But soon he understood that this guy was not alone. He must have his helpers ahead of him, and they must have marked the road ahead. So he was no longer afraid. Since he had helpers, he did not need to be a lone hero. All the way to the south, in the direction of Lu Town. Moreover, this time they actually walked for as long as 2 days. Fortunately, Bannerman Gao on the donkey cart did not travel at night. He also traveled in the morning and slept at night. Most of the time he slept in the night or in the wild. This was good as well. It saved Zhang Xiaohua the trouble of searching for him. But the drowsiness at night was annoying. Zhang Xiaohua had to find a reason to go far away, and find a suitable place to sleep. She could only appear the next day. But fortunately Yu Dai was tactful. She knew that they were already far away from Pingyang City, and she had nothing to rely on. She could only follow this mysterious swordsman. And this swordsman indeed had the same idea as her, which was to save people. So, he listened to Zhang Xiaohua's arrangements and did not run away or act on his own. This afternoon the donkey cart moved slightly to the east and entered a small path. The speed of the donkey cart was obviously faster. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She immediately used her divine perception to scan ahead. Indeed, there was an extremely quiet village ahead. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She guessed that this was Bannerman Gao's destination. Zhang Xiaohua said to Yu Dai, "Brothery, hurry up. I see that it's already late. I wonder if there's a place to stay ahead?" Yu Dai was stunned. She immediately looked up at the sky and thought to herself, "It's already early. How can it be late? Could it be that this person is talking in his sleep? He seems to be resting with his eyes closed every day. He must be suffering from insomnia at night." But she said, "I'll listen to the swordsman's instructions." Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart. She did not reply. She patted Huan's bald head and asked it to speed up. Not long after Bannerman Gao entered the village, the two of them also arrived at a place not far from the village. From afar, they could see the village on the other side of the forest. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and pointed out, "Brother Yi, this small path in the mountain seems to be leading to this village. If I'm not mistaken, the donkey cart must have entered it. Tell me, since it's a small path for people to walk on, do you think that there will be people watching us from the inside?" Yu Dai's heart trembled. She shrunk her neck and said, "Swordsman, can they see us?" "I don't think so. We haven't reached the end of the small path yet. They can't be clairvoyant." Yu Dai listened and let out a long sigh. "That's good. But how are we going to enter the tiger's den? We'll still have to listen to the swordsman's instructions." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the obedient Yu Dai in front of her. He was no longer as arrogant as he was in front of her a few years ago. She turned to look at the village in the distance and said, "This is easy. You can stay here and keep a lookout for me. I'll go and take a look. If there's anything strange or if there's anything, I'll inform you. What do you think?" "Ah, I see." Yu Dai was surprised when he heard that he did not need to be a lone hero. He only needed to stay at the side to keep a lookout. He could not help but have doubts in his heart. This person brought me here from Pingyang City just to keep a lookout for me? This is unbelievable. Could it be that there's a trap? Seeing Yu Dai's hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Why don't Brother Yi go in by himself? I'll stay here and keep a lookout for you?" Yu Dai smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "Hero, you should go in by yourself. My martial arts skills are limited. It's better for me to stay here and keep a lookout." His tone was far from the high-spirited person he used to be. Zhang Xiaohua found it strange. Aha, that's right. Anyone who lost their confidence after being beaten up by a group of teenagers 5 years ago would be the same. After making the arrangements, Zhang Xiaohua no longer rode on the David's deer. She only used her qinggong and leaped onto the treetops. She leaned forward and moved forward. At this moment, Banner Leader Gao had already driven the donkey cart to the innermost part of the village, in front of a huge manor. The manor's gate was tightly shut. Banner Leader Gao did not find it strange. He jumped off the donkey cart and walked to the front of the gate. He held the door knocker and knocked a few times rhythmically. The gate opened with a creaking sound and a burly man poked his head out. When he saw Banner Leader Gao, he frowned and said, "Banner Leader Gao, why are you only here now?" Banner Leader Gao quickly cupped his hands and said, "Steward Qi, I was delayed because of some mundane matters. However, I have brought the goods that the commander needs. I hope that Steward Qi can accommodate me." When Steward Qi heard this, he looked at the donkey cart outside and said with a smile, "Banner Leader Gao is still the best. You have completed the commander's order so early. Come, let's go to the Jiaomen. I will open the gate for Banner Leader Gao." Banner Leader Gao cupped his hands and went down the stairs. He drove the donkey cart to the Jiaomen. At this moment, the Jiaomen was already wide open. There was a projector wall facing the Jiaomen. On the projector wall, a huge tiger with a white forehead and white eyes was staring at the donkey cart that was entering the Jiaomen. "Please vote for me. Thank you." Chapter 401. The manor was surrounded by forests. Many of them were pine trees that didn't shed their leaves even in the winter. They were there to conceal something. However, this was exactly what Zhang Xiaohua wanted. She hid herself in a corner and released her divine sense to carefully observe the surroundings. She saw a very large manor. It seemed to be as big as the entire village. The interior was indeed different from what Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. There were fields and houses in Huanxi Manor. The manor of the South Sea Flood Dragon King in Jingyue City also had mountains and rivers. However, this manor was mostly made up of small houses that looked very neat. Banner Master Gao drove the donkey cart through several crisscrossing paths and stopped in front of a large hall in the middle of the manor. Just as he was about to get off the cart, two men dressed in green came out of the large hall. When they saw Banner Master Gao, they said in surprise, "Banner Master Gao, why are you here again? Could it be that you found some good goods?" When Banner Master Gao heard this, he smiled and said, "So it's Banner Master Lu and Banner Master Liang. Are you two also here to offer goods to the commander?" One of the men with a slightly dark face said, "That's not the case. The commander's requirements are a bit high. I really didn't find many suitable goods in my area. I was afraid that the commander would be anxious, so I came to explain to the commander first and ask him to give me more time." The other man also said, "My situation is similar to Banner Master Lu's. I only found a dozen or so people from before and didn't find anything else. A few days ago I found one in town. However, before I could offer her to the commander, I ran into an expert and was saved." Su Lu also had his acupoints sealed and a group of people lit up a sky lantern. Hearing this, Banner Master Gao was stunned and said, "Why is Su Lu so unlucky? He actually ran into a group of experts." That Banner Master Liang smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know exactly how many there were. The people who lit up his sky lantern were only ordinary people in town. It's just that Su Lu's acupoints were sealed and he couldn't resist, so he was accidentally burned by the lantern." Banner Master Gao was speechless. Being killed by an expert could only mean that he wasn't skilled enough. Being killed by a group of ordinary people could only mean that he was unlucky. With a sorrowful expression, he said, "Poor Su Lu. Banner Master Liang has lost both his left and right arms. This number is much harder to come by." "That's right. Last night, I personally went to capture that girl and killed a few of her family members and neighbors. It can be considered as revenge for Su Lu." Sigh Banner Lord Liang. "You are truly benevolent and righteous. If Su Lu's spirit is still in the underworld, he will also thank you." When Banner Master Liang heard this, he was very happy and said, "Not at all. We're all brothers, so we naturally have to take revenge. Oh, that's right, I'm still missing a few. Do you have any extra?" Banner Master Gao hurriedly waved his hand and said, "If it were any other day, perhaps I could spare a few for Banner Master Liang. However, this brother has been in an eventful period in the city these past few days. A few strange things have happened, so I reckon that I won't be able to do anything in the short term." The last girl in the carriage was also obtained by this brother after taking a great risk and losing two brothers. "Please forgive me, Banner Master Liang." When the two Banner Masters saw that Banner Master Gao was declining, they didn't continue to be long-winded. They cupped their hands and said, Then congratulations to Banner Master Gao for completing the Command Master's order. Presumably, you will receive a generous reward. Let us congratulate you in advance. Banner Master Gao smiled and said, I wouldn't dare. I'm only serving the Command Master. I don't have to be greedy for merit. Banner Master Liang said, however, the Command Master isn't here today. Only the Vice Command Master is here. I'm afraid that Banner Master Gao will be disappointed. Oh, I see. Banner Master Gao indeed looked a little disappointed. He said, didn't the Command Master say that he would be here these past few days? This one. Before he could finish speaking, a dignified voice came from the main hall. Gao Xionglin, do I still have to report the Command Master's whereabouts to you? Banner Master Gao's expression was startled. He hurriedly bowed and said, Vice Command Master Dan, this one was wrong. This one shouldn't have thought too much. The two Banner Masters hurriedly bowed as well. At this moment, a tall man walked out from the main hall. He was also wearing a light green robe, and his hair was a little white. This person wore a bronze mask on his face, so his true appearance couldn't be seen. Why aren't the two of you hurrying off to do your business? Can't you see that there aren't many disciples in the manor? They've all gone off to do their business. Why are the two of you still standing here chatting? The masked Vice Command Master Dan said coldly. The two Banner Masters didn't dare to tarry. They bowed again and hurriedly left. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had already hidden herself in the pine tree. She released her divine sense and saw Vice Command Master Dan standing at the main hall's entrance. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. She tried to use her divine sense to see through the bronze mask to see Vice Command Master Dan's true appearance. However, just as her divine sense was about to envelop Vice Command Master Dan, Vice Command Master Dan seemed to sense it. He suddenly raised his head and looked around in the air. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. She hurriedly withdrew her divine sense and thought to herself, could it be that this person can sense divine sense? When Zhang Xiaohua withdrew her divine sense, Vice Command Master Dan also seemed to sense something. He frowned slightly and continued to look around in confusion. After a while, he didn't discover anything. He asked, Gao Xionglin, when you came here, was there anyone following you? When Banner Master Gao heard this, he immediately replied respectfully, I was cautious. Vice Command Master Dan should know that I took many detours to get here. I didn't even notice anyone following me. Even if there was someone following me, I would have shaken him off long ago. Vice Command Master Dan replied. However, he still wasn't completely at ease. He activated his inner energy and magnified his senses to check carefully. He then said, perhaps I was overthinking. Oh right. You said that Pingyang City isn't very peaceful. What is it? Tell me about it. Banner Master Gao smiled and said, Vice Command Master Dan, please take a seat inside. I will pass the girl in the carriage to you and tell you about it in detail. How about that? All right, Gao Xionglin. You just like to scheme. Vice Command Master Dan smiled and said, aren't you just afraid that I won't reward you? Come. Put the girl in the back hall and tell me in detail about the strange incident. Then I will give you the reward that Vice Command Master Dan promised. Really? Banner Master Gao was overjoyed. Thank you, Vice Command Master Dan. After he finished speaking, he turned around and carried the little girl out of the carriage and followed Vice Command Master Dan into the main hall. Zhang Xiaohua thought that her supernatural awareness had been seen through, and did not dare to release it again. After thinking for a moment, she didn't dare to stay any longer. She jumped down from the ground and used the earth escape technique to reach Yu Dai's hiding place. She found a place where she could hide from him and walked to Yu Dai. Brother E. Yu Dai hurriedly asked, Hero, did you manage to find out what happened in front? Zhang Xiaohua told Yu Dai about what she saw in the manor just now. Finally, she said, there are indeed a few experts in the manor. I reckon that the two of us might not be their match. Can you see if you can find some helpers? Helpers? Yu Dai was puzzled. Where did the helpers that you sent go? Him. Zhang Xiaohua said he left earlier. I don't know where he is now. Then where do you want me to find helpers? Yu Dai asked. Sai, how would I know? Now that I think about it, it might not be a bad thing to lure your brother-in-law here. Hero, it's useless to regret now. However, I have an idea. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. What is it? Tell me about it. I have a command arrow for the deployment of soldiers from Pingyang City. I received it when I went to the village to exterminate the bandits. With this command arrow, I can deploy some soldiers to the towns and cities around Pingyang City that are guarded by soldiers. However, I don't know where we are and which town is the closest to here. It's impossible to go back to Pingyang City now. Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart. If it's Pingyang City, I won't know. However, this journey seems to be in the same direction as my journey from Lu Town to Pingyang City. I've just passed by here. How can I forget? Then Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be deep in thought. After a while she said, from what I remember, there seems to be a town called Lu Town in the southwest from here. It should be half a day's journey. With Brother Yi's speed, you should be able to reach it in the middle of the night? Of course. With my speed, with my mount speed, there shouldn't be a problem. Good. Brother Yi, I'll leave the task of returning to Lu Town to mobilize the soldiers to you. I'll stay here to keep an eye on them. If they do anything strange, send your niece to another place. I'll leave a message here. What do you think? Yu Dai cursed in his heart. Look at the situation now. Alright, you still have to mobilize the soldiers. If you didn't let me do it earlier and saved her, we would have returned to Pingyang City long ago. But now the one with the bigger fist was right. He didn't dare to raise any objections. He cupped his hands and said, then I'll have to trouble you. I'll go and mobilize the soldiers now. I think I'll be able to return by tomorrow morning. During this time, please keep an eye on these bandits. Don't let my niece go missing. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, don't worry. If anything happens, even if I don't save my own people, I'll save your niece first. How about that? Yu Dai didn't care whether he believed it or not. He still cupped his hands and said, thank you, hero. I'll go now. After he finished speaking, he mounted his horse and lashed out with his horsewhip. The purplish-red horse's hooves flew as it galloped along the small path. When Yu Dai was far away, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and pondered carefully. Ever since she cultivated her divine perception, no one had ever found out about it. How did it get discovered today? Could it be that martial artists who cultivated to an extremely high level would also have divine perception? However, that day under the lava on the deserted island, when her divine perception came into contact with the monster with huge eyes, it was different from what she felt from the bronze-masked man today. Perhaps this bronze-masked man didn't have divine perception? But could he feel that she was using her divine perception to observe? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. If that was the case, she couldn't use her divine perception. What should she do? Chapter 402. Zhang Xiaohua's guess was right. Martial arts were modified from the way of the immortals. Many skills and supernatural powers were based on the way of the immortals. Divine sense was a supernatural power, unique to the way of the immortals. Martial artists were unable to absorb qi into their bodies, and could only use the yuan qi of the heavens and earth to acquire divine sense. However, they knew the wonders of divine sense. In the past 10,000 years, many talented martial artists had cultivated their internal energy to the peak according to the records in the ancient books. They were able to sense everything within a few feet of them. Although the deputy commander of the manor wore a bronze mask and did not want anyone to know his true face, he was still a famous figure in the Jianghu. Of course, even if he did not wear the mask, Zhang Xiaohua would not recognize him. This person's internal energy had also been cultivated to a certain level. That was why he could sense the abnormalities around him. Of course, this was only a slight flutter in his heart. If it was really as Zhang Xiaohua thought and he could sense someone using divine sense to spy on him, this deputy commander would still need to cultivate for more than 10 years. However, his abnormal behavior put Zhang Xiaohua in a difficult position. His original plan was to use his divine sense to find the girls who were imprisoned in the manor. Then, he would wait for an opportunity to rescue them. If Little Orange was in the manor, that would be great. If not, he would have to find someone alive and interrogate them properly. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua raised his head to look at the manor that could be vaguely seen on the other side of the pine forest. His heart was filled with excitement. This old man with the bronze mask is obviously the leader of the manor. Since he can sense my divine sense, he should be a master of martial arts. Ever since I returned from the deserted island, none of the opponents I encountered were able to withstand a single blow from him. I don't know how good my martial arts are. If I can exchange a few blows with this person, it will be a test for me. Since ancient times there have been many heroes in the Jianghu. Who would have thought that a country boy like me would have the qualifications to compete with a master of the Jianghu? Life is so fast. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua almost had the urge to charge into the manor and challenge the old man with the bronze mask. However, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but laugh. It seemed that her temperament was still not tempered enough. The most important thing now was to find Little Orange, rescue the girls in the manor, and compete with the bronze-masked old man in martial arts. Which time was not good. Zhang Xiaohua patted the head of the David's deer, and took the long sword from Huan's back. But after thinking for a while she put it back. She only had 2 weapons now, one was a long sword and the other was a small sword. The small sword could be kept in her bosom, but the long sword could not be. But in the future, when she roamed the Jianghu, she would definitely see a weapon. The small sword could be activated, which was a cultivation method of immortality. It was her secret and could not be revealed. Otherwise, she would immediately become the target of the entire Jianghu. So the long sword was her only choice. In today's trip to the manor, there were many opponents and she was alone. However, she knew that there were tigers in the mountain, but she still went to the mountain. If she only relied on her long sword, she might not be able to succeed. She would have to rely on the cultivation method of immortality, or even the escape method to be effective. Instead of that, she might as well use the small sword directly. Zhang Xiaohua put the long sword away and tidied the handkerchief on her face. She thought to herself, that guy's bronze mask is not bad. I should take the time to take it. How cool it is to wear it. She took a deep breath as if to encourage herself. Her body flew diagonally and went straight to the pine forest beside her. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the tree where she was hiding, she thought for a moment and jumped down from the tree. She made a hand seal and her body entered the ground, heading towards the manor. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua's head popped out from the side of a small house. Just as her body appeared, she heard a series of goo-goo sounds. Then there was a series of ling-ling-ling-ling sounds. A flock of gray pigeons flew out from the house beside Zhang Xiaohua's. This gave Zhang Xiaohua a fright. Before she could steady herself, she immediately made another hand seal and escaped to another place. When they were far enough away from the room, they saw 2 men dressed in martial arts attire running out of a house. They looked at the pigeons circling above the house and then carefully looked around. One of the men shouted, "Old Seven, did you see anything?" Old Seven also replied, "No, there's nothing. There's not even a footprint. This is strange. Why did the pigeons fly out of nowhere? Oh, maybe it's a mouse in the house. Didn't Grandpa Sue's cat scare this flock of pigeons last year? Maybe. In any case, it's fine as long as there's no one." No one. If there was someone, the brothers in the front yard would have discovered him long ago. Why would they let him run here? Brother Zhang, if you said this before the new year, you wouldn't be wrong. But now, all the brothers are out looking for people for the commander. Where is the previous strict security? Brother Zhang smiled and said, "Let's go. We're just pawns. We don't even have the task of looking for people. I really don't understand why our commander needs so many girls. Even if he's a groom every night, he doesn't need to be in such a hurry to get 77 girls, right?" Then, he hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Moreover, many of the girls he got are only a few years old. Why do you think our commander has this kind of hobby? Although I've never seen the commander's real face, looking at his figure and hair from afar, he doesn't seem to be young. His body, will he be able to withstand it?" When Old Seventh heard this, he also looked around and said mysteriously, "I reckon you won't know the reason even if you crack your head open." Old Seventh, from the looks of it, you seem to know something? I didn't say anything about that. I know Brother Zhang. Don't talk nonsense. Old Seventh, do you think I don't know your temper? We've been brothers for more than 10 years. We've been through thick and thin together from the time we helped the commander. What's so hard to say? Why don't I set up a table tonight to warm you up? Tisk tsk. Speaking of this, Brother Zhang is being an outsider. Yes, I won't hide it from Brother Zhang. A few banner masters were drinking together before the new year, and I was fortunate enough to serve them. I overheard some of it, but I've never told anyone. I'm telling Brother Zhang today because we've been brothers for so many years. You absolutely must keep this a secret for me. When Brother Zhang heard this, his eyes lit up. He patted his chest and said, "Who's your brother Zhang?" Zhang Yilong, who's known to be tight-lipped. How could he have leaked it? Hey old seventh, tell me about it. Actually, Brother Zhang, it's nothing special. I just overheard it. It said that the commander recently obtained a method to cultivate internal energy. He uses 77 girls who were born on the 7th day of the 7th month to harvest their primordial yin. He can cultivate a type of peerless internal energy that's rarely seen in the world. These little girls also need to have their primordial yin harvested? When he said this, Brother Zhang was at a loss for words. When old seventh heard this, he quickly went forward and covered Brother Zhang's mouth. He said reproachfully, "Brother Zhang, look at you. Didn't you say not to make a fuss over nothing? What does the age of these little girls have to do with us? They're not our relatives and we didn't kidnap them. We're just running errands. Even if the heavens punish us, the taller ones will bear the brunt of it." Brother Zhang reached out and pulled old seventh's hand away. He said, "But I'm just curious. How did the commander harvest the primordial yin of these little girls?" Seeing that the brothers have all gone out to look for them, the commander must be very anxious. He'll probably be here soon. When he's done, there will definitely be some news. Let's just listen carefully. Zhang Xiaohua was annoyed and glad at the same time. She was annoyed because the commander was obviously a beast. He didn't even let go of little girls. She was glad because Little Orange was among these girls. She was sure that she hadn't been harmed yet. She wasn't too late. However, this manor was so big that she didn't dare to use her divine sense to look around. It was difficult to find where Little Orange was. She only hoped that these two people would say a few more words and tell her about Little Orange and the others. Unfortunately, these two people chatted for a while and stopped talking about this. Zhang Xiaohua was very anxious. She was about to jump out and capture them for questioning when she heard a voice shouting from afar, "Zhang Qing Baiqi, what are you doing? Come back quickly." Brother Zhang hurriedly raised his voice and replied, "Manager, please wait a moment. This kid is here." There was some movement from the pigeons just now. After saying that, the two people didn't dare to delay and hurriedly left. Zhang Xiaohua was left behind with a gloomy face. Looking at the small houses that looked very similar, Zhang Xiaohua knew that Little Orange and the others were definitely not here. But where could they be? Could it be that they're in the hall where the old man with the bronze mask came out? And, seeing how Banner Commander Gao was so respectful to that person, he must be the commander that Brother Zhang and Brother Zhang are talking about. Zhang Xiaohua thought as she burrowed into the ground and moved towards the hall. Since that old man could sense Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, he might also be able to sense Zhang Xiaohua's earth escape. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. After walking for a while, the sky started to darken. Some of the small houses were lit up. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. There were very few lit houses, which meant that there weren't many people in the manor. At this time it was alternating between black and white, and her vision was the most blurred. Wasn't this the best time for Zhang Xiaohua to make a move? Zhang Xiaohua flashed out. She didn't go towards the hall. Instead, with the hall as the center, she walked around the manor. She confirmed that other than the slightly bigger house in the hall, the other houses were all small. Little Orange and the others couldn't be outside. Only then did she walk to the vicinity of the hall. To be honest, Zhang Xiaohua's usual method was to use her divine sense to open the way. It was always successful. Now that she used her divine sense, she felt that her hands and feet were tied. She was extremely uncomfortable. Looking at the hall, which was slightly bigger than the small houses next to it, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. There were 77 people, and they weren't standing upright in the house. The hall didn't seem to be able to fit them all. At this time there was a faint light coming from the hall. Zhang Xiaohua made up her mind and flew over, landing on the roof of the hall. "Please vote for me. Thank you." Chapter 403. Zhang Xiaohua went up to the roof and bent down. He put his ear to the roof and listened carefully. He heard a respectful voice in the hall say, "But Commander, I am very grateful that you think so highly of this lowly one and allowed this lowly one to see such a secret." Another slightly older voice sounded, "Bannerman Gao, you've done a great service by being able to gather enough girls within the stipulated time limit. Not to mention that you should be rewarded. This mission alone is a test for the Bannermen. We all have important matters to attend to, so we can't stay here for long. This manor is the foundation of our Roaring Sky Order. If there's no one who's skilled enough to manage it, we won't be at ease." Banner Leader Gao's voice trembled as he said, "Could it be? Commander, this lowly one's ability is shallow. I'm afraid that I won't be able to live up to your expectations." The commander said, "It's fine. Banner Leader Gao, oh, I should call you Steward Gao in advance. What we mean is that we should set up a stewards group above the steward and select a few stewards to take charge of the affairs within the command. What do you think?" Banner Leader Gao was a little disappointed but also a little excited. He said, "That's how it should be. But Commander, thank you for your promotion and care." Then, one of them complimented the other, and the other enjoyed the compliment. They actually talked a lot of nonsense. Seeing that the sky was already dark, Zhang Xiaohua felt very helpless. She was about to go down the roof and find a person or two to capture and ask about the details when she heard Banner Leader Gao say, "Commander is indeed talented and bold. If it wasn't for Commander, this lowly one wouldn't have dreamed that there would be such a spacious underground hall under this hall that's only a few feet wide." When the commander heard this, he laughed softly and said, "Steward Gao, you praise us too much. The underground hall wasn't our work. It already existed long before we took over this manor." Manager Gao seemed a little awkward, forcing out a smile. "That is also because of your good fortune. Otherwise, such a good thing wouldn't have been sent to you." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, "These two people have spoken so much nonsense. This young master has drunk so much cold wind on this roof. Only this sentence is the most effective. But, is the entrance to the underground hall inside the hall?" Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh in her heart. "Do I still need to find the entrance now?" Then Zhang Xiaohua flipped over and landed lightly. She was like the wind and did not attract the attention of the commander in the hall. Before her body landed, Zhang Xiaohua had already formed a seal. When her body landed on the ground, she immediately burrowed into the soil. At this moment, a man holding a tray in his hand was wiping his eyes vigorously. He asked the person beside him, "Brother, did you see a figure land on top of the hall just now? Why did it disappear as soon as it landed?" The person beside him laughed and said, "Seventh brother, could it be that you have gone crazy from holding it in these few days? Who can disappear after landing on the ground? Even if one's lightness skills are superb, there should still be a figure left behind." "It's true. I really saw it just now. It must be right." "Forget it, seventh brother. The sky is so dark. How could you see it? It must be an illusion." "No, I just saw it with the help of the light in the hall. How could it be an illusion?" "Then, seventh brother, why don't you go to the hall now and report to the vice commander? What do you think?" "This forget it. Maybe I really saw wrongly?" The few of them walked away while the seventh brother looked back from time to time. He really didn't believe that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that she had been seen by others. She was using the earth escape technique and delightedly went down. Sure enough, after a while, her eyes lit up. Under the hall, there was actually a spacious space that was several times bigger than the hall above ground. And in this space, there were actually countless jade coffins. Why are there so many coffins here? And they are even coffins made of jade. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. These jade coffins were arranged in a very strange way. They were scattered on the ground, and in the center, there was a dark green grass praying mat. Looking at the position of these coffins around the praying mat in the center, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. This seemed to be a kind of array. If each coffin was replaced with a talisman, then it would be an extremely strange array. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to use her divine sense. She could only roughly see with her eyes. After counting carefully, there were actually a total of 77 jade coffins. Most of the coffins had their lids open. Only the coffins near the center were tightly closed. Zhang Xiaohua touched her chin with her hand and pondered. Could it be that these coffins are used to store girls? Could it be that the commander used this array to collect girls' primordial yin? That's not very possible. In Elder Hua's jade bamboo slips, there was no mention of an array that could collect girls' primordial yin. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to pursue the matter further. The most important thing was to see if Little Orange was here. Indeed, starting from the periphery, there was a girl lying in each coffin with its lids open. They were dressed differently, but they were all below the age of 20. There were even a few children who looked like they were only a few years old. The little girl that Zhang Xiaohua saved in Lu Town was also among them. When Zhang Xiaohua walked to the center, indeed, she saw Little Orange lying quietly in one of the coffins. Her face was a little pale, but her expression was serene. Her breathing was long and deep, as if she was in a deep sleep. Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of Little Orange's coffin. Her hanging heart finally settled down. As long as she could find Little Orange, and it seemed that she wasn't in any danger, then she could answer to Nie Qinyu, who was waiting bitterly in Pingyang City. But what was Little Orange's situation now? Zhang Xiaohua had no idea in her heart. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at the jade coffin that contained Little Orange. The jade coffin seemed to be of good quality. There was a dark green color in the pure white jade, and on the surface of the jade, there were many mysterious patterns. Looking at the lid at the side, there were also complicated patterns. Zhang Xiaohua understood in her heart that this coffin was really a huge talisman. What she usually used and made were just small jade slips, but this array was so powerful that it used such a huge jade coffin. Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua's mind lit up. She suddenly understood that this array was not an array to remove a person's vital yin. In Venerable Fire Dragon's jade slip, it mentioned a more evil array. It was an array that used a person's vital essence or life as the foundation of the talisman. The purpose of this array was not to attack or defend, but to use heaven-defying methods to achieve extraordinary benefits for the caster, such as increasing one's lifespan, or raising one's cultivation level, etc. It seemed that the token master above her should also know some immortal Tao arrays. That was why he found 77 girls on the 7th of July, and used the lives of these 77 innocent girls to achieve his heaven-defying goal. Instantly Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a sharp light. She already had a plan in her heart. What is chivalrous? Seeing injustice, drawing one's sword to help is chivalrous. Since I saw such a thing today, how can I let it go? Only saving Little Orange is a kind of righteousness. Only by killing the token master, saving these girls and cutting off the source of this array is chivalrous. Moreover, I don't have many jade slips with me. The last time I made jade talismans for mother, father and the rest, I have already used them all. Now that there are good jade materials, if I don't take them, wouldn't I be a sucker? It's better to let someone else take the lead. However, Zhang Xiaohua was in a bit of a difficult situation. These 77 jade coffins were spread throughout the entire hall, far from being able to fit in the space in his money pouch. Furthermore, weren't there girls in the coffins? He couldn't just casually put the girls on the ground, right? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and came up with an idea. We can't take the coffins, but we can take the coffin lids. There is a lot of space in my money bag and the coffin lids don't take up much space. It is a good item to take. Moreover, if I use my divine sense slightly, it should not be noticed by the bronze masked token master above. After thinking, Zhang Xiaohua took out his money bag and took the coffin lid next to Little Orange. Then, Zhang Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony and walked all the way to the green grass praying mat in the middle. He had already put the 77 jade coffin lids into his money bag. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to feel the neatly stacked jade lids in the space of his money bag. Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. This trip was not in vain. Looking at the green grass praying mat in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua inadvertently used his divine sense to scan it. He could not help but exclaim softly, "What is this thing?" There is actually a slight fluctuation of vital energy coming from the grass praying mat. Is this a grass praying mat woven with herbs? No matter what it is, as long as it is something good, I will not let it go. Thinking, Zhang Xiaohua put the grass praying mat into his money bag. He would rather take the wrong thing than let it go. This was Zhang Xiaohua's usual style. Looking at the empty space in his money bag, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but have an idea. The array in this hall was obviously an evil existence. How could he let it continue to exist in this world? If he took away the coffin lids, he did not know if he could destroy it. If he could still make it work, then wouldn't it be a waste of his efforts? However, if he was asked to smash these jade lids, he could not bear to do it. Why not take away the other empty coffins? When he had a use for them in the future, he could cut them into jade pieces. Wouldn't that be perfect? Killing two birds with one stone. With a perfect reason, Zhang Xiaohua then put the last 10 jade coffins into the money bag, filling up the space. Finally, Zhang Xiaohua clapped his hands and walked in front of Little Orange, reaching out to pull him out. At this time a scream sounded. "Who are you? Please tip, thank you." Chapter 404. Zhang Xiaohua looked back and saw the bronze-masked old man walking down a flight of stairs at the side of the hall. Oh no, how did he find out? Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed in her heart. The bronze-masked old man asked sternly, "Who are you? How did you break into my sex-restricted area?" Then he looked at the missing coffins in the array and was even more shocked. He exerted force on his feet and flew to the front of the array. He shouted, "Where are the coffins? Did you do something to them? Where did you take them?" Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She smiled apologetically and said, "Brother, you misunderstood me. I just came down and walked to the front of the coffins. I didn't understand anything and you appeared. What coffins are you asking about?" "I don't know." The bronze-masked old man said, "Oh? Then I've wronged you. But how did you get in? There's only one entrance to this hall and it's right below my seat. I've been sitting there the whole night. How did you get in?" Hearing the old man's question, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She released her divine sense and scanned the entire hall. At the same time, she looked at the old man. However, the old man didn't seem to feel anything. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. She immediately scanned the old man with her divine sense. Sure enough, the old man seemed to feel something again. He raised his head and looked around. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and immediately withdrew her divine sense from the old man. It turned out that the old man wasn't able to sense divine sense. When the divine sense really scanned his body, he would feel it. If the divine sense circled around him, he wouldn't be able to feel it. After the old man looked around, he didn't find anything. He stared at Zhang Xiaohua again. Zhang Xiaohua pointed to a corner and said with a smile, "I saw a light here just now. It came in from that ventilated place." "Oh." The old man looked at the corner thoughtfully. Subsequently, the old man said as he walked, "Young man, although you're masked, I can tell from your voice that you're young. I'm also a person who cherishes talents. Since you're able to sneak in here safely, you must have your own unique skills. My sect is now recruiting talents. If you can make a vow to not reveal the secret of this place and join my sect, I don't mind taking you as a disciple and teaching you everything I know. Moreover, I also have an important position in my sect. Your future will be 100 times better than what you have now, won't it?" As he spoke, he was already within 10 paces of Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to be aware of it. She continued to let him walk forward, as if she was still thinking. Seeing this, the old man laughed in his heart. He didn't stop and continued to say, "You can see that my sect has a deep foundation. Although we do some shady business, we treat these goods very well. They even sleep on jade beds. If you agree to this old man's request, you can choose a few of these goods to be your concubines. What do you think?" As he spoke, he got a lot closer. He was almost 10 paces away from her. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "It's not difficult to agree to your request, but how can I trust you? I still don't know what sect you belong to. Who are you? Why don't you take off the bronze mask first and let this one take a look first?" The old man smiled and said, "You little brat are quite naughty. Good, since this old man has the intention to take you as a disciple, I'm not afraid that you'll see this old man's true face." After he finished speaking, he stood still. He didn't open his left hand, but his right hand was about to take off the mask. However, just as his right hand touched the mask, his wrist flipped, and in coordination with his left hand, He slapped towards Zhang Xiaohua's chest. However, Zhang Xiaohua acted as if she already knew this was going to happen. She didn't wait for the palm wind to reach her body. She immediately floated up and stood beside a coffin. She smiled and said, "Old man, why are you so impatient? Why don't you wait for this one to explain clearly?" When the old man saw that she had turned hostile, he didn't give her any face. He said sternly, "What's there to explain? The coffins in this hall are connected to this old man's mind. If anyone moves, this old man will be able to sense it. This old man has been sitting on top of it for an entire night and there was no movement. How can this old man sense it when you just came in? Don't tell me this isn't your trick. Who else could it be?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that there must be something in this array that was connected to this old man. When she moved the lid of the coffin, it didn't affect the array. Therefore, the old man didn't sense anything. She could only blame herself for being greedy and wanting to take more, which attracted the old man's attention. However, since she was going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, she definitely had to go against this old man. Moreover, fortunately, this old man didn't seem to know her intentions. He thought that she was greedy and didn't use Little Orange to threaten her. If he really used Little Orange to threaten her, it would be difficult for her. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Since you know my intentions, I won't say anything more. If you let me out, I swear that I won't reveal the secret of this place. Otherwise," Zhang Xiaohua's eyes looked at the jade coffin under her feet with a sinister smile. "You!" Seeing this, the old man couldn't help but be enraged. He said, "You brat, if you dare to damage this array, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she deliberately asked, "Array? What's an array?" The old man seemed to have just realized that he had revealed something. He only snorted and said, "This day next year will be your death anniversary. What's the use of knowing so much?" Zhang Xiaohua's face was suddenly enlightened. She said, "I see. If I damage this stupid array, you'll pull out my tendons and skin me alive. If I'm honest, this day next year will be my death anniversary. Why don't you tell me why I didn't touch this coffin?" The old man was speechless. Yes, wasn't this the reason? Seeing that the old man was deflated, Zhang Xiaohua was very excited. She exerted force in her leg and was about to kick the coffin at the side. The old man was shocked and immediately jumped up. His right hand was like a knife. The leg that was kicked out towards Zhang Xiaohua was also like a sharp sword, chopping towards Zhang Xiaohua. There was a girl sleeping in the coffin, so Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't really kick it. Seeing the old man's right hand chopping towards her, she laughed out loud. She flipped over to the top of the old man and clenched her left hand into a fist. Like a bolt of lightning, she punched towards the old man's face. When the old man saw this, he knew that he had fallen for Zhang Xiaohua's little trick. He didn't care and raised his left hand, using the power of fire to burn the sky to block it. Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart. Even if this simple block was filled with inner force, how could it be a match for her strength of 10,000 jin? Zhang Xiaohua had never had the awareness of an expert. She had always pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger. However, Zhang Xiaohua's concealment was useful to deal with ordinary experts. But who was her opponent now? Although he didn't know, the other party was one of the famous experts in Jianghu. His experience was not ordinary. Although he didn't have the divine sense like Zhang Xiaohua, but with his inner force he was able to see and hear clearly. Before Zhang Xiaohua's fist hit, the strength in the fist had already caused the surrounding air to change. The wind from the fist was biting cold and was very different from the usual. That old man's expression changed slightly. He immediately put away his contempt and raised the inner force in his palm from 30% to 70%. In an instant, his palm and fist collided. A muffled pung sound was heard and a light breeze was set off around the two of them. The two of them felt an extremely abundant and unmatched strength coming from their arms. They saw the old man's body bend backwards and retreated 10 steps. His feet actually left a footprint on the ground before he stopped. Zhang Xiaohua was the same. Her body flipped in the air for 10 over somersaults before she was able to dissipate the strength. The two of them stood on the ground with a grave expression. It was really out of their expectations. Zhang Xiaohua knew that this old man's martial arts were extremely high and was a formidable opponent. But she didn't expect that the old man's hasty response would cause her to suffer so much. Then what was his true strength? Therefore Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to reevaluate the old man's martial arts. The old man was also surprised. He didn't underestimate Zhang Xiaohua from the beginning. Before the fist and palm collided, he thought highly of her after hearing the wind from the fist. But after seeing the strength of Zhang Xiaohua's fist, he thought highly of her even more. He placed Zhang Xiaohua at the same level as himself. This was the difference in experience. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know the old man's martial arts background, and didn't know how many levels of inner force he had raised at the last moment. Therefore, she overestimated the old man's strength. On the other hand, the old man estimated Zhang Xiaohua's strength to be infinitely close to the truth. Of course, this was only close to the level of martial arts. Although Zhang Xiaohua estimated that her martial arts couldn't beat the old man, the situation in front of her didn't allow Zhang Xiaohua to retreat. Not to mention that the old man wouldn't let him go. Even if the old man wanted to let him go, he might not be willing to leave. A chivalrous heart was sometimes that simple. The two of them looked at each other with a grave expression. Then they shouted loudly and attacked almost at the same time. They fought bare-handed. Although the old man was old, the wind from his fist was biting cold. His inner force was incomparably abundant. It was actually not any less than Zhang Xiaohua's divine bravery. The two of them fought for dozens of rounds. The old man suddenly laughed and said, "I thought you were Xiaoxiao from some sect. So you're a disciple of the Misty School. This is strange. The Misty School has been destroyed for so many years. How are you still free and unfettered? Moreover, how come I've never heard of someone like you in the Misty School?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed loudly and said, "Don't ask where a hero comes from. Miracles come from people. Why do you care which sect I'm from? Your fist technique is something this old man has never seen before. But if your Qigong isn't the ethereal steps of the Misty School, then what is it? Only my sect has nothing to do with the Misty School. Why did you come to my sect to behave so atrociously? Ha ha ha, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. If you didn't do anything outrageous, why would you be afraid of me coming to your door?" The old man laughed and said, "That's good. I don't care where you're from. Leave your life first." After he finished speaking, he pulled out a short sword from his waist and stabbed it towards Zhang Xiaohua's head. Zhang Xiaohua also laughed and said, "Only you have a sword. Watch me." After she finished speaking, she also pulled out a short sword that was a bit shorter than her opponent's. She took a step forward and faced the attack. It's been hard for everyone to listen to my story slowly. I wanted to come up with some interesting plot, but no matter how I look at it, it's similar to the plot of those little hooligans in the city. Who would be so stupid as to come up with it? It's not interesting. In fact, Xiaohua's combat strength was already very high. As far as the current situation was concerned, it was definitely enough. Moreover, wasn't it very unrealistic to get injured in a fight? And once injured, one's strength would increase explosively? The golden finger couldn't be activated any faster. The heavenly axiom and the innate divine restriction had already revealed some clues. The path of cultivation was diverse and varied. Even if it was plain, it would still feel like the third place. Thank you again, Longzi, and everyone's opinions. The essence is everyone's. The reward points will be given to everyone every month. I never use it for myself. Oh right, I also have to thank everyone for their recommendation votes. Please vote more in the future. Chapter 405. The battle between a dagger and a dagger was not comparable to a battle between two long swords. As the saying went, every time you're short, you're in danger. If the two daggers clashed, it would be a joke. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the old man could not really sense his divine sense, so he had already released his divine sense to monitor the changes in the old man's swordsmanship and body movements. Therefore, no matter how the old man's swordsmanship changed, whether it was a combination of real and fake moves or real moves, it could not escape from Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. He could always find the time when the old man's dagger was changing and easily use the nameless swordsmanship. He would place the dagger at the old man's throat, forcing the old man to continue changing his moves to dodge. After more than 10 rounds, the old man was already at a disadvantage. Although the bronze mask covered the old man's face, it could not cover the throat. Moreover, from the sound of the wind caused by Zhang Xiaohua's dagger, the old man had no doubt that the dagger could easily pierce through the mask even if it directly pierced through it. Where did this young man come from? His swordsmanship is so powerful? Could it be that he's a new talent from some misty school that disappeared in recent years? Although I can't see the young man's face, his voice seems to be young. If he has such cultivation at such a young age, won't he be able to suppress us if he has enough time? If we don't kill him today, we won't have another chance like this in the future. The bronze-masked old man, who was at a disadvantage, immediately had a plan. He wanted to nip the young man in the bud who threatened him in the bud. The old man took a deep breath. His face was hidden under the bronze mask, so he could not see any changes. However, the hand that was holding the short sword immediately turned red, as though it had swelled up a little. At the same time, the old man's short sword suddenly changed its stance, and it suddenly became faster. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense immediately changed as well. It was as though the short sword's stance had turned blurry, and it was no longer as clear as before. Even the flaws of the sword's stance were difficult to discern. Since Zhang Xiaohua could not see any flaws, his incomplete nameless sword art was immediately at a disadvantage. In the span of a few breaths, he had clashed with the short sword many times, and sparks seemed to fly. What kind of sword art is this? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Her divine sense could not see the trajectory of the old man's swordsmanship clearly. After a few crisp clashing sounds, there were no more clashing sounds. The old man's swordsmanship changed again. It was as if he had just been testing the waters, and the next sword move was his true strength. Zhang Xiaohua's small sword could no longer touch the short sword. It was as if the old man's entire body was flawless. At this moment, just when Zhang Xiaohua was hesitating and did not know where to start, she felt a sharp pain under her armpit. When she looked carefully, the old man's dagger was piercing her armpit. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She waved the dagger in her left hand and greeted the old man's throat. The old man thought that his attack would succeed, but the tip of his dagger could not pierce through Zhang Xiaohua's body. He was stunned. When the tip of the dagger was about to reach his body, he hurriedly waved his dagger to block it, but he had already fallen behind. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua snickered in her heart. One move after another, she no longer had the elegance of the nameless swordsmanship. Like a storm, she attacked the old man's throat. The old man did not panic and seemed to have figured out the direction of Zhang Xiaohua's attacks. He held the dagger tightly to protect his throat. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua was unable to penetrate the old man's throat. After a few moves, a smile appeared in the old man's eyes. His incomparably fast sword moves were unleashed, attacking Zhang Xiaohua's face and throat. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. His robe could protect his entire body, but it could not protect his face and neck. Thus, he moved his feet and immediately used ethereal steps, barely dodging the short sword's attack. Seeing this, the smile in the old man's eyes deepened. He exerted strength in his feet and his figure flashed continuously. Under the light of the lantern, a series of afterimages flew out. It was actually a movement technique that was not inferior to the ethereal steps. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua's footwork that she had used to equalize the situation was immediately lost. Her face and throat were immediately attacked by the old man's dagger. Who was this old man? How could he have such skills? In a moment, a few questions flashed in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Originally, after returning from the deserted island, Zhang Xiaohua had met several tough opponents, but none of them could withstand one move from her. In her heart, she had long underestimated the martial way. Just now, her soul consciousness was detected by the old man and it had slightly aroused Zhang Xiaohua's vigilance. But she soon realized that the old man could only sense her soul consciousness spying on her, and knew nothing else. Hence she started to underestimate him again. Until now, her fist, sword, and ethereal steps could not be compared to this mysterious bronze-masked old man. Her heart was in turmoil. She had underestimated the heroes of the world. In fact, it was not only Zhang Xiaohua who was shocked. The shock in the mysterious old man's heart was 100 times stronger than Zhang Xiaohua's. Who was he? One of the famous masters in Jianghu. In the beginning, he was actually evenly matched with this unknown young man. Moreover, he was at a disadvantage. Following the display of his trump card sword skills, even if he managed to turn the situation around and almost pierce the young man's body several times, he still could not kill him. He did not know if the young man had practiced hard body skills like iron shirt, or if he was wearing an extremely powerful protective armor. Now, even after using his superb qinggong, he still could not immediately kill the young man. This young man's martial arts were almost on par with the top masters in Jianghu. Who exactly was this young man? Both of them were guessing each other's identity. However, their feet did not stop moving. Zhang Xiaohua was still at a disadvantage and could not turn the situation around. The mysterious old man's lightning-fast attacks forced Zhang Xiaohua into a fluster. The old man's eyes were filled with joy. Taking advantage of Zhang Xiaohua's unpreparedness, he thrust his dagger at Zhang Xiaohua's throat from a strange angle. This was the place where Zhang Xiaohua could not defend. Zhang Xiaohua's blood was about to splatter on the spot. In this moment of crisis, Zhang Xiaohua's hands continuously formed seals. Her figure flashed and immediately disappeared. Under the astonished eyes of the old man, the dagger that was supposed to be infallible actually pierced empty air. The old man could not help but cry out. At this moment, the ashen-faced Zhang Xiaohua appeared from another place in the hall. It was really thrilling just now. If not for Zhang Xiaohua's proficiency in the earth escape technique, she would have been pierced by the dagger. Even so, Zhang Xiaohua, who had just escaped from danger, still felt her heart beating wildly. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua appear from another place, the old man was horrified. He did not dare to think too much. He exerted force on his feet and a string of afterimages appeared. He stabbed at Zhang Xiaohua like lightning. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to let him get close to her. She swung her left hand and threw the dagger at the old man like a hidden weapon. The old man laughed. How could such a clumsy technique hurt him? He flicked the dagger in his hand and sent the dagger flying into the sky. He did not care about it. His figure did not stop at all and continued to shoot at the motionless Zhang Xiaohua. But when he was a few steps away from Zhang Xiaohua, he saw that Zhang Xiaohua still did not respond. She only made a strange gesture with her fingers. He could not help but be vigilant in his heart. At this moment, a sudden gust of wind came from above his head. He was startled and did not bother to look up. He dodged to the side. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that the dagger that was sent flying by his dagger was falling straight down. He could not help but be puzzled. How could it be so coincidental? The dagger is falling on my head? But before he could finish his thought, the small sword that was falling changed direction and flew straight towards his face. In an instant, it was as if a bolt of lightning flashed through the old man's mind. He remembered something and could not help but exclaim, "Flying dagger!" Seeing that the dagger in front of him was stabbing at his weak spot as if it had a mind of its own, the old man no longer had the calm demeanor he had before. He held the dagger in his hand and blocked left and right, immediately falling into a disadvantageous position. On the other hand, when Zhang Xiaohua saw that his flying sword was effective, he couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart. That's right. This is the way people of the immortal Tao should attack. Just now, I used martial arts to deal with a peak expert of the martial Tao. How can I not be defeated? With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua remained calm and composed. She stood there leisurely and formed a seal with her hand. She used her divine sense to drive the dagger as if it was her extended arm and stabbed at the old man's weak spot. Perhaps it was because the nameless swordplay was originally a sword-driving technique of the immortal Tao, but the incomplete swordplay was immediately much more powerful than the dagger driven by divine sense. It forced the old man to defend himself with his sword, and was unable to escape from the dagger's attack to threaten Zhang Xiaohua in the distance. Moreover, the old man seemed to be shocked by the sudden appearance of the flying dagger. For a moment, he did not have a better way to deal with the flying dagger, and could only defend himself. On the other hand, although his fast swordplay forced Zhang Xiaohua, who was holding the dagger, into a hopeless situation, it met its nemesis when it met the dagger driven by divine sense. The dagger driven by divine sense was much more agile than the dagger held by the arm. It could change its angle in Zhang Xiaohua's mind and was far faster than the speed of the old man's swordplay. Moreover, the old man's lightness skill, which was comparable to the ethereal steps, was also clumsy at this moment. Although there were still a series of afterimages, they could not escape the threat of the dagger. The dagger chased after the afterimages, leaving a black shadow behind. Zhang Xiaohua had used the flying dagger several times before, but it was like a one-sided massacre. It was not like this time where it could be considered a match. Today, he truly understood the power of the flying dagger of the immortal Tao. In this battle, he gradually became more familiar with the nameless swordplay, and became more proficient in changing the moves. After more than 10 moves, the old man was barely able to defend himself and had almost no strength to fight back. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He made a gesture and saw an opening of the old man. The dagger turned around and suddenly pierced towards the old man's bronze mask. In a hurry, the old man did not have time to change his move and could only stretch out his left hand to grab the dagger. Zhang Xiaohua sneered in his heart. He saw the dagger tilting its body and dodging the old man's left hand, going straight for his forehead. But just as Zhang Xiaohua imagined that the dagger was going to pierce the old man's mask, he heard the old man laugh loudly and his left hand suddenly enlarged. With a puff sound, he actually caught the dagger in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua's face turned ashen. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.